Yes, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It is Boxing Day. It is match day. And I found a Nottingham Forest fan who I like. Wolfie, first of all, my friend, happy Christmas. I know you've not been that well, but did you manage to have a decent enough day with the family yesterday?
Yeah, got time with the family in between naps and drugging myself up, mate. But all good, mate. How was yours?
Yes, very good. We hosted, so it was one of those where, when you're constantly offering drinks and food and cleaning and dishwasher and like it feels like it's not a relaxing day in any way,
you
shape,
just lose
or
the
form.
day, mate. Yeah.
Absolutely. By the way, Wolfie is from Forest Fan TV, so if you haven't subscribed, do. They're a good bunch of lads, very funny, and they'll remind you every 30 seconds that they won back-to-back Champions Leagues under. It's back-to-back, wasn't it?
Correct. 79
back-to-back
and 80.
Champions Leagues under Brian Clough. Wolfie, first of all, look, good happy Christmas to everybody who's in the chat, by the way. As you enter the room, please do smash the like. Please subscribe. We'll, as always, when I get to my next milestone, we'll give away a couple of tickets to Spurs and a shirt. We're currently 200.
Sorry, Everton just equalised, mate.
Have they?
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off. Bloody
Hang on. How are you seeing that? Hang on, the goal is going in now. How are you seeing that?
I just have forward vision, mate. I just feel goals when they come in.
That is meant.
Sorry to have interrupted you, but it just shocked me, man.
How are you seeing goals before me? Anyway, good job. Wolfie's not going to be on the actual watch along. Yeah, Man City won, Everton won. Just after Man City had missed a glorious chance to go 2-0 up. Wolfie, if I'd said to you at the beginning of the season, obviously it's Tottenham Hotspur away at your ground today, the City ground, Nottingham Forest. If I'd said to you at the beginning of the season that after 17 games of football, you're going to be 8 points clear of Tottenham Hotspur with a chance to go 11 points clear of us into fourth place, would you have believed me?
I probably would have believed you on the 8 points clear of Spurs, but not so much on the fourth. I mean, I had us down to finish 8th this season, and I got all kinds of stick from that, from my own fan base, mate. And it's like, if anything, it almost feels like I've had expectations on it. But, mate, we're just flying right now under your ex-boss, Nuno, with that defense. Yes. It's absolutely crazy. I've just seen Jimmy saying, remember the 91 final, Wolfie? Yeah, I do. That was actually my first game of football, full stop. And that's when I started supporting Forest, even though we ended up losing. No, I was a kid, mate. I was a kid. Were you there?
Yeah,
I didn't get sent off is probably the biggest criminal act in football, mate. We should have been a man up. We would have gone on to win. Pierce's free kick. Oh, yeah. So that one hurt. So I got to taste pain from my first game supporting Forest as a kid, mate. And it's been pain ever since.
Who would have thought that your first ever game of football is the last time Tottenham won an FA Cup? Like what? So that's what, 33 years ago.
It's been that long,
which is good because you don't look a day over 25, Wolfie. So
I'm 23, mate. So do the maths on that.
Yeah. Mate. Look. We are playing you today. I mean, you are flying. You are top 4 in the Premier League. I suppose it's one of those ones where, without being disrespectful, lots of the bigger clubs look over, don't they, and say, well, Forest have started the season well after 5 games, after 10, after 15. When are they going to implode? Do you get the sense that is going to happen? Or do you genuinely look at Forest now and go, hang on, we've got something good here. We've got a manager that's got the right formation. The players are playing in the right position. The tactics work. What do you make of Forest?
The thing is, I've been hearing this all season about, okay, they're in a false position. They're in a false position. And as it's moved along, we're getting towards the halfway stage now. The narrative, especially from mainstream media, is changing to, oh, Nuno's doing a good job. Oh, Forest maybe can fight for European places. These are the likes of your Carragher's and Nevilles who had Forest to go down despite Ipswich, Southampton and Leicester coming up and looking terrible. So, it's getting to the stage now where I'm trying to believe, but I've just got too many scars, mate. Do you know what I mean? Like, I will be happy with any European football. Champions League would be ridiculous. If you gave me conference, I'd quite like it because I think we'd go on and win that because all the teams in there look utterly crap, man. So, I'd be happy with that. And it's just a case of, it's just nice. It reminds me of the old period. You'll remember the Collymore days, Brian Roy under Frank Clark, where we got into Europe. We finished third in the league. My all-time favorite player, Brian Roy, mate. That team, I haven't seen Forest. I still would say that team's better than this one. Do you remember the old FA Cup match where it got replayed a couple of times, went to penalties against Spurs and all that? Those are the days we always beat you, man.
I seem to remember, I've got this vision of being at the City ground, and I'm pretty sure it was snowing. I'm pretty sure like torrential snow, orange football. Yeah. And look, you guys are doing well, and I want to start off by talking about. We'll talk about the game in a minute, but I want to talk a little bit about Nottingham Forest, how well you've done. Because look, Wolfie, you know me. I think most people on YouTube know me, right? I think that our manager is the worst tactical football manager I've ever seen in my life. I think he gets away with every now and then we go gung ho and score 3 or 4 goals, and everyone goes, "Oh my God." But tactically, I think he is the worst I've ever seen. Honestly, the worst. Whereas your manager, I'm not saying I want him. I'm not going to be a revisionist and say we shouldn't have sacked him. But your manager seems to have got the tools that he's got and made it work. Like, he seems to have got you solid at the back. I'm not saying you're the most breathtaking team when I watch you play.
We're not.
But you're an effective football team. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'd use the word pragmatic, mate.
Yes.
What Nuno's done is, what I like about him is he came in and he figured out what was wrong with Forest. We were conceding corners and set pieces like they were candy, man. I was calling them penalty corners. I'm sure you guys are well aware of corners and your situation with Vicario. And he's just like, right, I got to address this. And he got his pre-season. What does he do? He buys, for me, the bargain of the summer in Milenkovic. Who is just for 12 mil, I think 12.5 mil, something like that.
It was 14.5 million euros, so it was like 11.67
ridiculous.
Superb.
And he's put him alongside Murillo, who had his breakthrough season last year, who was brilliant. Oh, joint watch along. We're doing separate ones. I'll send my chat to troll you if Forest score.
It's difficult, right? Because I love the idea of doing joint watch alongs with people, but the thing is, it means one of the people doesn't get their watch along. Do you know what I mean? But just listen, it would be good one day. Sorry, mate, go on. So you've got Milenkovic.
So he brought in Milenkovic, paired him up with Murillo, which is basically matured Murillo. And then he's built from the back. His philosophy, why he didn't work at Spurs, was I need to fix things from the back first, build the spine, and then build it out there, which means he's going to play pragmatic football. It's a myth that we play low block football. We don't under Nuno. It's a mid block with quick transitions using the width and the pace of the likes of Hudson-Odoi and Elanga. And it's just worked. What he's got in the club, and from people I speak to in the club, is that everyone has bought into his philosophy. He's used Forest to rebuild his clout, if you like, in the managerial space, because he came into us from Saudi. After he went from you guys, it's basically his time in the Premier League was done, had to go to Saudi. And then he's come back into the Premier League. And he's just so pragmatic, mate. As you say, the football isn't the most exciting, but it's almost like watching a tactician at work on a chessboard at times. Do you know what I mean? It's like he knows how to win a match. He knows how to set up. He's a manager that always studies the opposition. He will make tweaks based on where your strengths are. He will play to our strengths, but he will merge that into where your weaknesses are. Do you know what I mean? And that's what he does. And I think that's the big difference between him and Ange, where Ange is a case of, right, FIFA settings, we go gun-ho, send 10 men forward, well, apart from the 2 centre-backs forward, and let's just go Kevin Keegan style, try and win this for free. So, yeah, I'm happy with him. And this is the thing is, he's come to the right club because we've gone from establishing ourselves in the Premier League again into now being talked about European spots. And this is all, for me, credit goes fully to Nuno on it, mate.
Look, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at, in your last 5 Premier League games, you've won 4 and lost 1. And the one that you lost was, we talked about this before we came live, was the you were the team that gave Man City their 1 win in 12 games. But look, you got a very good win away at Brentford, who are Brentford are the best team in the league at home. Factually, they've got the best home record. Yeah. You beat Aston Villa, who are right up there with, in terms of the Champions League hunt. You beat Man United, who were actually going okay at that point under Ruben Amorim. You beat Ipswich in that, who you would expect that you should be beating, but you're in good form. What should Spurs fans worry about? If we go to the game today, we'll talk about Spurs and our gung-ho tactics in a minute, but what should Spurs be worried about from a Nottingham Forest from an offensive point of view?
So what Forest will do is probably try and give you the ball and then not high press and try to pull you out. What we want to create is space in behind your fullbacks, which I think will naturally happen anyway. And what you'll see is we don't play out from the back. Sells always kicks long. He aims for Chris Wood. He doesn't win many of them. It doesn't matter. We don't really want the ball. What we want to do is pick the ball up from you guys in and around that middle third in our half. Once we've done that, that's where the transition kicks in. Ball will go straight out to Elanga or Hudson-Odoi, break down the wings, look to cut it into the box, look for the goal that way. That if I was a Spurs fan, my biggest fear would be your fullbacks and the amount they overcommit or when they invert in. And that's going to leave that space on the flank. If he exposes, or if Ange leaves exposed your 2 fullbacks to our pace, that for me will be the biggest fear. And I think I think Chris Wood will start. And I think against your makeshift back 2, his physicality is probably going to cause them a few problems. So I can see a few aerial balls coming in towards Chris Wood to dominate in the air, even though traditionally we're not high crossers. And I think that's where you might struggle, mate. But I don't think it's going to be an easy game. I really don't.
Well, look, I want to do a couple of super chats, and I want to ask you about Spurs. Everyone knows my opinion, so I'll come to you on that. Just quickly, Today is to FM. I love that name with a nice picture of Ange bending over. As the symbol has said, happy holidays, Savva and everyone. Leftovers, snacks, football manager, and live football. Life is great. Squid Army. Yes, we're a bit of a laughing stock with the old Squid Games.
Hey, what was that? The Squid Game stuff, mate.
Don't. I honestly, Tottenham Hotspur are a social experiment. We're a social experiment, mate. We've got Squid Games going on, right? We've got concerts, we've got NFL, we've got boxing. Now we've got a manager that has no interest in winning games. He just wants to play all-out gung-ho football. We're an experiment. Where are we? So thank you very much for that. Today is 2FM. Big up. There he is. Look, it's your mate. It's your mate.
Oh, he told me to say hi to you. I forgot. Sorry, Ant.
Big up, Anne. Hope you're well, my friend. When you two get together on a stream, it's good.
Carnage.
It's good banter. Big up, boys. Massive game for both clubs today. It truly is, and we'll talk about the repercussions for both sides in a minute. Big up to you, Ant. Really appreciate that, mate. Mark Taylor, thank you very much. I said, big up, Savva. I'm worried about us today. Mark, I'm worried about us every game at the moment. You know how I feel. Big up to you. Thank you for all your support over the years. Just quickly, it wasn't a super chat, but Billy, who's a member, has said, afternoon, Savva, hopefully we get a win today. Do you reckon we sign Kolo Muani in January? No.
We've been linked to him as well, mate. Now we're getting linked with all these names as well.
I'll say this, Billy. I don't want this manager having another penny. So when we're going to talk all January about signings, I don't want this manager having anyone. I don't trust him. Let me come to you, Wolfie. From an outsider's point of view, obviously you know your club. Your brother is a Tottenham fan, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Right. What does he make of Spurs? What do you, as an outsider looking in at Spurs, don't say anything to please me or to agree. What do you think about Tottenham, our manager, our tactics, our results, everything?
So with my brother, it's probably the first season I've seen him fully broken on football. It's just like, do you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah,
he's not that up for these Spurs games anymore. I guess because he doesn't know what he's gonna get. From an outsider looking in, I'll give you two perspectives on it, mate. Spurs, for me, under Conte, were one of the most boring teams to watch. And yeah, it was pragmatic and what have you. Yes, he got results, but it's so boring. Ange football, as a neutral, well, I'm not that neutral. I don't like Spurs. There's no like two ways about it. But watching Ange ball is like watching Keegan ball for me. It's entertaining, but it's taking you nowhere. I just don't understand. If I'm looking at it now, if I was a Spurs fan, why can't he? Like, the thing that stood out for me the most was when he played Man U the other week. You go 3-0 up. Shut up shop. Kill the game off. Just write it out. Be happy with 3-0. One question I wish journalists would ask Ange in his pressers, because they're a joke, by the way, the journalists and their questions, is how many goals do you want before you're satisfied? That would be my question to him. And, you know, you did Squid Games. It's like, why haven't you been over Gladiator 2 as well? Do you know what I mean? I'm surprised Levy missed out on that with Ange's Are You Not Entertained? But I want to know, what is his threshold for satisfaction? Clearly 3-0.
It's almost like a billionaire, Wolfie. It's like those billionaires that we look at and go, you're worth 50 billion. Why do you want to now go and do that?
Yeah. You know, on 100 billion, what have you not bought that you need? Do you know what I mean?
Right. And it's almost like Donald Trump. You're like, dude, you're about 80 years of age, whatever you are. You don't need to be president, have that stressful job. But it's ego. It's you know,
it's frustrating. Like, frustrating if I was looking at it through Spurs lenses. Because if he can get to those positions, and he's done them regularly, you know, 2-3-0 up. If someone would just get in his ear and say to him, listen, mate, it's okay to win a game 2-0 or 3-1. Yeah. Just drop your line back, stop sending the fullbacks forward, control the game for 10 minutes, slow the pace down, break it down. Yeah. Run some time off the clock. I don't think many Spurs fans would begrudge him doing that if it meant he came away with 3 points. But then I get surprised when I heard when I was watching the Liverpool game the other night that they were still cheering it about 4 or 5-1 down, whatever it was.
5-1, the fans are singing Ange's name. And that's, there's moments, there's landmarks throughout a manager's tenure where you realize we've got no hope. And first and foremost, we have got a group of fans that cannot and will not blame this manager for anything. It doesn't matter what happens. The fault is either Levy's fault or the player's fault. And as I've said, without being rude, when I look at the league table, Wolfie, Bournemouth, Forest and Fulham are all above us. And Brighton, I'm sorry, I don't think any of those 4 squads are stronger than ours. I genuinely don't. Right? Oh, shut up. Right? We genuinely, this is the thing. If you had Ange Postecoglou as your manager right now, you would not be 8 points clear of Spurs in 4th. You wouldn't.
So if you had Nuno, would you be 8 points clear of us?
No, I don't. No, I don't think we would. But I think the difference here is, mate, is you're where you are because you play to your strengths.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Let's say you sack Nuno today and Ange Postecoglou took over tomorrow. Suddenly, all of that hard work you've done with being a hard team to beat, good shape, organisation, fullbacks working hard, defenders putting their bodies on the line, Wolfie, that goes out the window. Now, all of a sudden, you're a team, you'll score more, you'll flood. And this is what Spurs fans don't get, right? Spurs fans think because we're the highest scorers in the league, that, it's something to build upon. We're the highest scorers in the league because we disregard everything that way. Anyone can score loads of goals if you forget your game, don't have a game plan and don't defend. And this is the frustrating for me. Can I show you something?
Go on, mate.
I'm going to show you something, right?
I know you love your stats.
Mate, I honestly, I'm so embarrassed at times. This is Tottenham. This is our fan base summed up in a nutshell. By the way, there's nothing about the person who put this out. I don't know who this person is, but somebody put this out on their Twitter or X, whatever it's called. 4,500 votes. I mean, right? It's a big sample size, right? 4,500 people, more than 2,000, I reckon that's what, more than 2,400 of them would all rather lose 6-3 than win the game 1-0. Like, Wolfie, that's where we're at. People would rather this shambolic 9 goals in a game rather than win a game.
But try and follow that logic through, and you can't, because I could understand it if the poll question was, would you rather lose 1-0 or lose 6-3? There's a bit more in that. The problem is, as fans, you can accept Conte football if you're winning. Yeah, I get that. You can accept it. You'll take the 1-0 win. You're not happy with the performance. You got the 3 points. You move on. But to prefer to lose over to win, bro, that says a lot about your fan base. I ain't gonna lie, man. I've always had my doubts about the Spurs fan base, obviously, apart from your chat. But my God, man, that's like
it's. I see these things, right? I see all these things, and the thing is, this is just one example, Wolfie. Every day, I just see these crazy takes from people, and these people. Like, I had a fan come on my debate show on Monday. Wolfie, right? You know, I do my debate show.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
comes on my debate show, and he says to me, Spurs are executing the plan. I said, well, what do you mean? This is the worst we've been for 20 years, right? This is the worst number of defeats. Our points per game is the worst it's been for 20 years, yada, 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 right? Well, what Ange does is we're a V. He said we're a V, right? He said he starts here at a club, makes them much worse to go to the bottom of the V before in 2 years goes to the top of the V and wins everything. And you know, when you sit and you think, who has brainwashed you? Like, how are you watching Spurs have zero tactics every game when people are going, I like this manager? Like, what are we doing?
I can tell you what it is, mate. I can tell you exactly what it is. I had the same issue with Steve Cooper, right?
Yeah.
Steve Cooper, club legend, he got us to the Premier League. Yeah. One of the worst Premier League managers I have ever seen. He was clueless on tactics. He didn't know what he was doing. Just before you beat us last season when he got sacked at the City Ground, I think a game or two before, we went away to Fulham and lost 5-0. We got absolutely slapped by Fulham. And the fans were still singing his name. This, by the way, was on a run of 1 win in 14. Yeah, it was horrific. Yes. And it's like he became bigger than the club in some fans' eyes. And for me, it's Forest first. Now, why is the question? Because in front of the microphone, he was a good speaker. He would always say, oh, it's my fault, oh, this or that, the other. And I see that similarity of Ange, where I feel Ange in front of a microphone, not Mourinho level, but he puts some nice sound bites out. Do you know what I mean? So he's not going to get beef from the media, because the media got their inches that they can write. They've got their clips that they can post. So he's not coming under much pressure from the media. Even when you look at, I think, was it after the Man U game where he came out and said, I'm sure back in the studio they're having a meltdown about tactics and stuff. Yeah, if a normal manager had said that, when they jump back to the studio, Carragher and Redknapp would have pounced all over him, like, oh yeah, the man knows, you know, he's funny and what have you. He gets away with it because he's so good in front of the mic. And this is the thing. And you'll have sects of your fan base that buy into this narrative because he speaks well. And he does speak well. There's no denying what he says. He knows what he's saying in the media. He knows how to control them. And I think that's the narrative here, that as long as you can speak well, as long as you're going to hold your hands up on occasions, or you're saying you're sticking to your principles or whatever, then they lap it up. And as long as you control that media narrative to be on your side, you are protected. They hold so much clout when it comes to sacking a manager. They really do.
But do you know the funny thing is, another narrative that we get a lot at the moment is that Spurs have got 10 injuries. I love this fake narrative that we've got 10 injuries, right? If you actually look at who is injured that would play, right, is Vicario. And other than the Man United game, Forster's been one of our better players, right? Yeah. Romero and Van der Ven, right? They're the 3 first-team players that are injured. Bentancur wasn't injured. He was suspended.
Suspended,
right?
Yeah.
Right? So other than that, all the players that we're now saying, oh, but he's had injuries. Well, Ben Davies, who no one wants at the club. Mikey Moore, who's a 17-year-old kid that's played about 100 minutes for us. Richarlison, who no one wanted at the club and wanted him to be sold, right? Odegaard, who we've seen about 2 times in a Spurs shirt, and for me, well, maybe 3 or 4 times, didn't really do anything. I'm not really sure what he is at the moment. The narrative that we've got loads and loads and loads of injuries. Let me just let you know this, Wolfie. With all of those players fit, we lost to Ipswich. We lost to Palace. We lost to Newcastle. We lost to Arsenal. We failed to beat Leicester. We've lost 8 games this season. Half of those defeats were before all of these injuries. So we've lost the same amount of games since that we did with them. But this for me, I want to remove it all from injuries, excuses. I just think the manager is tactically inept, tactically redundant. And I'm going to say this will piss a lot of people off, Wolfie. I think any football fan that watches Spurs and can't understand how deficient our tactics are and how bad they are doesn't understand football from a tactical standpoint. It's all well and good going, I support Spurs. It's mad.
There's a couple of things on that, mate. Firstly, on the injury front, I remember Ange moaning about your centre-backs being injured last season for a start. Okay, so clearly they have injury issues in terms of their record. So where was your strengthening over the summer in that department properly would be question number 1. Secondly, I'm sure, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of these injuries are muscle injuries, which for me would derive from the fact that they are being overworked and over-relied on to protect your half of the pitch. Let's be real about it, in terms of the amount of running and the work they have to do defensively. So you could put some of that injury blame on him and his tactics.
I put it all on him.
Yeah.
I put it all on him, Wolfie.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to I'm neutral on it in a sense, but it just doesn't make sense that, okay, they got injured last season, you didn't strengthen, and they're having the same injuries again this season. Yeah. Feed up, mate. Feed up. At least spell it right, man.
Fed up with your negative approach.
Feed up with your negative.
Damn, I'm fed up with Ange's negative approach. You think people like this think that Ange's approach is positive because he attacks. I think somebody that completely negates defensive duties is a negative approach. Because
who you should compare to, mate? I'll tell you what you should compare to is to Aston Villa. If you look at Emre last season, his tactics were not too dissimilar to Ange's. Try and get to the halfway line. I mean, we had a field day against them last year. They played on the halfway line, balls in over the top. We beat them 2-0. In that, that run I said, that 1 in 14, we beat Villa. Now, what has he done this season? He's learned from his mistakes. He's dropped their back line about 10 to 15 yards. And okay, they're not as high as they should be, but they are in the mix for Champions League spots. And look what they're doing in Europe as well. Yeah. This is a manager who's evolved. Yes, his tactics are similar to Ange, and that's the way he wants to play football. But he's understood the scenario, the league tactics and stuff, and he's dropped that back line. I just think if Ange wants to get back on side with you guys who are Ange out, show some tactics, show a different approach. Yeah. And you could then at least get on board to say, right, I can see some change. He's not being stubborn in his ways. And, I can work with this at least. Whereas now, every time he does it and every time he comes out and says, I ain't changing my ways, this is what I do, are you not entertained? It's just going to cause more and more of friction in there, mate. And I think he needs to take a lesson out of Emery's book. I really do.
Well, let me show you something then. For all those that think I'm negative, you might have seen this picture flying around. But for all those that call me negative, This is an Ange team defending. Look at the state of it. Wolfie, this is 3 occasions in one game, right? Just look at it, right?
This is Nuno's dream.
If you look at the top picture and the bottom left, actually all 3 of them, have a look how the two centre halves are squashed together, right? And other than that, you've got nothing out wide. And in every picture, you can just see 4 or 5 midfielders rushing back to try and help through the middle. This is his tactics, Wolfie. And we've got fans going, but if he had better players, what if he that back two there, Wolfie, that could be Gary Mabbott and Des Walker. Doesn't matter how good they are.
Yeah.
If you have not got cover, but we've got fans going, oh, buy him better players. I don't want this manager to have any better players. Look at that. What do you make of this?
I make this is literally Nuno's wet dream, because Nuno loves to counter in the width. And if you do that today and you can't score against us, you are literally playing into Nuno's hands. That picture there is what I'm praying we see today, because Elanga, who hasn't been great this season but has come into form in the last couple of games, he will cook whoever's playing. I don't know if you're going to play Spence left back. I heard you doggies back and what have you. But I don't actually think it matters. If the instructions are get forward, invert in, you're just going to leave the space where you shouldn't do against us. And we're quite clinical. We don't create that many chances in the game, but the ones we do, we tend to convert. So it will only take us a couple of attempts in that space. It's almost like he's begging for it if he does that today, mate.
But the thing is, Wolfie, every single time I speak to an opposition fan, before every game, after every game, we always have a look at, right, what was the best way to beat Spurs? How did the other team win? And it's always because of pictures like this. It's like we don't ever go, you know what, guys? These guys are brilliant down the wings. Don't shut them down. No, Porro, you fly forward. Adogi or Spence, whoever is on the left, you fly forward. Basuma and Sarr, don't worry about sitting in and protecting. You fly forward. And we got fans going, oh, it's brilliant. It is the most naive I think I've ever seen a manager ever, Wolfie. Let that sink in. Ever.
Yeah. Can we talk about your players, though? I want to talk about Spence.
Go, mate. You crack on, mate. Go for it. Go for it.
I want to give Ange a little bit of credit here, because finally Spurs manager is playing Spence. You are playing him out of position, in my opinion. But, mate, what's taken so long for Spence to be played?
So why would you give him credit for that?
Conte didn't play him.
He left him out of our European squad.
All right, Conte didn't play him, no? Apparently Levy was the one who bought him.
Sure, but when he was bought, he was a much younger lad. Ange Postecoglou's been here 18 months, right? He kept him in the summer, didn't loan him out, then dropped him out of our Europa League squad. And even when we've had injuries or players tired, he's not played him. He's actually come in and he's done all right. But Wolfie, the problem is anyone who comes in and plays fullback for us is on a hiding to nothing. Anyone.
Yeah, but in a way, Spence suits. I know it's going to sound weird. Spence suits Ange's style, because Spence is a very attacking fullback, and then he relies on his pace to recover him back. I would say, to get the best out of Spence, you guys might not agree with me here. You should be playing in a back three, and then put in Spence on the right-hand side. Spence's best season was when we got promoted. Now, I know that was Championship, but within that, we played Premier League teams in our FA Cup run. Liverpool, Arsenal, Liverpool, Arsenal, and Leicester. All three of them, he destroyed them, yeah? And he links up. Him and Brennan Johnson, who I'm sure we'll talk about in a second, have chemistry down that right-hand side. We didn't see the best of Brennan Johnson when we lost Spence. And I just think if you went to a back three, one, you get an extra body back, because at least you're playing with three defenders rather than your two under Ange. You release Spence, who can be aggressive, and say Udogie down the other side, where you still have some form of cover. At least it gives you an extra insurance policy. If you go three, they got a penalty, mate. Man City got a penalty.
Don't tell me if they score.
Oh, sorry.
Don't tell me. You're about 7-8 seconds in front of me.
But I don't know. Is there any logic in what I'm saying here? Like, I think Porro's been poor this season. Why isn't Spence being played in his correct possession? And why aren't you going back three?
Mate, I put this out. Loads of my viewers will be bored of seeing this. I put this out as two options. At the beginning of the season, I said, this is what I would do with the players I've got. Now, forget the players. We can change individual players.
Yeah.
These were the formations I put out. I wanted to try something like this, right? To allow three bodies at the back, the wing backs to actually be wing backs, Maddison to be allowed to be a playmaker, two forwards. If not, something similar, but you can have the two players in behind Solanke. And This gets everyone in their natural positions, Wolfie. They've missed, haven't they? Has he missed?
I'm not saying
He's
nothing.
missed, hasn't he?
I'm not saying.
Has he missed the penalty?
No, it's even funnier than that. Just watch it.
Has he missed?
This is even funnier, mate. You're not going to believe what you see.
Oh, no.
Keep watching.
I've seen it.
He's offside as well.
Mate, they are having a mare, aren't they? They're having
really
an absolute mare.
Sorry, mate. Carry on.
By the way, yeah, Dan, big up Dan from the Hotspur Hood. Me and him talked about this all last year. Said, the players we've got, Porro and Udogie are wing-backs. You've now got 3 good centre-halves, right? You've got a playmaker in Maddison. Everything is set up there to play 3-4-3 or 3-4-2-1 or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Mate, he doesn't try anything. He doesn't know how to do anything different. Now, I'm not saying we can't beat you today, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying we can't win.
I know.
And what happens is when Spurs win a game, yeah, even when Spurs win a game, I get messages going, see, Ange is great. As though I've said we're going to lose every game. My issue isn't that we're going to lose every game. My issue is that we're currently sitting 11th in the table. We've lost something like 21 out of our last 42 Premier League games. This is our worst start to a season for 17, 18 years. Right? Our points per game is the worst.
More than you've won this season in the league. Let's not forget that.
We've lost 8 games this season. It's been 27 years since we've conceded 6 goals at home in the Premier League. All the facts say how bad we are, and the excuses for him are just unbelievable. Be patient. He's going to win you things. I'll tell you what, I'm at the stage where I don't even care if this man won the League Cup because we are embarrassing in the league.
That's what's saving him, Savva. I think, let's just say you got us, Wolves and Newcastle next, haven't you? I think something like that.
Yeah.
Let's just say you lost all 3. I still don't think he goes. I think he's got enough protection because of the League Cup. And you're going to lose that to Liverpool anyway in the semis. I don't know, mate. You're in. I feel for you, even though I laugh at you because I don't like Spurs. I've been there with Cooper. And it was worse for me because he actually had credit in the bank. The thing I'd say to the Spurs fans saying, project. Well, how's that project going at Arsenal that we've been hearing about for 5 years? Yeah, what have they won? Slots come in and within months just picked up Liverpool, sorted them out. People will say, well, he inherited a decent team. Okay, let's talk about one of your ex-managers, Nuno. He inherited a pile of rubbish with us, turned it around within 6 months, and is now fighting for European spots. So my first question is, how long is this project? When should you start to see signs of it? What I think some Spurs fans don't understand is that the problem with Postecoglou is the start he made last year. And I got to say, shout out to you. I remember you saying to me, people need to be patient. If this is, I remember Spurs fans were giving yourselves the Spurs trophy at the end of September because you'd won 8 or whatever it was. And I think that start was the problem because it's like when you look at Palmer this season, people now know how to defend against him, double up against him. You can annul him. They saw the blueprint of Ange ball last season in those 8 games. And I think it was around that it was the Chelsea game, wasn't it? Where he just decided you had 2 men off. I'm just going to go gun-ho all attack.
Yeah.
And people were like, okay, well, this is his tactics. We know how to play against them. Give him the ball, draw them out. They'll leave space on the wings, hit them there. And he showed the blueprint, but has no plan B, no secondary blueprint to annul managers that are tactically astute.
Sorry, just quickly. When Savva silly thing to say, why is it a silly thing to say? Listen, this guy can win a trophy, sure. But I'm talking about, again, this is where our as a fan base, our standards are so low. Our standards are so low that listen, first of all, I don't think we're going to beat Liverpool over 2 legs, right? But my point is this, what are we actually heading towards? Wolfie, all these buzzwords we keep hearing in football these days, they weren't around when we were growing up. Project, process, they weren't around. At the end of the day, whenever I say sack Ange, do you know what I hear a lot? Oh my God, what? Start again, a new rebuild. And I'm like, whoa, hang on.
Can I ask you though? When I used to say sack Cooper, the first question I'd get is, who do you want? I'm sure you've had that one, haven't you?
Mate, as I said, I'll take you, Wolfie. I think this manager is so bad. I would take anyone. He's honestly, his tactics. It's like when I go and watch my little cousins play football. Yeah, so my little cousins' kids play football. It's like, someone's chucked a football on and all these little 6, 7, 8-year-olds are running around, no positional sense. That's what it's like watching Spurs. Now, for me, the way I look at it is this, right? A new manager coming in doesn't mean you have to completely change a whole 25-man squad and change everything. A manager's job is to come in and go, right, here's the good things about this squad. Right, these are the 15, 16, 17 that I want to work with. Over the next couple of years, here's the 7 or 8 I want to move on. Here's the ones I want to bring in. Everyone at Spurs, all the Spurs fans seem to think that everything is if Ange goes, you need to buy 25 new players in. Just quickly, the team news.
Starting 11s are out, yeah. You want to run through?
The Tottenham team. The Tottenham team is Forster in goal, Spence, Dragasine, Gray, and Udogie. So Spencer's gone to right back with Udogie at left back. Papasar, Bentancur, and Kulusevski, with Johnson, Solanke, and Son. So yet again, Ange Postecoglou uses James Maddison as his scapegoat. And so Johnson, Solanke, Son up top. The bench is Austin, Porro, Reguilon, Basuma, Bergval, Maddison, Ulasesi, Werner, and Lancashire. Let me know in the chat, Spurs fans, what you think of that. And Wolfie, let us know what the team is.
Is that what you're saying there? 4-3-3-ish?
That's what, mate, we don't change formation. We never change formation.
Hold on, let me just bring this up, mate, so I can see it. Have you got it on screen? We can run through it. Let me just...
I can, but because of all the background scores set up,
if
I remove it, it's a pain in the arse.
I've got it here. So do you reckon Kulusevski in the midfield then? Jono out on the right?
Mm-hmm.
I think, is that the first time you're going to see that Jono Spence link up on the right-hand side?
Probably.
That worries me, I'll be honest with you. They work so well together, mate.
Sure, but Johnson doesn't track back, so you'll be able to get in behind both of them.
That is true.
You'll get in behind both of them.
I just look at this. I'll tell you what baffles me looking at the Spurs team is how can you play with no real defensive-minded midfielder? Okay, you could argue maybe Sarr can do it-ish. Bentancur for me is more an 8. Like, it's pretty attacking for an away team, if I'm being honest with you.
He doesn't know any other way to play. And what makes you laugh is this comment is attacking football. We drop the player who has the most goal contributions in our team.
Isn't he your top goal scorer as well, I think, in the Premier League?
I think isn't he joint top goal scorer, but with assists as well? He's got the most. I think he's got 12.
He's on 8, isn't he?
Oh, mate, I just look at it and it's always the same scapegoats from Ange Postecoglou. It makes you laugh. Like, it's never, let's give Kulu a rest, or let's not play Son and let's put Kulu left and Maddison in the middle. He does the same things. I just don't rate this manager at all.
I'm just looking at it, how it pairs up against our team here.
Could you tell us your team by any chance?
Yeah, I can run you through our team, mate. So I'll tell you what, if I send you this on WhatsApp, it might help. Hold on, mate. All right, yeah, there you go. So Forest played in a 3-back last game against Brentford. He's reverted back to his 4-2-3-1. Just sent you an image. I don't know if that will help, mate. So maybe who aren't familiar with some of the players.
Yeah, so Forest have gone with Matt Sells in goal, Aina, Milenkovic, Murillo, and Nico Williams as a back 4. Yates and Anderson in the midfield 2, with Alanga right, Morgan Gibbs-White as your most attacking midfielder, Hudson-Odoi on the left, and Chris Wood up front. Is that right? Is that what you...
Yeah, that's right. So a couple of things, like initial reactions for me there. I would have preferred the back 3, if I'm being honest. I don't rate Yates. I think he's a good finisher to slow a game down, win a few fouls, give a few away. I think his role in the team today will be just to piss off Kulusevski. He's a bit of a shithousery player. And I think you'll see him tracking Kulusevski. I think Kulusevski has been your kind of shining light this season. And I think annul him, annul your threat, especially with Maddison not playing. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that pair up. In terms of my favorite current player for this midfield is Elliot Anderson. I think he is a cracking player. I was speaking to my brother earlier on this morning, and I said to him, how are Spurs against players who have never scored a goal? And he's like, Charity FC, we open the door. Anderson has never scored a Premier League goal. He's been playing sensational football. He's missing a goal. I'm hoping he gets his first one today. But that aside, he is a great player, and he will be the engine in that midfield. I look at this and think that Alanga is going to get a lot of space against Udogie, and Hudson-Odoi will find space behind Spence. This is all about, if I summarize this game, mate, it is all about can Forest hold Spurs out long enough for us to create one or two counter-attacking moves where we should find huge space. If that's the case, Forest can win this. It just depends on how clinical you guys are in your attack. I expect you guys to have a lot of possession.
Yep.
To create a few chances. I just don't think Solanke's got a decent track record against Forest with Bournemouth. He's got a hat-trick last season against us at the City Ground. So I don't like him. Nor do I think he's that great, but he just has something against Forest. It's an interesting one, mate. I mean, I can't judge this one. It's going to be attack versus defense, and will counter-attack win, or will you break us down?
Yeah, look, I agree. I think it's going to be one of those ones where at the end of the game, you have a look and you go, oh, Spurs had 60% of the ball. You know what I mean? 63%, something like that. But having a lot of the football isn't the be-all and end-all nowadays. And the difficulty
Brentford with 39% possession, mate, and kept a clean sheet and scored 2 goals, you know?
Exactly. Look, can we break you down? Look, we will do what we always do. We will come out the blocks on fire. We will come out the blocks. We will try and attack. We will leave gaps at the back. That's always my worry. Do you know what, Wolfie? Whenever we play a game, right, I look at the opposition's wingers and I go, I bet they're going to have a good game today. Do you know what I mean? Bournemouth's wingers did it to us. Fulham's wingers had a field day. Yeah. We know what happened with Liverpool's. Chelsea's wingers had a great game. Your wingers today will see a lot of the ball. And I think the question for me is, Spence and Udogie, are they disciplined enough as fullbacks? Are they good enough defensively? Are they going to be in the right shape for any counter-attacks you have with Alanga and Hudson-Odoi? But listen, I know you haven't got long, Wolfie.
Yeah, mate.
Just quickly, how long have you got, by the way? Have you got just a couple of minutes or?
Yeah, I could do another 5 if you need me, mate.
Okay, cool. I want to ask you about a player I really like from Nottingham Forest, Morgan Gibbs-White. What's your opinion of him, and what's the general Forest consensus on Gibbs-White? How good is he?
He has the potential to be great. I think, this isn't going to sound right, but I think he's a bit overhyped outside of the Forest fan base. He's our pin-up boy, where when I speak to opposition fans, the first name they go to is Gibbs-White. And rightly so, because he's the most skillful. He's always on the highlights reel and everything else. He can be very frustrating. He sometimes does too much instead of just doing the simple thing. Like the amount of times in the last few games, mate, where he's been defending on the edge of our box and decides he wants to do a La Croqueta to get out of it, or a pirouette, or, you know, an elastico or something like that, has got away with it sometimes and not with others. Where simplicity for me sometimes would be the right thing. Now, is he as good as everyone makes out to be? 100% yes. His work rates are phenomenal. His passing range is exceptional. And he is going to be a superstar. He needs to work on his shooting. His shooting is woeful, and so is his set pieces. But in terms of potential, he is one of the best out there. I think he carries the badge so well as well. He's our vice captain. You wouldn't know he's from Wolverhampton, mate. The passion he has for Forest is unreal. He's one of my favorite players, But the point I'm making here is I don't think we've seen anywhere near his full potential. But he is the driving force behind Forest. But he has, for me, still certain elements he needs to improve on. His shooting and his decision making in our half, mate.
Mm-hmm. And look, just a couple of quick things as well. I want to talk about, listen, in the last 8 or 9 games, Spurs have conceded something like 200 shots on our goal. It's something ridiculous. What we're not very good at as well is set pieces. I don't know. I don't watch you guys. I watch your highlights, etc. But are you dangerous from set pieces? Are you good in the air?
Yeah.
What are you like from a kind of shape, a positional shape at set pieces?
So we were terrible last season at conceding and scoring from set pieces.
Right. Okay.
And then Nuno addressed it and fixed it over the summer. We've scored a lot of corners this season because of Milenkovic. Milenkovic is an absolute beast, not only defensively, but from set pieces as well. And also Elliot Anderson has a fantastic corner that he takes. And on top of that, mate, don't forget we have, the person who's been trying to break Beckham's free kick record sitting on our bench in Ward-Prowse, who hasn't really done much for Forest. I was just going to check that, bud. Let me have a quick look.
Because I saw the goal that Milenkovic got against
he is,
Man
mate.
United.
He is,
Then I think he scored another one last week. Listen, Milenkovic for me has got to go down as one of the signings of the season.
Agreed.
11.6 million, 7 million, whatever it was. Again, it was something that Danny
you were linked to him, mate. You were linked to him 2 years ago, if I remember rightly.
We don't make sensible signings like that. Like we would rather go and pay 25, 30 million for Dragusin, who's unknown and untested, rather than Nikola Milenkovic, who's been in the Serie A for 4 or 5 seasons, whatever it was, getting a really good reputation across Europe. That for me is, I'd have Milenkovic over both our centre halves, because you know what? When we were growing up, Wolfie, defenders defended.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now we're all going, but he's quick, but he brings the ball out. I want a defender that defends. Defend your goal.
You literally have described him to a teammate. Do you know the biggest compliment I can give Milenkovic is you just don't notice him on the pitch, because he's never sliding in. He's never out of position. The ball comes in the air. He doesn't try and chest it down, flick over it, bang, I'm heading it back away from goal. And he's a leader, mate. He commands that line. He pushes them up. He brings them down whenever he needs to. And what he's done is he said, all right, Murillo, you're the Brazilian flair boy in the back. You go do your thing. If you want to run 60 yards with the ball, I got you covered. Yeah. And it's just bred confidence to the back line. He is, who he reminds me of, as much as I hate him, is Vidic. Remember Vidic and Man U?
Yeah,
of course. Many similarities, and obviously he's Serbian as well. There's so many similarities between his style and Vidic's style. And I always thought Vidic was better than Rio, by the way. And there's honestly, I think Vidic and Milenkovic, if you guys haven't seen Milenkovic before, I'm sure a lot of the guys in the chat have seen Vidic. There's a lot of similarities between those two players.
Yeah, very, very, very good player. And as my man Danny said, wanted him for 3 years. Followed for 4 at Fiorentina. Out and out defender, he could fight both art. Yeah, listen, I feel like defending is becoming a lost art now. I feel like.
Can you imagine Gary Mabbott playing under bloody Postecoglou, mate? I mean, seriously.
Well, listen, before I let you go, Wolfie, look what Alan Pardew said last week. Alan Pardew said after the Liverpool game that if he played for Ange Postecoglou, he would walk into the changing room and say, I don't want to play in these tactics anymore. I don't want to play for you. And that's the thing where a lot of Spurs fans go, but it's exciting. It's really exciting for other managers and other fans to watch. As a Spurs fan, I'm not entertained. Give me your last thing. Give me your score prediction for today. You're at home. You can go 11 points clear of Spurs. And as things stand, I know everyone else got to play. You could end the evening in 3rd and 5 points clear in 4th. So what's your score prediction? Are you going to Spursy it, or are you going to win?
Oh, we're gonna Forest it. That's not worrying, mate. I'm gonna go 0-0 before you jump on me, right?
Go.
Before you jump on me, I don't actually believe it will be 0-0, but I said 0-0 against United. I said 0-0 against Brentford, and we won both of them. So I'm getting superstitious here. I've got to go with 0-0, right? I think we can win it, but I can see us losing it. So, mate, I can't. I hate predicting the Spurs game because my brother's probably watching as well. He's taking notes and stuff, and holding it to account. I'm gonna go 0-0. But I just look at that team and I think you're going to leave us space. You're going to leave us space for our wingers, mate.
I'll be honest. I can't picture Spurs being involved in a 0-0 game. It just.
When was your last 0-0? When was I bet you can't even remember.
I'll tell you what, someone in the chat, when was the last time Tottenham drew a game 0-0?
And there's my brother messaging me 0-0.
When was the last 0-0, people? By the way, people in the chat, I've got a bone to pick with you. There's been over 320 people in here for nearly an hour, and we've only got 107 likes, and we've only had 2 subscribers. So please make sure you smash that like button. Listen, Wolfie, I'm not going to give you a prediction. As I've said, I've stopped predicting Tottenham scores because I have no idea which Tottenham's going to turn up. All I know is this. We have to win. We are in such bad form as a football club, right? I have been for over a year. We've got to win. If we don't win today, Wolfie, I don't think it will happen, but mathematically, we can end the weekend in 13th.
Oof.
Right, so we could end the weekend in 13th. It would have been 14th, but West Ham, their goal difference is terrible. So look, I'm gonna let you go, mate.
Yeah, mate, I gotta go set my watch along up. So if you want to see someone cocky, if we beat you later, let the guys tune in to my post match or the watch along. And if you beat us or you score, don't start trolling my chat. I'll see you in there.
Listen, I'm not that sort of person. Listen, I'm when Spurs win a game, our fan base will. If we win today, Spurs fans will lose their mind. We're back. The project's working. We're going on a run of 15 wins. It's what we do as a fan base. And then when we don't win for another 3 or 4, they'll go, oh, but. Look, enjoy the game.
What I will say, Savva, sorry, one last thing. If we score, I will be sending my lot to say Wolfie says hi into your watch along.
Oh, I love it. Thank you. Listen,
make sure you're in subscriber mode, mate. Yeah?
Thank you very much for your time, buddy.
And pleasure as always, bro.
I'll catch you soon, all right?
I'll see you later, bud. Have a good stream.
Take care, mate. See you later. Bye-bye. So everyone, please get over there and subscribe to Wolfie. But listen, as I'm a very nice person, and as it's Christmas, I've decided we'll go from a Nottingham Forest fan to bringing you on a Tottenham Hotspur fan who's probably got a few things to say about Tottenham. Stel, happy Christmas. How you doing?
Yes, Merry Christmas, Savva. Merry Christmas to the chat. I had a great day yesterday. I had we had a good family day. Uncles, aunties, cousins, newborns. It was nice. Loads of food, loads of drinks, loads of fun. Yeah, it was a good one. And then I ended up playing cards till 3 a.m, losing money, which was also fun.
Right. Spursy. You went all Spursy with it. I finished second in the family quiz last night. Thought I'd share that. And I got all the sport questions right. So I just put that out there into the world. Stel, currently Man City won, Everton won, by the way, everyone. I'll keep you updated. There's 15 minutes to go at the Etihad. But still, Tottenham, we're away at Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest, I can't believe we're saying this, could go 11 points clear of Tottenham if they win tonight. And that will see them in 3rd or 4th at the end of today. It's a little bit unbelievable, isn't it, that we're even talking about this?
I find it amazing when I watch other YouTube channels and I listen to people speak when they say Forest are a really good team. Because when I hear people say that, I say to myself, why after 4 months and a change of manager are Nottingham Forest a really good team, but we're not after 18 months of our manager and £350 million spent? Why is it we are saying this is a really tough game because they're really good. But we can't say that about us. That's the bit that it doesn't quite sit with me, Savva. It doesn't quite, that's the bit that gets me.
One of the things I don't know how much you heard, but one of the things I was talking with Wolfie about, and I love Wolfie, by the way. One of the things I was talking to Wolfie about was, and you and I have talked about this behind the scenes, we keep using this word as a fan base. We keep using buzzwords like project and process and all this kind of stuff. But
yeah,
realistically, top managers, you don't even have to be top. I'm not talking about your Peps and your Klopps and your Ancelottis, but good managers go into clubs and the first thing they'll do is they'll make that team hard to beat. That's their first aim. You look at Sean Dyche at Everton. Now, but I'm not going to say still I want Sean Dyche at Spurs. But Sean Dyche has got a really, really weak squad. If we're going to be brutally honest about this, right? One thing that Everton are, they are bloody hard to beat. They're well, look at them here. They're well organised. They're going to concede now. I've said that. They're well organised. They've been getting good results lately, grinding out really tough games against the likes of Arsenal and Chelsea. But for some reason, every time Spurs let in 6 or 4 or lose 3 games in a row, there's an excuse for our manager. So why can't he make us hard to beat?
I think it comes down to the fact that most managers in the Premier League, whether they're good or not, they really do consider all 3 aspects of football: defending, transition, and attack. Whereas Ange, he's so heavy on attack and elements of transition, that there's just a complete neglect for defensive play. There's a complete neglect of putting just enough hours into it, whether it's one-on-one coaching to develop our defenders as defenders, whether it's coaching different defensive phase of plays when outnumbered, when defending a counter-attack, when defending a set piece, when to position yourself high up, low, mid. I think just the aspects of defending from individual players to a unit, I just feel they're just neglected so much that teams can spot how to get into us. And if they do get into us, it's almost like a training session for them. Whereas other managers, they might not be as good as managers, but because they consider we need to focus on defending as well, they are more organized, they are more balanced, and they do have a chance of beating us, which is why a Fulham, an Ipswich, a Crystal Palace can beat us. It's why that scenario exists.
But mate, you're spot on. I think this is the key thing for me. When I find myself constantly online and wherever I'm with friends or meeting new people, when I'm talking about Spurs, people seem baffled still that I don't like Postecoglou as a manager. And when I then start to tell them a few of the facts about how many games we've lost and the number of shots we face and the tactics, and they start going, "Oh, is it that bad?" And I'm like, yes, this narrative in the media that we're this really attacking team that make everyone thrilled. It's not true, is it? We're not actually an out-and-out attacking football team. We're a no system team. This isn't a system, is it? Like there's no defined, I mean, you might have it. I can't think of a way to describe how we play other than wide open. I don't know how else to describe it.
No one knows what our system is. Even Ange doesn't know what it is anymore. It's just gung-ho. Throw everything at your kitchen sink, your granny, your spare pair of socks. Just throw everything at it and hope something lands. And if it lands, great. If it doesn't, it looks ugly. And that's it. It's just very much, it's so naive. It's so arrogant to the point of you need to earn arrogance. You need to be Wenger doing a double. You need to be Fergie doing a treble. You need to be Pep winning 4 league titles in a row to deserve to be arrogant. But you haven't earned your stripes to be arrogant. Yet we're arrogant and naive. And it's the Wild West, Savva. I call it the Wild West. It's 2 people standing each other who can pull out their guns first and shoot. And it's mental. It's just nuts.
And mate, I don't think I've gone through this with you. There's a couple of things I'm going to bring up. One you sent me earlier, but I want to get your take on this. I've shown this to a few people and I did show it earlier, but I want to get your take on this still. I mean, listen, first of all, I'm going to caveat this, right, mate, and say We can all take photos from different positions and it makes things look worse than they are. But look at the aerial view of these photos, right? You can clearly see nearly all of Tottenham's half in all three of these pictures. This now isn't a coincidence, is it? This is now shambolic, right? Am I wrong? This is dreadful, right? On all these occasions, this is shocking.
It's an absolute joke.
I mean, I want you to, from a coaching playbook perspective, you should never ever, when defending, have two centre backs first of all that close to each other, and then nothing out wide, and all the players flooding back like they're running away from a fire. Do you know what I mean? Right.
So I'll explain to you what is taught on coaching programs, and then people can decide where they want to go with it. When you're taught about attacking plays and attacking drills and attacking practices, one of the main things you're trying to do is create overloads. So you want, for example, 4 of your attackers against 3 of their defenders, or 3 of your attackers against 1 of their defender. Overloads, where you overload the attack versus their defense. And the reason you want to try and create that is because space opens up. And then you have to progress your practice how to exploit the space you've now created from having an overload. It's all good and well having a 4-on-2, but what are you going to do with it? Exploit the space.
Yeah.
And you pull players out of position as well to create even more space. This is what all coaches are taught. All coaches. Equally, flip it. When you're defending, you know the other team are going to try and create the space, and they're going to try and exploit that space. So how do you nullify that situation? Well, number 1, avoid giving them the space. Number 2, know what type of defending you must apply when an overload is against you. Do you try and delay the attack? Do you try and dictate the direction they go in by showing them a certain direction? Or do you try and deny them by putting in a tackle, right? Deny, dictate, delay. This is just basic coaching courses.
Yeah.
When I look at Spurs, nobody is going to tell me that we are applying these fundamentals. Nobody. In the defensive play, we are wide open. We are giving them the space. We're allowing them to exploit us, and we look a mess. To be this open consistently against so many different types of teams, good teams, average teams, championship teams, mid-level European teams, elite teams, to constantly be this open, just from a coaching perspective, is a complete negligence of defensive play. Negligence meaning don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And if you speak to any qualified coach, UEFA or upwards, they would say, I agree. I'll be stunned if any coach disagrees with what I've said. And I know a lot of coaches, and I've had this conversation with them, coaches who don't support Spurs, and they literally laugh their heads off just when they look at us defending. Forget the attack. I'm just talking about the defending part of it.
But still, I've got a mate that coaches at Southampton, and I've got a mate that coaches at Chelsea. And I've spoken to both of them in the last couple of weeks. And the question I asked them was, I said, look, here's my opinion. You guys are clearly more qualified than me. You work in pro football. I said, here's my opinion of Spurs and the tactics. And both of them came back with almost, they don't know each other, by the way. Right? They both came back with almost an identical answer. Said, Savva, don't worry about what you think of the tactics. Don't worry about the tactics. He went, all you need to know is that those tactics are a wet dream for the opposition. Right? Yeah. He said, in the week build up towards playing Tottenham Hotspur, he said, clubs will see like those pictures with the black circles and they'll go, well, here's the blueprint, guys, of how we beat Tottenham Hotspur. And I think everyone knows how to beat us still, but I don't think some teams have the players to, if that makes sense. Like if you look at, like Bournemouth did beat us, but Bournemouth didn't capitalize enough. You know, does that make sense? They didn't capitalize. Fulham didn't capitalize. They had so many chances. As soon as you play a Chelsea, as soon as you play a Liverpool, right? These clubs capitalize because they've got the players that hurt you in those areas. So are we at the stage now where every club now, every manager kind of knows what to do? It's just whether or not their players are good enough to put us to the sword?
Yes. Plus, it also depends on, because we are so heavy on the overload, so heavy on the attack. I feel, and I'm not in the dressing room or the training ground, but just what I perceive is that Ange is so heavily reliant on the amount of overloads and the amount of heavy attacks that we put on the opposition that we capitalize on it, which demoralizes the opposition from getting back in the game. So if we, for example, against Newcastle, we had a lot of the ball, we were quite high up, we had them pinned in for quite a bit of the game.
Yeah.
And just hoping that if we score 3 or 4, then doesn't matter if they get one over the top, doesn't matter if they get a set piece. But when that doesn't happen, you're now so heavily exposed here, and that's the risk he takes. And that's why I say it's naive, because if you think we're going to pummel teams every week with Werner, Johnson, Solanke, an out-of-form son, a kid called Lancashire, it's delusional, man. If we had Salah, Jota, Gakpo, Diaz, like Liverpool, mate, you know what? Maybe you might pull this off.
Maybe.
Just maybe. But we know with the players we've got, the players that he's brought in, don't forget he signed Veliz and Solomon as well.
Yeah.
It's for the birds, Savva. And your coach, the coaches you spoke to, they're spot on. It's a wet dream for the opposition. Spot on.
It truly is. And look, I want to ask about today's lineup today. By the way, for anyone who's wondering, Man City are 2 minutes away from another. Well, they're drawing, but from another game where they're not going to get a win. This will be 1 in 13 for them. Sorry, super chat I should probably go to first and foremost. Big up to Vinny, who has said, don't you think Levy will hold on to Ange as his incompetent as manager far outweighs Levy's as an owner, thereby attracting more of the fans? Look, Vinny, I listen, this is an interesting one still. Look, you're obviously, we all know your opinion of Levy. Look, in years gone by, let's talk about this quickly before we talk about the team news and stuff. In years gone by, what we've seen still is if Levy gets to a position with a manager where Champions League qualification looks like it's starting to get out of reach, he normally pulls the plug, because obviously we know Daniel Levy wants the Champions League revenue to come into the club. At the moment, that Champions League revenue is 8 points away. Do you think that's going to be the same this time around? So, i.e., if Spurs lost the next 2 and we were 12, 13, 14 points, or has Vineet got a point that he's going to keep this manager because it's masking his incompetence as an owner? It's a bit of a loaded question, but what do you make of all that?
So 2 things. One, if big if, because we don't know, if we lose to Forest and Wolves, Ange has to be sacked. He has to be sacked. Whether you like him or not, he has to be sacked. This cannot continue. You can't have 10 league losses in 18, just losing to everyone and anyone. It is by any standard of any club, even a relegation team gets rid of its manager, right? He has to go. Having said that, I think the decision will be made by the fans. So if we lose the next 2, we're then looking at Newcastle and Liverpool the next couple of games, and then Arsenal. We know how that's going to end pretty much. So the Levy out noises will get louder. The boos will get worse. I don't think Levy sticks by the manager then. I don't see how he sticks by the manager then. So I think that the next 2 games, either Ange buys himself another 4 weeks in the job, or I think it's game over. I really do believe it will be game over.
Do you know what? You're 100%. I mean, I don't think top managers survived it. At the moment, it's terrible. I know everyone keeps talking to me about Pep, but look at Pep. It's like, well, that's a completely different scenario. This is a man that's won 6 of the last 8 Premier Leagues. But how long can this go on for? Like, if we, at the moment still, if we look at our last 5 or 6 Premier League games, right? Let me just make sure. So our last 5 Premier League games, we've won 1. We've won 1 Premier League game, and that was against Southampton, who are bottom of the table, and sacked their manager, right? If we don't win today, that's them 1 win in 6, right? Yeah. Now, I'm not saying we can't win today. We'll talk about how we beat Forest in a minute. But at what point do we then have to start going, this is shit? Like, do you know what I mean? At what point do we go, right, all the excuses of injuries, all the excuses of squad depth, all the excuses of players are tired. At some point, it's got to break Levy's back, right? The camel's back is going to break.
Mate, I think I was done when we signed Werner. I've told you 100 times. When we re-signed Werner, I was done. In terms of this season, just totally giving up on it was that 2-0 loss to Brighton. The way he didn't adapt, changed nothing before the game, saying, how are you going to adapt? Because Brighton play the same way. We're not. And then after the game, saying there's no point making subs because we didn't deserve to win. Shit like that, I'm out. I don't want to hear that. That's not me. That's not the football that I want to be listening to. Sorry. So
do you know what's even worse is the fans lapped that up. When my manager tells me there was no point in me making substitutions, it would have been an undeserved point. Mate, that's your job.
Exactly.
Your job is literally to put points on the table. Do you know what I mean? Like, look, let's look at, I want to start with the news today. Again, James Maddison is the one that's dropped. It seems to be a reoccurring theme, Stel, that even though James Maddison's got the most goal contributions in the Premier League for Tottenham this year, he is the one that's been left out. Johnson would be preferred to him, and Son, who's not been playing well. Is there a problem between Ange and James Maddison? Because no other club I know of leaves their top, their top goal contributor out as much as Ange leaves out Maddison.
I'm not very confident in Maddison's body language when he gets subbed. When he gets subbed, look, no player wants to come off. You want to be on the pitch and playing. So I get being a bit disappointed, but his body language says to me, in his head, he's quite saying, "Fuck you, man." But
I agree. Yeah,
that's kind of how I feel. Now he might do an interview saying, "Yeah, we're behind the manager. We just got to work harder." But I've stopped believing in anything players, managers say, because a couple of weeks ago, Kulu was praising the manager, praising the club. Then he does an interview on ESPN where he's saying, I've got an issue with the tactics and I'm not sure we can keep it. So you never know what to believe anymore. And Ange contradicts himself. Fans contradicts himself. We had fans at the start of the season saying, "Yeah, I really think we can get third." Now they're saying, "I'm worried Ange might get sacked." Well, hold on. You predicted we're going to finish third. Well, can you explain to me the journey you've gone on? Because I got called negative saying that these
still don't. It winds me right up. All the same people that they do these videos. How Spurs beat Liverpool. Hang on. These are the same people who did videos in the summer saying how Spurs can win a league. How Spurs ball is going to look. Oh, but our squad's not good enough. Yeah, but this is the same squad that you predicted in the summer was going to finish third. And when people like me and you still said, well, hang on, take injuries into account, take playing 2-3 times a week into account, they all went, yeah, third.
Yeah, I know. It's
nuts. My mind. But yeah, I think Maddison, hang on, Everton here have got a 4-on-3 in the last minute. They could nick this. No, they haven't. I genuinely think that James Maddison, if you offered him a route out now, I think if a bid came in for him in January from a decent club, I think he'd want to get out of this, and I think he'd want to go and play normal tactics. Because I think he treats him dreadfully still, if I'm honest. I think he treats him terribly.
Yeah, look, I agree. I understand why he'd want to put Kulu in the 10 today, because Kulu's physical. He's having a really good season by his standards. And he scored, I think, the second goal at Forest last year to get us the win when we were down to 10 men because Basuma got sent off. So I understand why he wants to start Kulu, but then make way for Maddison as well. Why can't Maddison still be in the squad when Son is having a shocking season? Although he's one of our top scorers, it's a bit like Johnson, you see. Johnson and Son are similar. Other than that one goal they score, for the other 85 minutes, what are you bringing to the table? Because it feels like we're playing with 10 men.
Yeah.
Right? So I'd rather Maddison's on the pitch because at any moment he can create. He can, he has got goals in him. So I don't understand. Especially when we signed Maddison, the whole conversation was, but Ange picked up the phone and persuaded him and told him why this is the place. And Maddison felt, yeah. Well, you've done all that, and then he's dropped all the time.
But the thing that gets it for me is I keep hearing, oh yeah, but he's done this, he's done that. Whatever we want to say about James Maddison, as I will keep alluding to, he is the top goal contributor for Tottenham Hotspur this season. So he's played less minutes than Johnson, Son, Solanke, Kulu, has more goal contributions, yet he's the one that gets dropped. And it's very easy as fans. Our job as YouTubers, I suppose, is we're going to turn around and go, oh, is it a feud? Is it a feud? Some people think is that Maddison can't play enough minutes, but I always feel that after a defeat, he is the scapegoat. It never feels like Sonny's the scapegoat or Kulu's the scapegoat, or do you know what I mean? It always seems to be James Maddison, who's one of his captains. It just, something feels off there, mate. Something feels off. That's all it is for me.
I agree. Something does feel off. I think there's a few players where that might be the case, but with Maddison, it's a shame because we know there is a good player there. We've seen it.
No, absolutely. Look, let's look at the rest of the team. And by the way, it did finish Manchester City 1, Everton 1. And to be fair, Everton have done really well lately. I think they've managed, is that draws now against Chelsea, City, and Arsenal, if I'm not wrong. Again, I watch a team like Everton. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want their manager, but so well organised. So well organised. And again, no one would want a single player out of that Everton team, but they're an organised unit. Still, what we're seeing for the first time here, I don't know if you heard Wolfie and I talking about it. I believe, someone in the chat will tell me if I'm wrong, I believe this is the first time we're going to see a combination of Jed Spence and Brennan Johnson on the right-hand side. And I believe that they played loads of times together for Forest on the right-hand side, right?
Well, Johnson played more as a forward than he did a right winger. So I don't know about that. I'm a little bit unsure of this because on the one hand, yeah, they played together at Forest.
Yeah.
So let's see if they can strike up that partnership again. But at the same time, Johnson doesn't cover that position. Kulu, when he's out wide on the right, he does drop back. So if Spence pushes up, that is a problem. That is there to be exploited by Forest.
Yes.
And I'm just concerned by them two being on the same side. Spence is going to be encouraged to push forward.
Yes.
Therefore, Johnson not covering means now who's going to cover that space? And this is where the problems begin. So it could go one of two ways. Either we're weak on the defensive. Well, we're going to be weak on the defensive side because of Johnson not covering Spence when he pushes up. Or we might see some kind of special relationship between the two because they played at Forest together 2-3 years ago. So I don't know, Savva. Like everything with Spurs, we never know until we see it, right?
No, absolutely. And I mean, look, it's, you know, when you look at that right-hand side, it's going to be difficult because I don't think that Johnson, well, we know Johnson doesn't really help out tracking back. Even when he does track back, he's not physically imposing. You know what I mean? He's not someone that's going to go in for a crunching tackle. And again, if you were Callum Hudson-Odoi, who is going to be on the left-hand side for Forest, if you were the manager, wouldn't you just be saying, look, just, you know, come back and help out, but keep yourself near that halfway line. When we break, we're going to put the balls down the channel to Elanga and Hudson-Odoi, and Spurs are going to give away chance after chance down the channels. Is that how you expect to see it today, as always, down the channels from Forest?
Yeah. Elanga is having a good season. So them two, Hudson-Odoi and Elanga, they'll be looking for it, just like Fulham and Bournemouth were looking for it. Nuno knows that we're going to look for it as well, which is why he's gone to a back four. He's gone from a 3 to a 4. So he's put the wing backs there. He knows. So I think he's setting up a bit more defensive to try and nullify us. And I think, see, Forest are weird. If you look at them this season, because I've watched a few of their games because they're doing well. They've actually been an entertaining side. They do leave space in behind. They do commit a fair bit, which is weird for Nuno. I've got a feeling just maybe today they're a little bit more pragmatic because it's us, and he's gone to a back four. We'll see if I'm right or wrong on this. I think he's gone a little bit more pragmatic, saying it's Spurs. Don't give them the space behind because that's the one thing they're good at. But let's see if we can exploit them. And I think that's how it's going to play. The one player I'm looking forward to watching today is there's a boy that plays for Nottingham Forest this year who's been doing quite well. Elliot Anderson in the middle.
Yeah, good player.
Yeah. Now I think is key to them. The games they've lost this year, correct me if I'm wrong, he's been missing for those games.
Right.
I think he's a linchpin for them. So Elliot Anderson is the one that if Forest win today, I think he'll be influential in that. But let's see how it goes. Bentancur coming back as well. I don't know if he's fully fit, Savva, because he played a few minutes in Europe the other day against Rangers, and he looked knackered, man. So
this is the difficult thing. You know, when you throw a player straight back in that hasn't played, there's a huge difference between fitness and match fitness, right? Like, you know, I've got friends that go running every day for 10 miles, right? Crazy people. You never see me doing it. Playing 90 minutes of football is completely different. It's a completely different type of fitness. Look, one thing we do know is with Yates and Anderson in the midfield, like most teams you play against, they will be in midfield. Yates and Anderson won't be asked to be flying around on the right, on the left, covering fullbacks. They will be central midfielders. And I just wonder, with Bentancur going back in there, are you expecting to see a bit more of a, I hate this term, I'm so sorry. Are you expecting to see a bit more of a 6 in terms of Bentancur's positioning? Because we know Basuma and Sarr can't do that role. Are you expecting Bentancur to do that? Or are you still expecting to see 2 8s that just fly about all over the park?
No, it'd be 2 8s flying all over the park. That's how Ange plays. We are not going to adapt for this game. Ange doubled down after the 6-3 loss, saying, "I'm not going to change." That was his message to the fans after being drubbed by Liverpool. I'm not going to change. So I expect us not to change. I expect us to go gung ho, and either we beat them 4-1 or we lose. There'll be no middle ground with this, and it's another Spurs game where we sit there thinking, "What on earth am I going to get today?"
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I was just, by the way, there's 512 people in here and 150 likes. Guys, that's 350 of you that have not, it's free and it's bloody Christmas. You can smash a like button. And guys, we're only 240 subs away from 15K. My dream, I mean, it sounds pathetic. My aim was to get to 15K by the 1st of January. I've pretty much, that's dead. But if we could get a bit closer before the end of the year, that would be amazing. Smash the like button now, though. We should be on 300 likes. It should be absolutely. And please subscribe to Stel on that. And congrats, Stel, on getting over 30K the other day. Great. Especially as you had to start the channel again. When you look at Spurs today, we were talking, me and Wolfie and I were talking just now about set pieces, that Forest are quite good at them with people like Nikola Milenkovic, Chris Wood, Murillo, Yates is a big guy as well. Yeah. Are you expecting a bit of a mismatch there in terms of our big guys are going to be what? Dragoshin, and I'm guessing Solanke's going to have to come back and be that guy. Are you expecting Forest to try and exploit in those areas?
Well, Spence brings a bit of height to the back line, so that's an advantage. Yeah. I think Gray's going to be the weak one here, Archie Gray, because he's not a centre back and he's being asked to do it, so he could be problematic. Dragusin's been very hit or miss. He's been very either he's doing quite well or what on earth am I watching? So he's inconsistent, Dragusin. So I don't know what kind of Dragusin we're going to get today. But listen, Forest, they've scored a few headers this year. They are threatening from set pieces as well as the transitional play. You know, and we have a knack of being vulnerable at set pieces. So if they scored from a set piece today, none of us will be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Forest's home form here, right? And they've played 8 times. They got 14 points, which means they've dropped 10 points at home. If I'm right, 10 points. They've only scored 10, but only conceded 7. However, we all know that Spurs games don't tend to ever be 1-0, 1-0. We know there's going to be goals in this game. If you're Nuno, are you telling your team here, go for the kill? Spurs are not in good form? Or are you saying sit back, soak up? Spurs are going to have the ball. Just be patient and pick your moments. And equally, off the back of that, what's Ange telling Spurs? Or is that a redundant question because we know what he's telling Spurs?
Yeah, if you're Nuno, you're saying go for the kill, but don't overcommit. Don't throw everything forward. Don't do what Spurs do. Hold as a 6. Both fullbacks, don't go flying up. Just have something in defence when the transition comes. But otherwise, go for it and attack them there. He's the weak one at the back. Target them, man, because they're there for the taking. Their confidence is low. The manager's under pressure. The players are knackered. Go for the kill. But just be precaution. Have redundancies in place. If you're Spurs, the message is, just go out and attack. That's it. That's the message. Just attack.
Well, people are already saying, I mean, I've got it on in the background on Prime. So obviously I can't hear what he's saying. And already a few people in one of my WhatsApp groups are saying, oh, the message is that he's talking about entertainment again rather than winning. And
why?
What do you make of this? And this is a question to everyone in the chat as well. What does everyone make of this? This constant... If I'm a PR person, right, Stel, if I'm the person that's being put in front of the camera to represent a club, I don't know, like if it's the PR person for a government, for whatever words I choose to use are powerful, right? So the words that he's choosing to drive are constantly the path we're on, right? Constantly entertainment. We're not hearing narratives from him, Stel, that are about winning. We're not hearing narratives about being difficult to beat or organized. Is it worrying that the words you're hearing are more buzzwords for fans rather than actually a football plan? Or is that just all media talk?
Do you know what, Savva? I'm actually convinced by this. I'm not making this up. I actually believe this. I actually believe the club, after Conte and Mourinho conducted market research, but in-depth analysis of social media behavior, social media activity. And after the first year of Ange, or even halfway during Ange's reign, they looked at the responses of fans based on results. And the one thing that they extrapolated from all this data was entertain. This is what we got. That's what we've got to push on. That's where the fan base is at. Don't worry about the word trophies and success and winning. Don't worry about that. Focus on entertain. And that poll on Twitter where the question was asked, would you rather win 1-0 playing Conte ball or lose 6-3 playing Ange ball? And losing 6-3 playing Ange ball, this for me confirms what I'm saying. This proves to me that most fans at Spurs, look, forget what you, me, and people in the chat here think. Most fans at Spurs, they just want to be entertained. They want drama. They want talking points. They want something to keep them occupied, right? And I think the club have grabbed hold of that, and they've within their inner circles. That's what we've got to make sure that we keep saying, regardless of what happens. And I just feel Ange is pushing down on that, internally. And because, I call him a bit of, he's a yes man, a bit of a puppet. He's just repeating that. That's the message we're going to go with. Savva, I really believe this because it's insane otherwise. If what I'm saying is wrong, then this is just pure insanity to be saying that. To not be giving me footballing analysis and in-depth explanations as to how you can justify that 6-3 loss as just injuries when there's a high line and the wing-backs are out of position. How you can justify a 6-3 losses, but this is what the fans want to see. That has to be an internal communication that they've agreed on. Otherwise, Savva, it's outrageous. It's genuinely, it's mentally unwell.
But
without trying to offend people.
I want to question the understanding of not your understanding, by the way, just in general. I want to question the understanding of what I've always believed the meaning of entertaining to be. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let me Google this, right? If I Google the meaning of entertaining, right? Let's get this. The meaning of entertain, right?
Circus, theatre.
Right. A tremendous game that thoroughly entertained the crowd. Now, I think that is 100% true. I think he's right. We do entertain, but I think we entertain the neutral. I think we entertain the Sky Sports viewers, the Amazon Prime viewers, the BT Sport viewers, the Match of the Day. Pick whatever you want. I think that's who we entertain. As a Tottenham fan, when people are going, do you prefer a 6-3 or a 1-0? I'm sorry. In what reality has your team ever conceded 6 goals and you've gone, oh, that was entertaining? What? 6 goals you concede? I'm distraught. Now, a good 3-3, right? Like, remember the famous, you'll remember this, you're of age. Remember the famous Newcastle-Liverpool games where they were like 4-3? The likes of Shearer and Ferdinand, Ginola and Collymore, right? End-to-end, 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2, right? Sure, that's entertaining. When your team is getting slapped 6-3 and you're 5-1 down, and we've got fans who bracket that under the bucket of entertaining, I'm really confused about what we're doing here. Now, don't get me wrong, because I don't want to be a hypocrite still. I don't want to see negative football. However, I also understand that there are some times that you play teams that are superior to you and that you have to go, right, how do we negate that team? I.e., look at Nottingham Forest when they played Liverpool. I think Liverpool had something like, if somebody will correct me, I think it was something like 74% possession or something. Liverpool battered them, dominated. Nottingham Forest won 1-0. And I think our fans get confused still with playing entertaining every game week in, week out versus, hang on, let's grind out a result. And I think that's a huge difference. And I want to bring that onto this. Big up, Yori. Thank you very much. I think it's the first time you've been on, or I've seen you for my channel, but big up, Yori. We need to sit mid-blockish and hit them on the break, but we won't. But if we do, we won't. We might get points from the game. Tottenham Hotspur Football Club stats read like non-league, like non-pro teams. Now, Jory, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Let's talk about this still. He's not wrong. When you look at the stats of our game, it's something like 200 shots faced in the last 9 or 10 games, which is roughly, I don't need to tell anyone maths, it's roughly 20 shots per game. Now, obviously, there's going to be some which were 26, 27, some are 16, 17. But it tells you that what he's doing, not one-off games, overall still, that's not healthy and it's not working.
So, for anyone that doesn't know Jorical, he often calls into We Are Tottenham TV. And
yeah, I've seen him there.
Like all of us, sometimes he's right, sometimes he's wrong. But the one thing about Jorical is he always approaches things from a logical place. So he likes to be quite logical. And he's right in this. And on this one, I agree with him. If we played a mid-block, I think we've got a good chance of doing something, right? But will he do that? No, I agree. He probably won't. We're going to be very gung-ho. So it's hard to disagree with what he said. And he's and one thing that he said, which is so true, which so many ignore, Ange's stats are that of a non-Premier League club. They are literally those stats of teams that fire managers, teams that sack managers because they're wrecking the club. Yet Ange's stats are just seen as, the word I'm hearing is a blip. How can it be a blip if it's over a year? Surely a blip is this, like what we're seeing Man City do right now is a blip. They've had dominance for decades and decades, 4 league titles in a row. This is a blip. They'll ride it out, get some players in January, maybe have a more up and down season in the summer. They'll fix it all. And they'll be title favourites next season, right? That's a blip. How is this a blip? This doesn't make sense. The stats all say this is not a blip. This is who we are, right? To quote Ange, this is who we are, mate. The stats are not a blip. It's who we are. And they're poor. The stats are very, very poor. What Joey said there about the stats are fact. You can't argue them. Nobody can argue the stats because they're factual. They're events that have happened that can't be changed, and that's where the stats are drawn from. Actual things that have occurred, and that's still happening now.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Listen, I want to bring up I'm going to bring up something here that somebody should know what they're talking about before they just make things up. First and foremost, not this person. Mike, I wish I was going off one Twitter poll. Mike, the beautiful thing about being a Spurs YouTuber is we're constantly talked about, people like me and Stel in other YouTube videos, in other YouTube shows. People then message you and go, oh, so-and-so's talking about you. And when I click their shows on, I don't post in their chat, but I watch. And I look at some of the polls that go on in these chats as well. YouTube channels are doing this as well, right? And, you know, would you prefer entertainment over this? The number of polls where people say this, Mike, this isn't based off one Twitter poll. This is the number of things I've seen about Tottenham all season. So please don't just make that up. Now, this guy, I said, but Savva and Stel were both Conte and Mourinho out. Now,
I wasn't.
Hang on. I'm going to don't worry. Now, I don't know if Stel was Mourinho out.
No.
Right? I wasn't Mourinho out. I was Conte out. Right? So this, again, you've just kind of made up because Stel definitely wasn't Conte out. So again, you two didn't want Conte. Not true. I didn't want Conte for different reasons, and Stel did want Conte. And again, mate, you've got to know what you're talking about before you say things. By the way, the difference for me, Stel, as we talked about those two managers, the reason why I didn't want Conte was I know Conte's a winner. I didn't not want Conte here because I don't think he's capable of winning trophies with teams and he's not a great manager. For me, it was never going to work with him at Tottenham. I said this from day one. We had a difference of opinion at this time.
Yeah.
I said at the time, the guy signed an 18-month contract, which told me everything I needed to know about why he's here. Yeah, there was no point. You're not going to give him the players he wants. There's no point for a manager like Conte being here. You were like, well, you wanted him to stay, etc. But now that is being used as the excuse. You didn't want Jose. You didn't want Conte as to why now apparently I deserve Ange. What's the correlation? And bear with me 1 second.
Right, two things. First of all, Mourinho, I don't know any Spurs fan that wanted Mourinho sacked 5 days before the cup final. I don't know one Spurs fan that wanted Mourinho sacked a week before we were playing a cup final. 100%, I don't know any Spurs fan who wanted Mourinho out and Ryan Mason to take us into that final. I don't know anyone that wanted that. I know Spurs fans that wanted Mourinho out earlier on in the season. I know a lot of Spurs fans that wanted Mourinho out after we lost to Dinamo Zagreb in the Europa Cup when we were 2-0 up and we lost 3-0. I know fans that wanted him out then. I don't know anyone that was Mourinho out 5 days before a cup final for Ryan Mason. No fan. As for Conte, we cannot, as a fan base, look at what's happening with Ange, look at these stats, look at the league position, look at the number of losses, look at how wide open we are and say, right, all of this is happening because you're Conte out. It's got nothing to do with that. Or Conte in. Mm-hmm. Your views on Conte have got nothing to do with what Ange's choices are. Ange does not make decisions based on Conte not being here. Ange doesn't make decisions based on Conte being sacked. Levy doesn't sign players on Conte being sacked. That is ridiculous. It's absolutely pathetic. Each manager that comes to this club, they decide who to pick, who to rotate, who to put in their squads, who to not put in their squads, who to start, what tactic, what formation, what subs, how to manage injuries, whether to be pragmatic, attacking, high block, low block, whatever you want. These are on the manager. Where we look at Levy is the transfers and the wage bill.
Agreed.
Which is the same for every manager, right? Pretty almost. And we've spent a bit more on transfers, but we've lowered the wage bill, so it kind of balances out. But to correlate Conte Mourinho to Ange, mate, what are we doing? Like, what was the point of having YouTube channels if we're going to do that?
Yeah, it's the same thing as I tell you. Me and Perchy were talking about this the other night. I got a message from someone that said, "Hang on, I'll tell you. Let me see if I can find it because it's brilliant." It wasn't rude, but you know when you read a message and you just go, "Oh God, how dumb is this?" I get a lot of these. Where is it? I really want to make sure I get this right. Hang on. Hold on, caller. There you go. Here's 2 simple questions for you, Savva. I love this. How many championships have you managed a team to? And given we all know the answer to this is 0, what credibility do you have to judge anything? Now, by this logic, that means there should be no pundits, no YouTube channels, no discussion forums on Reddit, Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, Twitch, big up. Right? By this theory, still, no football fan is allowed an opinion on their football team unless the opinion goes with the masses. So if my opinion is, isn't Ange a brilliant manager? Apparently that now gives me credit because I've said something nice. But because I've critiqued, where do you go off saying that? It's mental, isn't it? Absolutely crazy.
This is my response to people like that. Okay. I get this sent to me once in a while. Stel, you've never coached a big club. You've never managed a top team. What level coach are you? You can't be talking as a coach. You've got no right. Why should I give you any credibility, right? So I get that sometimes. Mm-hmm. This is my response. What have you done in football? What coaching badges have you done? What's your experiences for you to question me? Where do you get the credibility, credentials to question me? That's it. Conversation's over. So if people want to say, as YouTubers, same logic applies. So if people want to say, YouTubers, what credentials have you got? You haven't done this. You haven't done that. Right. So what have you done to talk about me?
Right. Yeah. No, but you know what? I can never get anybody like when I get a lot of people who disagree with my view, and that's absolutely fine, right?
Yeah.
And
opinions.
I always say to them, look, come on, talk to me about where I'm wrong. Whenever I ask anybody for specifics, I get a lot of words, but nothing to back it up. So, like, for example, the guy that came on to debate me the other night, when I'm saying, right, give me some facts. Do you know what? If I'm sitting here having a debate with you, Stel, and I say, I'm making it up. Les Ferdinand, just because he's on the TV right now, Les Ferdinand was a terrible goal scorer, right? Prove me wrong. If you then turned around and went, well, look, I can show you that in Les Ferdinand's career, and I'm making this up, he had 450 games, he scored 280 goals. That's a really good rate. What a good striker. I can turn around and go, well, yeah, you proved me wrong. But if I say to you that and you just go, well, I just think he's good. Cool. But can you give me some numbers, some data, some evidence to show me that?
Why do you think that?
Yeah. And that's what I got the other day. What do you think of? Why do you think it's working under Ange? Well, we're getting better, but based on what? I've got a feeling. No. Don't feel. Feelings are the worst thing in the world sometimes, aren't they? Look, what's the score going to be today, mate? I know it's really difficult predicting Tottenham, but we've got to win, right? Because if we don't, we are cemented in the bottom half.
Like I said, if he loses the next 2, he must go. For me, he should have gone already, but I think he will get sacked if he loses the next 2. I genuinely think the owners will sack him. I don't think they're going to spend money on this guy in January. By the way, January's tricky. The sound bites are already coming out, so we know to expect not much.
What did he say today? I hope I've been a good boy because I've put my list in, or whatever he said about wanting transfers.
I mean, is he calling out the board now? I don't know. I've got, look, if Spurs won, I wouldn't be surprised because that's what we do. When Ange needs to buy a bit more time, he finds the win. I think if you're a betting man, you're putting money on Forest to win it by a goal or 2, maybe 2, not 2-1, something like that. I've got a feeling it'll be a draw. I think it'll be something like a 2-2 today or a 1-1. That's my opinion.
I mean, so we could end the evening in the bottom. We could end the evening in 13th place, which is just shocking. I'm not sure his camera's gone off, so I'm not sure if he's there. But guys and girls in the chat, let me know what you think. I mean, you're good. Here we go. Sorry, we've got to adjust this guy before we start. Pierre Sternegaard. Sounds like you play central midfield for Brentford. Sounds like a Brentford midfielder, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I said, problem is that you are always vague, never specific. You should make a channel statement so people can see if you're all BS or any colours. I can't be more specific about my opinions. I think Ange is the worst manager I've seen at Tottenham Hotspur. I think tactically he is redundant. And I don't want him at this football club. Is that vague still, or was that pretty?
When people say things like you should make, right? You should. When I hear that, don't tell me what to do. Do what I want.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'll do what I want.
I just find it funny.
You should start your own channel and show us the way.
Yeah. Alf, you're not getting relegated, mate. Don't worry about it. Just hang on in there. Look,
they're not used to it. They're just the Man City fans aren't used to this. It's the old school fans, like what's his name, Big Steve, that's on Big Six. Like he was there back in the day when it was a shit show, right? But I think maybe newer fans or younger fans, for them, this is as a Spurs fan, what you're witnessing, Alf. We've been going through this for like 3-4 decades, right? This is normal for us. For you, it's like, what do we do? How do we feel when this happens?
Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly, Ryan Tiong said, "How is Ange the worst manager?" Ryan, I listen. I've just never seen anyone set up a team so badly. Listen, we will win games. I'm not saying we won't win games. We should be winning games like today. But in the grand scheme of things, when I see us sitting in 11th place, when I see us losing 8 games in 17. Worst start to a season for 18 seasons, I think it is. Our worst 12-month period for 21 years. I don't know what more I have to say. People don't want the facts when they ask you. Ryan, the problem is someone like you don't want facts. Whatever I give you as a fact as to why he's terrible, you'll come back with but. Still, I'm going to let you go if that's all right. Not in a horrible way.
Yeah, I was about to say I've got to go. So,
thank you very much. Really enjoyed that. And I don't even know anymore. Fingers crossed we get something.
We'll talk at half time. We'll just talk at half time.
Half time. Yes. All right, mate. You take care. And Stel is live tonight at 9 o'clock, people. So please get over and support the channel.
Take care, everyone. Take care.
Take care. Cheers, mate. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Big up to each and every one of you. Please smash that like button. There's only 240 likes. We should have 300-400 by now. And the teams are on the pitch. Tottenham Hotspur line up like this. Fraser Forster is in goal. Spence, Dragoshin, Gray and Adogi. Sarr and Bentancur in the midfield too today, with Johnson right, Kulu in the middle, Son on the left, and Dominic Solanke through the middle up top. The bench is Austin, Reguilon, Basuma, Madison, Bergval, Werner, Porro, Lancashire, and Callum Ulasesi, the youngster, on the bench. Tottenham, we're going to play our usual 4-2-3-1, but it will just be our usual gung-ho stuff. But what we've got to do, we've got to win today. I don't care how it comes. We've got to win this game, or we are falling so far behind everyone else. It is unreal. Thank you to everybody that subscribed today, helping me edge just that little bit closer to the 15,000 mark. We've got 2 minutes till kickoff, 1 minute till kickoff. Give me your score predictions. Remember, put the team in. Don't just say 2-1. Let me know to who. What's your score predictions? All I'm going to say is this. By hook or crook, we need a win today. We need a win today. And if we do win, please don't call it an Ange masterclass. These are games Tottenham Hotspur should be winning. Nottingham Forest have got Chris Wood up front. And then in behind him, Alanga, Gibbs White and Hudson-Odoi. They've got Yates and Anderson in midfield. I don't know why I've started up front and gone backwards. And then a back four of Aina, Murillo, Milenkovic, and left back is Nico Williams, the ex-Liverpool player. And then in goal, they've got Mats Sells. By the way, no, for anyone that's taking a piss, I didn't get this gilet for Christmas. It's not me trying to be Tim Sherwood. It's just a little bit nippy and it's very comfortable and warm. So sod you all. Big up to each and every one of you. Look, let's just hope that Spurs can. We've got to find a win. Essentially, we've got to find a win. The game is about to kick off. Nottingham Forest are going to get the game underway. I always think Amazon are a couple of seconds behind, but hey ho. Here we go. Come on. Come on, Nottingham Forest. Start this game for us. And we're underway. And we are underway. Tottenham, sorry, I thought someone was at my door, but they're not. So Tottenham are kicking from left to right. Nottingham Forest from right to left. And let's see which Tottenham Hotspur turns up today here in Nottingham, the home of Robin Hood. Tottenham have got the early ball. Here's Kulusevski on edge of the box. The ball taken off him. One back again by Bentancur's son. Here's Kulu. He's going to think it in. Oh, he should have had a shot. Kulusevski should have had a shot there for me. Wasted opportunity. Here's Forest coming the other way. I don't expect Forest to be frantic, by the way. I expect Nottingham Forest to be probably a little bit more calm and considered than how we play. But I do expect them to be ultra competitive in midfield and at the back. So expecting Spurs to have most of the ball. And I expect we'll see some counter-attacks in this game. Here's Solanke. Lays it off to, oh, by the way, Charlton are 1-0 up, by the way, in Aka Watch. Charlton are 1-0 up there in my Aka. Here's Kulu again, trying to dribble through them. And straight away, Nottingham Forest have now got a counter-attack. But the ball through the middle by Gibbs-White, he was meant to go right to Alanga, who was running off him. Instead, he went left and no one had made the run. And straight away, you can already see the counter-attack is the option is there for Nottingham Forest. During the game, I will do a lot of commentary, guys, but I will go to comments every now and then. Please keep me updated in the chat about any other Premier League scores, as I can't see them because I've got you guys on the screen. I've got Tottenham on this screen. Please keep me updated. Angus, 1-0 to Newcastle. Who are they playing? Who scored? That'll be great. Nico Williams. He's going to lay the ball back to Murillo, who's a big guy, isn't he, Murillo? Murillo dinks the ball forward, but there's no one there, and that safely goes into the hands of Fraser Forster. So Fraser Forster plays the ball out. Spurs have given a ball again, really sloppy. It's the same every game, isn't it? Really sloppy there from Spence and Bentancur. Let's see, Spence got the ball, laid it into Bentancur, but Bentancur wasn't quite reading the game. Gibbs-White nipped in front of him, and then Bentancur clipped Gibbs-White, and Nottingham Forest have a dangerous free kick on the left-hand side. So let's see how we fare against these lot. I just want to check Premier League scores. Hang on, Premier League scores. Let me do this. Okay, live game. Okay, so let's do that. There's the ball. The ball in the end came to absolutely nothing. Anthony Gordon with the Newcastle goal. So at the moment, as things stand, Newcastle are 5 points clear of Spurs. 5 points clear of Spurs on Newcastle. Southampton, West Ham is also going on today. So is Chelsea, Fulham. So is Bournemouth and Crystal Palace. Let me just check I'm not missing a game there. No. So here's Brennan Johnson on the right-hand side. He plays it back inside because he can't beat a man for toffee. And the ball is now at the feet of Dragoshin. And you can already see that Forest have kind of sat back into their shape. We know what we're facing here today. But Forest have sat back into their shape. I'll keep you updated in Aka Watch, by the way. I got a good Aka today, I think. I've got a good Aka today. Let's get rid of that. And let's get rid of that. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, perfect. So I'll keep you updated with any goals as they go in as well. I've managed to sort that out. Now, Forest are giving the ball away. And Kulusevski on a break. We've got a 4-on-3. Here's Sonny running through the middle. Sonny on again. He just looks... I don't know. It's not the Sonny of old, is it? The Sonny of old would have got that out of his feet, whipped it round the keeper. He just didn't really look like he had the legs to keep going. He didn't really look like he had the conviction to keep going. And here's Forest down the other end with Anderson, plays the ball into Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White out to Odoi. Hudson-Odoi, is he going to put it in? No, he gives it back to Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White's going to flick that in. That's gone all the way over the back, cleared by Udogie. Sonny's come back to help out and then lost the ball and then is fouled. So Sonny was fouled there, and it's a free kick to Tottenham inside our own box. But again, we've had a couple of times that we've gone forward, but not with any real conviction. Not with any real conviction at all. Here's Archie Gray at the back. He's going to leave the ball. So I thought Archie Gray was going to take that. He's going to leave it instead for Fraser Forster to take the goal kick. Unfortunately, yeah, listen, I'm not saying Son won't score more goals this season. Of course he will. He just doesn't quite look, I don't know. It doesn't quite look the same. There's the ball there into Pape Sarr. Pape Sarr's got some time on this left-hand side. He's driving through into the center of the pitch. Now, and then gives the ball away. It's so poor. It's so poor from Sarr there. Here is Elanga. Elanga, wow, that's a terrible cross. So Elanga, Spurs get away with one there. And I think the ball's gone all the way out for a throw-in. But Pape Sarr did the hard work, cutting from the left, drives into the midfield, and then just really poor touch and control, gets tackled, and then Nottingham Forest are on a breakaway. And we've really it's got to be better than that. It's got to be better than that. He always does for me, Dan. I think everyone goes well overboard about him, but he's got to, we've got to be better than that. Got to be better than that. Obviously, you've got the Chelsea-Fulham, the West London derby that's going on today as well. That's still 0-0, as is Bournemouth Palace. Bournemouth, another team that can pull clear of us today. If they win and we don't, we've got to guard against that. As it stands, Bournemouth are 6 points clear, 5 points clear of Tottenham. So Bournemouth and Newcastle both on 29 points as it stands. Forest on 32, Tottenham back on 24, which is really, really poor. So it's a free kick given away by, I think that's Anderson. Is that Anderson or Yates? For a foul on Brennan Johnson. I'm going to just swift my chair quickly there. Hopefully that's still a good enough position. Brennan Johnson. Yeah, he was taken down. Yeah, he was taken down there. So Brennan Johnson taken down. He's gone down. He's still holding, let's see, is he holding the back of his calf? Or his ankle? It looks like he's going to get back to his feet now. Yeah, he is up. He is up on his feet again now. Be good to see something from Johnson, wouldn't it? I don't mean a tap-in. I mean, like, it'd be good to see him really give a fullback a difficult day at the office. We've never seen him do that in a Spurs shirt. Anyway, here's Radu Dragashin. He goes back to Fraser Forster. Forster goes to Archie Gray. Archie Gray can bring the ball out. He's driving into the midfield, then goes out wide to Pape Sarr, who's drifted this way again. He's given it to Solanke, who's dropped all the way to the halfway line. Solanke then plays a ball down the line to Son. Sonny, his ball was easily cut out, and Forest have cleared it. Have they? Oh, they nearly bounced into the path of Spurs there. Here's Nottingham Forest on the left-hand side. Callum Hudson-Odoi is going to run at our fullback, as he knows he's gone back inside to Nico Williams. He goes back to the centre half, and Forest, they're not going to break at lightning speed. I think they're really considered. They've broken our press very easily there, and now have played a great ball through. No, I said it was a great ball. It wasn't in the end. There was far too much on it, but he had the right idea, wrong execution. And now Archie Gray can bring the ball out the back, and Sarr is pulling off onto this left quite a lot. And Sarr has given the ball away again. Oh, now, we've got away with that one. But Sarr already giving the ball away a lot of times. That's the third time this game he's given the ball away in 10 minutes in midfield. And it's a free kick given away for the foul on Son by Yates, who's going to get yellow carded. So Yates has been yellow carded. Yes. Yes, Sarr is he's not started this game well at all here, Sarr. Then again, I wouldn't say anyone particularly has, but he's noticeably given the ball away a number of times. So Ryan Yates will miss the next match for Nottingham Forest, by the way, for anyone that cares. I'm sure some people do. Ryan Yates will miss the next match for Nottingham Forest after that yellow card takes him to the maximum number of bookings. Here's Destiny Adogi. Tottenham are going to have to be patient here, I think, because Forest are not going to give us a lot of space. So here's Archie Gray running through. Here's Adogi back to Son to Gray. Gray then plays it into Sarr. Sarr's given the ball away again. Nottingham Forest are on the counter-attack. They've broken through. Here's Callum Hudson-Odoi. He's one-on-one with Jed Spence. Odoi cuts inside, has a shot just over the bar. And already, look, you can see Sarr, for me, is having an absolute mare. Sarr is having a mare in midfield already. He is giving the ball away way too many times. His passing is poor. And I think Forest wanted a corner there. I didn't think it was, but I don't know. Maybe I missed a deflection. But anyway, Spurs played on, and it's now a throw-in to Tottenham just by the halfway line. But a dangerous counter-attack already. Callum Hudson-Odoi cut inside, whipped his shot just high over the bar. So here's Tottenham on the right-hand side. Jed Spence plays a ball in, and it's cleared by Nottingham Forest. The ball in was to no one, really. It was in a good area, but there was no one really there. But better to see a fullback actually go on the outside and whip a ball in, and Tottenham have a throw-in. So just coming up to 12 minutes of the game gone. And it's Nottingham Forest 0, Tottenham 0. I would say Forest with the best chance of the game, you would say there from Odoi. Nothing really clear-cut for either team. Here's Solanke. He holds the ball up. We've just got to get a win by hook or crook here. And there's a foul by Kulusevski on Ryan Yates. And it's going to be a yellow card. I think we're going to miss the playmaking abilities here of Maddison. Let me know what you think in the chat. For me, I just can't I can't understand this constant need to leave your most creative player out. I just don't get it. I'll never understand anything this manager does. Anyway, here's Aina, takes on Son like he's not there. They've still got the ball here. Alanga plays it into Chris Wood. Chris Wood's going to go one more, is he? Chris Wood cuts in. He plays it out to Hudson-Odoi. Hudson-Odoi is going to lay it off, is he? He's laid it off to the edge of the box. Here's Anderson. He's had a shot. It's blocked, and now Tottenham can break. Forest had bodies over there, and now Forest are getting the tackles in well. And no, the referee has given, sorry, bear with 1 second, a free kick against Nico Williams. I didn't think that was too bad, but let's have a look. Brennan Johnson running through. I don't know. These are soft. I mean, look, it's a free kick to Tottenham, but I thought it was very soft. But again, the counter-attack is working each and every time. And let's just hope that Nottingham Forest can't pull this off. They're now showing David Johnson in the stands for Forest, Brennan's dad, who depends how old you are. If you're like me, I remember him scoring a hatful of goals for definitely Ipswich Town back in the day. Small striker he was, scored a lot of goals. Anyway, here's Spurs on the left-hand side, Kulusevski. By the way, when people say we play entertaining attacking football, I think it's really slow and methodical. And non-methodical at the moment. Anyway, here's the ball out wide to Brennan Johnson. He's on the right-hand side. Beat your man, Brennan. Beat your man. No, lays it off to Spence, back to Johnson. Just always does the easy thing, doesn't he? Here's Jed Spence. Goes back to Papasar. Papasar goes all the way back to Radu Dragashin. Dragoshin into Bentancur. He goes all the way home to Fraser Forster. Now Dragoshin goes out wide. It's put out by Nico Williams for a throw-in just by the halfway line for Tottenham Hotspur. We haven't really been able to string anything together here at the moment. I think the midfield looks very disjointed at the moment between Bentancur, Sarr and Kulu. It's not really working right now. Still only 15 minutes gone, though. Here's Murillo over on the left. He's mopping up as he's giving it away. And then he just muscled Solanke off the ball like Solanke wasn't there. And then Udogie gives the ball away. And the ref gives another free kick to Spurs. Morgan Gibbs-White is saying it was a shoulder barge. Chelsea are 1-0 up at home to Fulham, as far as I can see. When you say Forest are dirty, for me, Forest look like men. They look like they want to win every ball. I've got nothing wrong with people putting in tackles like that. Cole Palmer has got his 12th Premier League goal of the season. And what that does for the Premier League table, let's have a look at what that does for the Premier League table at the moment. Chelsea are 3 points off top. There's a ball in from Kulu. It's a terrible ball straight into the arms of Matt Sells. As it stands, Chelsea are second in the table, 36 points. Obviously, 3 points clear of Arsenal, who have obviously the game in hand tomorrow. But that's where we stand at the moment. By the way, tonight at 7:45 on Big Up, I will be doing a live watch-along of Liverpool versus Leicester City. Here's Kulu, plays a ball down the channel for Solanke, but Murillo's right on him. Murillo's a beast. That's how you defend. That was brilliant defending. Strong, powerful, got his foot in, didn't give Solanke a moment there. Here's Nottingham Forest driving through, but Jed Spencer's won the ball this time. Lays it back to Bentancur. Here's Papa Sarr. He gives the ball to Udogie out wide on the left. Udogie goes into... So if I'm right, the only two proper players that are missing today, if I'm right, are Van der Ven and Romero. Is that right? Everyone else is in the squad. I mean, if we're going to say Mikey Moore and Odeberg, but here's Kulu. A terrible ball from Kulu, giving the ball away. And now Forest are on the counter-attack with Elanga. That was dreadful from Kulusevski, but very well defended by Udogie, who got back to save the blushes of Kulusevski, who's not started well here at all. Just coming up to 18 minutes. Here he is again on the left, though. Kulu into Son, who's not started well. I can't remember the last time he did. He goes into Solanke. Solanke is battling and again gives the ball. Solanke giving the ball away like mad. And now Forest are on the counter-attack. We're just so wasteful with the ball. And now Forest, and they've gone back to their centre halves, but it's really wasteful. All day, every day, I would take Cunha. All day, every day. He's a really good footballer who won't be at Wolves for long. He'll follow in the footsteps of Jota and Neto, etc., etc. Morgan Gibbs-White was there, wasn't he? Yeah, he'll follow in their footsteps. Same as Matthias Nunes. Yeah, he won't be there long. Big up to everyone. Please do smash that like button. It really does help. We should be on 300 likes by now. And I really appreciate you. Yeah, I don't think his hold-up play is great. I keep hearing how good he is. But for me, Murillo has bossed him so far. Now Forest give the ball away to Bentancur. Interesting to see what he does over these 90 minutes, not having played a lot. Now the ball goes to Udogie. Udogie puts it into Son. Son plays the ball all the way back. He's just not dynamic anymore, is he, Son? Just there's no fear factor in Son. He might grab some goals, but the fear factor, when he gets the ball, defenders went, God, this is Son. As we thought, Forest 37% possession, Tottenham Hotspur was 63, and good defending there from Nottingham Forest this time, and a foul by Brennan Johnson. And Brennan Johnson Saying he got the ball, he didn't. It was a foul. Yeah, I know Vicario's out, but I mean, most of the games, you know, I think Forster's been our best player. But yes, you are right. Yeah, Vicario is out. But do you see my point? Like we're talking about, like we've got this dreadful, dreadful injury. I don't think we have. And it was a blatant foul by Brennan Johnson. So we're just coming up to 20 minutes gone. Nearly a quarter of the game gone. Goals in the Premier League. Obviously, Man City drew 1-1 with Everton. Bournemouth 0, Palace 0 at the moment. Chelsea 1, Fulham 0. Newcastle 1, Villa 0. Southampton 0, West Ham 0. And a ball into the box over the head of Chris Wood. It didn't ever look like it was going to reach him. And that brings everybody bang up to date. But again, down the channel, caused us problems. But yeah, Chris Wood was offside anyway. And Charlton Athletic are 2-0 up, for anyone that cares. Charlton Athletic just starting to put a little bit of a run together, it looks like. I just don't. I think they were crap before they came out of the team anyway. I think when we keep saying that, I don't think they were good before they dropped out. We were losing games with them. I just think it's an easy narrative to say we desperately need them. I think we were poor with them. Here's Radu Dragashin, goes all the way back to Fraser Forster. Forster launches the ball long. It's flicked on into the path of Kulu. Kulu, who's floated out wide to the right this time. He's one-on-one with, is that Yates or Anderson? I think that's Anderson. Laid off. Here's Jed Spence. Jed Spence has got a bit of space. Now gives it to Brennan Johnson, who, again, it kills all the attack. Whenever a ball goes into Brennan Johnson, he never wants to do anything exciting. It's always backwards passing. Here's Papa Sarr. Forest have got everyone back now. Here's Archie Gray, and all momentum just went there. We had a bit of an overload on that right-hand side, and as soon as it went into Johnson, he played it back 20 yards to the halfway line. And there's a good tackle by Ange on Sonny, and they've won the throw-in as well, actually. And Son, again, he was waiting for the ball to come to him. Ange was right on him, looked like he wanted the ball more. And it's horrible to say, but Sonny this isn't Son, is it? At the moment, it looks like we've bought a new winger from abroad who just doesn't know what to do. There's a throw into Forest. Ange is going to throw it down the line. Sarr wins that into a Doge, into Son. Son flicks a good ball this time over the head to Kulu. Tottenham have got 3 against 5 here. Murillo tries to win the tackle. It goes to Solanke. It's nearly fallen into the path of Johnson, but it didn't. And now Forest trying to clear it, but they're not clear it. And then the ball over the top. Won by Dragashin. Flicked on by Spence, but only as far as, is that Nico Williams? And then Forest play the long ball over the top again. Chris Wood brings it down, loses the ball. And now Papa Sarr can bring it forward. It's been a nothingy game, really, if we're going to be brutally honest. But Tottenham now, ball on the edge of the box. And again, Kulu gives it away. Too many little flicks there for me. Get it at your feet. There's a ball dinked into the middle, and Matt Sells comes out, claims that. Kulu, for me, giving the ball away far too many times in this game. Far too many times. And here's Ange. Forest are in no hurry, by the way, guys. They're in no hurry as the ball goes back to the centre half. We knew how they were going to play. You're spot on, Danny. You're spot on. It is a shame. I'm not saying I think he'll still grab some goals, but in terms of the fear factor, it is absolutely gone. I don't know what you're watching. The tiki-taka. We don't play tiki-taka. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, this is not. Yeah. Anyway, here's Tottenham with the ball in our own half. Dragashin goes to Gray. Gray goes back to Dragashin. Dragashin's going to drive through midfield. That's better. Then plays it out wide to Brennan Johnson. Will Brennan Johnson take a man on? No, he's played the ball into Kulu. Kulu's tried to turn. And Murillo is a beast. Murillo is an absolute beast. Absolute beast. So not a lot happening here, really. Both teams seem to be cancelling themselves out. Spurs want more of the ball, but at the moment, we're struggling to break them down. That's a good ball this time from Udogie. Udogie's ball, it didn't find its way through. Here's Spence, have a dig. Spence played the ball into Solanke's turn, shot, blocked. Here's Bentancur back to Johnson, fires it. Keeper saves low down, and now it's headed away. That's much better from Tottenham. And now Forrester on the break. Much better from Spurs. Move the ball quicker. And now Forrester on the break. Here's Odoi. Flicks it into Wood. Wood holds it up. He lays it off to Hudson-Odoi again. Spurs have got bodies back, though. Hudson-Odoi goes into Elanga. Elanga has a shot that goes 2 or 3 yards over the bar. But he's asking for a corner. I don't know if he's going to get it. I think he might have. But end-to-end stuff there from both teams. Brennan Johnson with the low drive. Matt Sells with the good save. It bounced up away. Forrest then countered, and then the shot went over the bar, and now everyone can calm down a bit again. Bournemouth 0, Crystal Palace 1, I think, at the moment. Bournemouth 0, Crystal Palace 1. Yes, too slow for me. Yeah, agreed. Here's Dragoshin, plays it into Brennan Johnson. Take your man. I'd love to see him drop a shoulder and beat a man. I think it would be brilliant, wouldn't it? Be absolutely amazing to see. Here is Kulusevski. He's out on the right-hand side. Cuts in onto his left. Still cutting in. He's come all the way into the middle of the park. Goes out wide left to Udogie. Udogie to Papasar. He's drifted all the way out wide left here. Into Son. To Udogie. It's gone all the way back to Gray. Back to Udogie, back to Gray. It needs a bit more urgency, doesn't it? 27 minutes gone as Bentancur, it's a poor ball, and that's out for a Forest throw. Really poor, sloppy ball from Bentancur there. So both teams having a chance there. So we look again, Brennan Johnson, it was a low drive. The defender got a touch on it and it bounced up off the defender. Yeah, Nico Williams got a foot on it and then Sells made the low down save. He should have saved it, by the way. And then the other end, Elanga with his shot over the bar. So both teams having a chance there. Now Tottenham have the ball. It's gone out wide to Brennan Johnson. Is Brennan Johnson going to take a man on? He's cut inside. You know what he's going to do. It's just so obvious. I would love to be a left-back playing against that man. Here's Nottingham Forest. They've won the ball and they're on the counter-attack. Nottingham Forest have 4-on-4. Spurs have got men clambering back. There's the ball through. And Nottingham Forest are 1-0 up. Look how easy that is. Counter-attack done every single time. Tottenham Hotspur cannot defend. Easy as you like. Tottenham are 1-0 down. Easy as you like. We lost the ball. They turned. I mean, can anyone be angry anymore? Is anyone angry? Aren't we just bored of seeing this crap now, week in, week out? Of course, we knew it would be one of the wide men. Let's have a look. Is there a VAR decision we can hang on to? Again, Spence. Why is Spence in the number 10 position in the first place? I think the only thing we can hope here is that he's offside. I don't know. I don't know if he was. I'd love to see that again. It's going to be very, very tight. But why? Again, yes. Why is our right back playing in the number 10, receiving the ball and giving it away? Let's have a look. I want to see what they do with VAR here. This is what we've got to hope for. Or has he given it? Guys, I don't have my commentary on, so I don't know. I think he was on. I think he was on. Can we get away with one here? Can anyone help me out? I haven't got the sound on. And Amazon aren't saying whether it's VAR or not. He's onside. He is onside. You can see it there. Yeah, he's clearly onside. Tottenham are 1-0 down. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I wasn't being demanding. Look, what do you do? What do you do? Look, again, why is our right back in the number 10 position receiving the ball? Now they're on the break again here, are they? No, this time Morgan gives it away, and Tottenham can come forward with Bentancur. Why? Who creates tactics where the guy receiving the ball with his back to goal in the number 10 position is your right back? Who does this? Who does it? This is just, I said, he's the worst tactician I've ever seen. I begrudge actually calling him a tactician. Can Spurs reply immediately? Here's Dominic Solanke. He goes out wide to Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson cuts in on his left foot. No. Waited so long. Then a crap pass out to the left. Here's Sonny. Plays it down the line. Adogi. Can he draw that across? He's dummied. He's pulled it back. And Forest have cleared it. And again, we're just so lackluster. And Murillo clears it as far as Adogi. Adogi and Spence are currently playing as number 10s. Aston Villa, I think, have had a man sent off as well. How are Porro and Adogi in the number 10 positions? These tactics are dreadful. Forest on the counter-attack again. Here's Gibbs-White. He slowed things down. Goes out wide to Hudson-Odoi. Oh. What do you mean here, sir? I don't know what this means. I don't know. Could you explain what you mean by that? And then we give the ball away again. Oh my gosh, this is Warren, absolutely. But don't worry, Savva's negative. By the way, Aston Villa have had John Duran sent off. So they're 1-0 down and John Duran has been sent off. So Newcastle really should be winning that game. I'll put the Premier League table up at half time. But as it stands in the Premier League, Nottingham Forest are 11 points clear of Tottenham Hotspur. And people are telling me that we don't have the players Forest do. Unbelievable. Forest on a counter-attack here. Brilliant play. There's Aina inside. And then they were unlucky there. But Spurs can break. Here's Solanke. He lays it off to Kulu. What a tackle. Murillo's I tell you what. Murillo, what a defender this guy is. This is a proper defender. This is a proper... Let me know what you think, guys, in the chat. Murillo? I think Murillo was a brilliant defender. Yeah, I'm not... Well, at the moment, it's 8. Sorry, at the moment, as things stand, this will be our 9th defeat of the season. As it stands, only 2 more teams have lost more games than us. Wolves and Southampton. It is... Yes, sorry, everyone. Sorry, there we go. 1-0. Sorry. The score. Yep. Sorry. I get carried away. You know me, guys. At the moment, we're 11 points off of Forest. It is madness. The problem is, if Murillo joined Spurs, he wouldn't look solid because we'd leave him exposed. Oh. Yes. I've updated the score. Here's Spurs. Brennan Johnson again on the right-hand side. Look, beat your man. No, plays it back. What do you do? Jed Spence now on the right-hand side. The Doggies in the kind of number 10 position here. What are we doing? Here's Brennan Johnson, lays it into Jed Spence, who does well, but then taken off him. Again, Candy from a baby. And now Nottingham Forest are going to break. And luckily for Spurs, the ball played over the top onto the on-running Chris Wood. It hit the back of his heel. Luckily for Spurs, otherwise he would have been one-on-one with our last man. But this is another tough watch from Tottenham Hotspur. I don't know what to say anymore, guys. I don't really. I just don't know anymore. I don't know how anyone can't see how bad these tactics are. I just don't know. Everyone, please stop saying change the score. I changed it 3 minutes ago. People still saying change the score. It's been changed. You can see it clearly. It says 1-0 to Nottingham Forest. Jason, I do not want this manager to have any more signings. I don't want him to ruin another footballer's career. I don't want him to ruin anybody else. He is killing this football club. Here's Archie Gray. Can Spurs hit back before half-time? Hang on. I'm just going to shut my door. Hang on. No, I'm not. Oh, we nearly conceded again. Sorry, I think my front door's about to go. Sorry, my front door's about to go, so I'll let the wife get it. But I wanted to shut the door so that we don't hear all the noise. So it's a free kick to Tottenham. Yeah, I don't even think it's attacking. I just think people are using buzzwords now. Yep, we're playing Archie Gray on his own. It's so bad. Here's Sonny. Can he save our blushes? He lays the ball back. That's terrible from Son. Absolutely dreadful. Sonny's got to go, any now. He cannot have another year extension, can he? Surely. He looks dreadful. Yeah, I mean, it makes you laugh. Ange said the other day, we have to play Gray at the back. We've got no one else. So you're thinking, well, hang on. Isn't Dorrington a young centre-half that plays for England and stuff? Great tackle from Murillo again. Son, he's lost it, innit? He's got no fear factor. So Tottenham with 37.5 minutes, just over 37.5 minutes gone, trying to claw their way back into this game. But Forest looks solid at the back. It's amazing what happens, isn't it, when a manager actually sets up to try not to concede. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I just don't get how anybody likes this stuff. Here's Kulu. He's going to take on his man, is he? No, yes, he's kept it in. No, yes, there's the ball over. Good save. Good save. That was better. Johnson was ghosting into the box. Got the ball under control. Took a shot. Let's just watch this again. Yeah, took a touch. His shot was, the keeper should have saved it. Yeah, well, it was kind of down his throat. He should have saved it, but that's where Johnson thrives, isn't it? It's not dribbling. It's ghosting into that box and getting a shot away. And at the moment, Tottenham Hotspur have a corner kick where I feel like we need a goal here before half time. So here's a corner whipped in by Son, and Sells clears it only as far as Jed Spence. Jed Spence, is he going to whip it back in? He is left-footed. It's gone all the way over to Solanke. Heads it back across. Forest clear it, but only as far as Sarr to Kulusevski. Kulu leaves it to Son. Sonny goes inside to Solanke, turns, shoots, hits the first defender, and then Forest clear the ball, and Forest look like they're happy to clear the ball and let us play in front of them, if we're brutally honest here. Here's Murillo again at the back defending. This time he's had to concede the corner, but Murillo has been excellent here today. He has been absolutely excellent, Murillo. Him and Milenkovic have got a really good partnership. Corner kick, whipped in, left-footed, cleared again by Chris Wood. And then Forest cleared the ball, but only as far as Papa Sarr to Udogie. Udogie's going to drive forward as he did, and then he checked himself, went out wide right. Here's Bentancur. We look like we're missing. For me, I would get Maddison on. Stop all of this nonsense of fullbacks trying to play in the number 10 position and get our number 10 in the number 10 position. Another clown decision by Ange. Just an awful football manager. A terrible football manager for me. Terrible. I mean, you say that, James. He's given the ball away so much today. I mean, I know we don't like to talk about these things, but he's been very sloppy today. And here's Milenkovic. He goes back to Sells, and Sells will clear it. No messing about. He goes forward, trying to look for Chris Wood. The ball is won by Dragoshin, and now Sarr can drive forward. Sarr does well to evade the tackle of Yates, who couldn't go fully committed because he's already on a yellow. Ball goes back to Jed Spence. Into Papa Sarr. It's like every game is a rerun of the one before, isn't it? As it stands, this will be our 4th defeat in 5 games, I make it. I don't know if anyone... Yeah. As it stands, this will be our 4th defeat in 5 games. If we lose this, 4 Premier League defeats in 5. But don't worry. As Ben told us on the debate show the other day, his plan is to get worse before we get better. I can't believe he said that. I just can't believe anyone had the audacity to try and say that. Anyway, Newcastle United are 2-0 up against Aston Villa, who only have 10 men. It's going to be a long day at the office for Unai Emery and his team. Oh, no, sorry, it's not been given. Sorry, whatever happened there, it told me 2-0, then it quickly cancelled it and said 1. So still 1-0. And again, good defending by Murillo. He's been a beast at the back there today. And here's Brennan Johnson on the right. Beat your man, Brennan. Plays it down the line instead to Jed Spence. He whips it in, and it goes all the way, flashes in front of goal. And there was too much on it, but it was into a dangerous area. And we're huffing and puffing, but there's just, I don't know, Solanke was on the penalty spot. The ball came into the 6-yard box. Big ups, Jamie Allen. Thank you very much. Who has said, when things are going wrong, it seems like Maddison is the scapegoat. Bang on. Maddison should be one of the first on the first names on the team sheet every game. Completely agree. Completely agree with you, Jamie. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate you. Absolutely. Every game we lose, have you noticed? Maddison is always the player left out. Serves Ange right for me. Terrible football manager. The guy who before the game said, "Oh, just say what you mean." I can't be any clearer. I don't know how many months I have to be clearer for. George, you're right. It's laughable. As Spurs give the ball away again in midfield, we've won it back, have we? No, here's Chris Wood. Chris Wood, oh, he's one-on-one with Dragusin. He hasn't got the pace, but lays it off to Gibbs White. Thank God it was a terrible ball. Thank God that was a terrible ball, because Nottingham Forest were in again there. Now Tottenham can go down the right-hand side with a ball to Dejan Kulusevski. Again, candy off a baby. Kulu didn't have the pace to get past his man. Gibbs White now goes back to, Forest are pinned in. Spurs are, no, we pressed well, but we just can't. Forest know when to clear their lines, right? Don't they? They know when to clear their lines. Here's Kulu. The ball's laid off, and it's a free kick on the edge of the box. It's a free kick on the edge of the box. The tackle by, I don't know who that was, but it's a free kick for the foul on Solanke. Chris, I know. Imagine. I know. It's definitely a free kick to Tottenham. It was a foul. Imagine me wanting our number 10 to be in the number 10 position over the two fullbacks. It's absolutely mad. Absolutely. Tottenham till I die. Exactly. There's no space. That's why I'm trying to help fans understand why these tactics are, not you, but help some of the fans realize why these tactics are so bad. They can blame Levy. Levy's not the, listen, I don't like Levy, but Levy's not the reason we're not winning this game. The tactics are dreadful yet again. Yeah. Oh, for sure, Dan. He's been superb. So, free kick to Tottenham. Can Tottenham Hotspur, there's 40 seconds and a half to go of injury time. Kulusevski with a free kick. Can he whip this in and give us to go in at half-time level? Kulusevski, left-footed. He's definitely got the ability to do it. He steps up. Forest have got a player laying on the floor behind the wall. Sonny takes it instead and into the side netting wide. I thought it would have been Kulu, but Sonny took it. And it looks like we're going to be going in at half-time, 1-0 down. Robert, yeah, as Ben said, we have to get to the bottom. No, we have to get to the bottom of the V. Get to the bottom of the V, and then what are you talking about? We're a mess. Just admit it. We're a mess. Murillo, definitely my man of the match so far. Hate to say it, but I can't defend Kuhn anyway. Listen, I don't think he's been good today. He keeps getting plaudits even when he doesn't do anything. There's the halftime whistle. What an absolute... It's a Spursy performance, right? It's a Spursy performance. 1 second, let me just quickly change this. There we go. That should be 45. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. That should be set. Guys and girls, you know the drill. 5-word answers to describe Tottenham or to describe that performance or the game, whatever you want to see. I completely agree with you. The worst Spurs manager I've ever seen tactically. I think he is dreadful. At the moment, as it stands at the moment, guys and girls, this is just as it stands. Tottenham Hotspur are currently 11th, obviously with Brentford and Man United to play after us. As it stands, this is ridiculous. As it stands, we are 10 points off the top 4, 11 points off Nottingham Forest in 3rd, and this will be our 4th defeat in 5 as it stands. The only 2 teams that have lost more games than us at the moment are Wolves and Southampton, 2 of the bottom 3, both who have sacked their managers. Stel, as I love you loads, could you talk? I need a wee so badly. Tell everyone how good we've been.
I actually think Spurs haven't been that bad. I don't think we've played badly. I don't. I think we've dominated the play in terms of possession. I think we've got into the final third quite a lot. Where we're losing this is in the final third, Johnson's done nothing. He had that one shot towards the end, the goal, he made a good save. Solanke, I'm told he suits the system perfectly. He's a really good player. What's he done? Son has been shocking. Son Heung-min has been terrible. Kulu giving the ball away too much or not getting his pass off early, so he's lost possession. Pape Sarr, how many missed passes has he played? So I think in the final third, we've lacked creativity and we've lacked any kind of killer edge, whether it's passing or shooting. So we're getting in the right places, we're dominating the play, but we're just poor in that final third, which is why I say things like we don't have good forwards. I keep saying this. But the real kicker is what I was speaking about if you were watching the show before kickoff. Ange doesn't coach defending, whether it's as a unit or as individuals. He doesn't coach it enough. One ball, and what did you see? The counter-attack comes. You've got 2 centre-backs, Dragusin or Gray. neither of them go to the ball. When that counter-attack happens, as a centre-back, you've got to make a decision. You have to make a decision. Do I delay or deny? Do I slow down the attack, which is about body shape and showing the attackers to go in a certain direction, or do I go and get the ball, put a tackle or block, deny? They did neither. They just backtracked. So they invited it on. And then that means because they're inviting it on, Udogie, who's high up the pitch, has to run all the way back. And guess what? He gets caught out of position. Savva, what I was just saying is, I actually think Spurs have been playing well. I actually think we've done well. In the final third, though, Solanke's been awful. Son has been horrendous. Johnson, other than that shot that he had at the end with the goal he saved, what's he done? So I actually think we are the better team in this game. But in the final third, we're showing we don't have the quality. But the kicker for me is this. Before the kickoff, I was saying how I don't think Ange coaches defending as a unit or as individuals. And what did you see? The counter-attack from Forest comes.
Yep.
Both centre-backs have got to make a decision. Either go and block or tackle, which is to deny, or delay the attack. They did neither. They backtracked. People are going to say, oh, yeah, but Archie Gray, he's not a centre-back. But Dragusin is. And Ange bought him and spent £30 million. For him to not go and engage or delay, sorry, you've been poorly coached, or Ange, you've wasted £30 million. Then the second problem is, because they haven't done their job, you're now looking at Udogie, who tactically is high up, has to run back. He's out of shape, so he gets caught. That is a tactic of Ange's. And then Elanga scores the goal. So you look at the goal and you think, well, isn't this everything that we've been saying about Ange? Defensively naive, tactically inept. Two defenders don't do their defensive jobs. That's down to individual coaching. You can't keep saying every week, bad decision. Bad. If we know there's bad decisions every week, who's going to grab them and say, right, you need to be coached? Because we're not seeing it. So poor coaching. And then why is Udogie the one that has to make a 60-yard, 80-yard run back to stop the guy that the ball's been passed to, Elanga? It's bonkers. That goal Forest scored was against the run of play, but we said before the game, if you're the Forest manager, that's what you look for. That's what
exactly.
They did exactly that. They did exactly the things we said that they would do.
The thing is, as well, look, I think we've done some decent things in the game. But for me, it's the basics that we don't do well. And I think a lot of this still, for me, stems from when that ball goes into the central areas, high up into their final third.
Yeah.
I don't want the two players receiving the ball to be Jed Spence and Destiny Udogie in the number 10 position. We've got a number 10 still sitting on the bench that wants the ball in that area. And that's how the goal came from. Jed Spence is in the number 10 position, back to goal. And it's not his game. I'm watching it now, right? They're showing he tried to receive the ball, but without shielding his man the way Maddison would. The ball was nicked from him. They go down the other end and score. And for me, still, it's like Ben Kaufman keeps saying. He's trying to reinvent the wheel whilst taking off the nuts and bolts that hold the wheel together. Why can't we just go to a more simplistic style of play where Maddison's a number 10, where the fullbacks actually play out wide, where Papa Sarr and Ben, like Papa Sarr spent his whole game over here on the left-hand side still, right? Papa Sarr, you watch him all game. He's always on the left, right? I want my central midfielder in central midfield.
Savva, how many times have you seen Papa Sarr this game lose the ball? And how many times have you seen this game, Kulusevski, taking too long to release the ball, and then either a foul or a tackle comes in on him and we lose possession? Kulu and Sarr this game have lost possession a lot. And then when the possession does get to Son or Solanke, Solanke's just smashing the ball at defenders standing in front of him. Mate, you're not going to score like that. You're just shooting for the sake of shooting, no intelligence. As for Son, he's been horrendous. He's been poor. He had a chance right at the beginning of the game. Square it. The player's there, man. Kids make that pass. He was greedy. And you know what? If you're going to be greedy, you have to score. If you don't score, then you have to be called out. And I'm calling him out. What the hell were you doing, man?
But so I've got to ask the question, right? Listen, second half, we could win this game. I'm going to caveat.
Yeah, 1-0, anything's possible. 1-0, anything's possible, yeah.
But as things stand still, the only two teams in the league that have lost more games than us, as it stands, are Southampton and Wolves, who are bottom 3 and have both changed their managers in the last 10 days. Still, there's got to be some... That's no coincidence. Those managers did appalling and have been sacked. We're sitting here going with, by the way, with much better squads. We're sitting here losing the same amount of games and everyone's going, but it's a process. It's a project. Still, I'm not angry at the result. I'm angry that we keep doing this. I'm just angry that this is the same thing. We're going to hear the same excuses, the same, but if this had gone in, but if we had done that.
No more excuses. There's no more excuses. Like I said before the kickoff when we were talking, I'm going to repeat it in case people weren't here for that. If Ange loses to Forest and Wolves, he must go. And I think they will get rid of him. I think they will get rid of him because you can't have 10 losses in 18. You cannot have that. And then next you're playing Newcastle, who are beating Villa, Liverpool in the Carabao Cup. They've shown us what they can do. Arsenal away. What do you think is going to happen, people? What do you think is going to happen if we can't beat Forest and Wolves and then we go into those games? It's a foregone conclusion for me. He has to get something out of this game, Ange. He must. Well, otherwise, I think that Wolves game is going to be so pressurized. And imagine we go 1-0 down against Wolves, how toxic that's going to get very quickly. So,
I mean, still, look at this, right? This is as it stands, right? Obviously, this could all change. As it stands, look at Arsenal in 4th, right? And Forest in 3rd. They are 10 and 11 points clear of us.
And
as
Arsenal
it stands,
they've got a game in hand.
Arsenal got a game in hand. Brighton above us will have a game in hand. Newcastle, who I heard at the beginning of the season were crap and their manager's crap, they're suddenly up into the top 5. And then you've got Brentford and Man United who have a game in hand. Plus, if West Ham score a goal today away at Southampton, they'll go on to 23 points along with us. Still, we are at the moment realistically better than the bottom 6, and that's it.
Well, yeah, this is why we've been saying Ange needs to go. This is why we've said why back a manager just because your argument is we can't keep sacking managers. You can if you've hired the wrong manager. You can if you've hired the wrong manager. And we spoke about him defensively naive. For me, my only criticism with Ange, my biggest criticism is defensively you refuse to give it the respect it deserves. You refuse to respect the defensive side of the game. And your answer to it is, but we're going to keep possession and we're going to make our chances count on the other end. Well, if that doesn't work, then you need to adapt. And for the God knows how many time over the last 18 months, he's not going to adapt. If Maddison comes on and Werner comes on and somehow we win, all will be forgiven. But the problem is, we will play another team that's clinical and they will punish this.
Yeah.
And it's just this back and forth where nothing actually progresses because for every good, there's a bad because you don't want to consider the defensive side of the game. I think Forest have got another goal in them. I think Spurs have got a goal. Savage, you know what? I'm going to stick with what I said. I think it's going to finish 2-2. I think Spurs will rally, get a goal, somehow get another one, but Forest will get another one as well. I think this will finish 2-2. I do. If we lose, though, he has to go, man. He has to go.
Quickly, let me quickly go to Super Chat. Big up Gary, who said Spurs halftime change, new manager, please. I think people are getting very, very frustrated. Absolutely. I mean, on a serious note, I would be getting Maddison on. I would be getting Son off, and I would look for something different in this half. A user, thank you very much. He said, why is Son starting? He's now a 20-minute sub at best. We'll talk about that in 1 second before the second half starts. Thank you to Gary. Thank you to A user. What I have done, guys and girls, I have put a poll in the chat that simply says Ange in or Ange out. I want as many of you to vote. At the moment, 13% of you have said in, 87% have said out. I don't know what the 13% of you are watching. Still, what a lot of people in the chat are saying, I can't obviously go to all their comments because there's 800 people in here. By the way, 800 people in here, only 313 likes. That is shambolic. Smash that like button. Guys, if I can get 37 more of you to subscribe, we'll get to 14,800 before the day is out. So please do like, do subscribe, and subscribe to Tottenham Away. Stel, as it stands, would you give this manager another transfer window?
No. I want him out. I don't want Ange at the club.
He's got to go.
I don't. His complete and utter avoidance of the defensive side of the game. I can't endorse that and say that makes sense. It doesn't. I just want to say as well, big up, because we're talking about defenders. I think Murillo and Milenkovic have been brilliant at centre back today for Nottingham Forest. I really do think they've been fantastic. First time I've really seen Murillo, and he's so far done really well. And Anderson, who I said before the game, is a player I'm looking forward to watching today. I think Elliot Anderson, other than the yellow card, I think he's been excellent for Forest. So, mate, they're a team, you know. Forest are a team. They got their way of playing. They got their tactic. But on that transition, when they go, they go. If they just had an Eriksen in this team, I think they're dynamite. I think they're missing a Christian Eriksen just to connect that final piece. And they're actually a very good team. But all it needs is one mistake at the back, one fault, and we can get in and get a goal. So
sure. But listen, I'm at the stage now where still I don't care if we win this game. I can't have this manager at my football club because
I know.
Every single game is a carbon copy of the game before. We said before the game, their danger is going to come from Elanga and Hudson-Odoi. And their danger in this first half came from Elanga and Hudson-Odoi. Look, you're more than welcome to stick around for the second half. It's about to kick off, or you might want to.
I'm going to go watch it. I've tried doing watch-alongs, and watching it, I can't do it. I don't know how you do it. Good luck to you. You're good at it. I can't do it.
Let's stop being negative. I love it. Big up to you. You've got the club you deserve. Stel, thanks very much. I'll probably see you at the end of the game.
Yeah, I'll come back after. All right, man. All right, take care, everyone.
Take care. Guys, girls, smash that like button. Come on, we should have so many likes, and we haven't at the moment. And the subscribers, everything, have been really tight today. Come on, people, it's Christmas. So Tottenham look like we're going to get the game, the second half underway. Has he made any changes? Has he made any changes? I can't see at the moment. It doesn't look like it. There's a second half underway. I can't see if we have or not. I don't think we have. Yeah, of course the Gooners want him in. I mean, God, wouldn't you? Any other fan would want us to keep him. Anyway, here's Nottingham Forest on an attack here. Morgan Gibbs-White sprays a lovely ball out wide to Hudson-Odoi. Hudson-Odoi cuts in, crosses to the back post. It's gone all the way over and cleared by Destiny Udogie, who heads the ball down to Son. Son flicks it back to Udogie, and Spurs can set off on another attack. Can we get an early goal here and save our blushes yet again? No changes. I mean, I just don't know. Here's Son, cuts in, lays it off to Kulu, lays it back off to Son. Son goes all the way back to Jed Spence. Ugh. And all momentum just died there completely. Here's Johnson, lays it off to Kulu, tries to spin his man, can't, isn't quick enough. Kulu lays it back to Johnson. Johnson just kills every move, goes 5 yards inside to Kulu. Kulu has a terrible shot from about 22 yards out, and no changes. Terry, it's that simple. He's doing a dreadful job. A dreadful job. I'm hoping a few people are now going to start to turn around and go, actually, Savva, we understand you weren't negative. Listen, we might still win this game, but this manager is not for me in any way, shape, or form. Anyway, the ball goes high. Bentancur loses out to, does he win it back? Good play by Morgan Gibbs-White, and then one back in the end by Sarr. Bentancur's not really had a good game here, has he? Anyway, here's Kulu into Brennan Johnson. Back to Kulu. He lays the ball off to Solanke, who plays a dreadful ball down the line. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Negative Savva with his team currently losing 9 games. in 18. We're currently at a 50% loss rate. It is absolutely... Rich, you are right. They are. There are so many obsessed. There are so many obsessed with this manager. I want to see who's going to be the first real Ange defender that comes out and says, yeah, I got this terribly wrong. I wonder who it will be. That person will get maximum respect. But they'll blame this on Levy. Listen, I blame Levy for lots of things, not for these tactics. I don't. Ange looking on there. 48 minutes gone. Ange just looking on. Here's Nottingham Forest with the ball at Aina's feet. He looks like he's going to go all the way back to Milenkovic. Milenkovic really, Wolfie is right. Milenkovic goes about his job quietly, just gets it done. Here's Murillo driving through. He lays it off to Nico Williams, to Callum Hudson-Odoi, who cuts in past Dragusin for fun. And there's a free kick. That's going to be a yellow card for Radu Dragusin for pulling the shirt back. And again, just too quick. Callum Hudson-Odoi was too quick for him there. I know. It's mad. It's mad. But he gets some tap-ins, so people like him. So here's I'm just drained of Spurs at the moment. Here's a free kick taken down the line. I thought they were going to push it in the box. Here is Callum Hudson-Odoi, but the ref's given a free kick. Apparently a foul by Morgan Gibbs-White in the middle of the pitch. Let's have a look. Morgan Gibbs-White. Yes, it was a foul. So Nottingham Forest have made a complete hash of that free kick, and Tottenham breathe again. So just coming up to the first 5 minutes of the second half gone. Nottingham Forest 1, Tottenham 0. We can't go 2 down here. Sorry, to state the obvious. We can't go 2 down here. We've got to get the equaliser. Can't go 2 down here. Oh, dearie me. Big up Scott. Said the Ange lovers can't come out and say they got it wrong because they've been so nasty to anyone who questioned him. I agree. The amount of people that abuse me for my opinion of this manager when the facts absolutely tell me I was spot on. It's madness. Always my man. Oh, Ben, yeah, top player. Top player. We said it last year. Big up, Alfie. There's another free kick given away by Dragusin, who needs to be careful. He's on the yellow card. There's a ball over the top by Forest, way too much on that, and it's going to go all the way out for a goal kick to Tottenham. So not a lot has really happened in the second half here. But again, Radu Dragusin's going to have to be careful here. We can't afford to go down to 10 men. Michael, I want this guy out. I don't care if we win 15-0. I want this guy out. I think he's a dreadful manager. I've said this time and time and time again. Some people are just so proud they can't admit that what they're seeing is true. Ben from the other night. Sorry, that guy just unbelievable. The nonsense. I've never, ever in my life, I've seen some bad takes. That was the worst take I think I've ever seen from anybody. That he's executing his plan well, is Ange, as we're currently on 9 defeats for the season. 9 defeats. So who has lost more? So it is Ipswich. Sorry, no. Southampton have lost 13 and Wolves 11. You've got to laugh at you at this stage. Oh my gosh, you've got to laugh. Spurs lose the ball in the midfield again. Here's Aina. He's going to try and run through on the right-hand side. Plays the ball into Elanga. Back to Aina. Back to Elanga. They're cutting in down the right-hand side. There's the crossover. Forster saved it, but not brilliantly. And there's a second save's better. Elanga, Chris Wood, Tottenham, what are we doing? Get it clear. Chris Wood lays it off. Cleared in the end, and now Tottenham can break. That was heart-in-mouth stuff again from Tottenham Hotspur, but can Spurs break? Here's Kulusevski. Kulu plays the ball into Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson slows it down, gives it to Kulu. Kulu goes onto his right, and then a lazy cross is blocked for a corner kick. Tottenham were all at seas at the back there. Fraser Forster didn't cover himself in glory. Morgan Gibbs-White was coming in with a follow-up, which Forster did well to save. And then the rebound shot was cleared into the path of Spurs, who then broke. And now we have a corner kick. Corner kick by Kulu, back post, and it's gone all the way out. It's a goal kick. So 53 minutes gone. Spurs have 37 minutes to do something here. I don't know if that was a foul by Solanke or Dragoshin or both. I don't know. But it's a goal kick to Nottingham Forest. Yeah, I just can't deal with this manager. I just can't deal with this manager. Anyway, there's the ball. Listen, there's still an equaliser in this for us if we do the right things. Brennan Johnson again gets the ball on the halfway line. You're thinking turn and go. No, he goes all the way back to the goalkeeper. What is he doing? And now it's a throw in to Nottingham Forest on just by the halfway line. The next goal here, I'm about to say something that's so obvious. The next goal is absolutely crucial. If we get it, who knows? We could go on and win it. If they get it, I don't know. Nottingham Forest look, I wouldn't say comfortable, but they don't look under pressure. Matt Sells clearing the ball down the line. Jed Spence wins the header. Then Benson Court and Morgan Gibbs-White fight for the ball. Forest win it. Now the ball has gone into Gibbs-White, who's lost it. Solanke can turn and run. Solanke, can he hold it up? He can. He's laid it off to Kulu. It's a good position for Spurs. Kulu is running in right-footed, and Gibbs-White gets back and puts it out for a corner kick. Again, it's just not decisive in that final third from Tottenham. So Tottenham with our fourth corner of the game. Forest yet to have one. Who knows? There's a corner kick cleared by Forest to the edge of the box. Sarr heads it down to Udogie. They're all telling him to go out wide, but he's gone inside to Jed Spence. Jed Spence turns, then goes out wide to Kulu, who eludes his man. Kulu's got space here and then waited too long, and it had to go back to Bentancur. I think he could have whipped that in sooner. Now Spurs have got Forest pinned in. Here's Papa Sarr. Lays it off to Spence. He lays it back to Gray. It's starting to look a bit foggy there. "14 months ago against Chelsea at home" was my breaking point. Here's Brennan Johnson. Tries to take on his man, but cleared for a corner kick. So Tottenham have another corner. I was starting to pick up a little bit of a head of steam here. So another corner kick. Can Spurs make one of these count? This is our fifth one. Corner kick floated in. Punch clear by Sells. Sarr with a shot rebounded, and it's hit the defender. And now Nottingham Forest. Spurs are in. Spurs are in. Oh, unlucky. Oh, we're asking for handball. Sorry, that all happened very quickly. The ball went over the top, saved by the keeper. And then on the rebound, let's have a look. So it came out to Sarr. His shot was blocked. Then the ball by Johnson, but the keeper made the save. Now Tottenham have won the ball back again here. No, it's a free kick to Nottingham Forest. So Johnson did well to bring the ball down. He did really well to bring it down, but then the shot straight at the keeper. None of these, please. Any fake scores, people will be banned. Fake scores will be banned. They will be banned. They will be banned, so please don't do it. So here's Benton Court. Tottenham just starting to have the majority now. Just starting to have complete control of the game. Got to watch against the counter-attack, though. So Tottenham have 69% possession to Forest's 31. We would have expected this. We said this before the game, that we'd have the majority. It's whether or not we can make any of this count. Dragusin, not with a good first touch. Now goes back to Forster. He lays it off to Gray. Now Spurs go all the way back to Forster. Chris Wood was closing him down, but Forster swiped it clear. Now Forest win the ball back. They've given it away. They've won it back. And now they're in a really good position here, Nottingham Forest. There's the ball through the middle. There's Chris Wood and a great tackle. That's a really good tackle by Jed Spence. And it's going to be a corner kick. Really good defending there. Is it a corner? Is he offside? Sorry, let me just see what happened here. Forest worked it well. Yeah, he was offside. Chris Wood was offside, but nevertheless, good defending back there from Jed Spence. Funnily enough, that's where I want my fullbacks, defending, not in the number 10 position. So an hour of the game gone. An hour of the game gone. Let's see how my bet's getting on today. No, that's never going to happen today. Never mind. Here is Jed Spence. Plays the ball back to Radu Dragusin. And then Spurs have lost the ball, but Hudson-Odoi couldn't keep it in and heads it out for a Tottenham throw-in. He'll pop up and score in a minute now you said that. Oh. Nottingham Forest in a dangerous area here, though. Here is Morgan Gibbs-White. Plays a good ball through. Anderson crosses it over, palmed away by Forster. The volley down by Elanga. The shot bobbled all wrong into the arms of Forster, but another chance, another opening for Forest. This next goal is going to be crucial, isn't it? This next goal is going to be absolutely crucial. Forest coming forward again. Here's Hudson-Odoi, one-on-one with Spence. He lays it back to Morgan Gibbs-White, who dinks it forward all the way to Ainao, and it's gone out for a corner kick to Nottingham Forest, their first corner of the game. I tell you what, guys, Forest, I said Spurs are now in, Elanga and Hudson-Odoi starting to get back in this game. As I said, Spurs started to have all the game, and now in the last minute or so, my box is about to go into standby. No, it won't. Nottingham Forest have just had 3 chances in about 60 seconds. By the way, West Ham have had a man sent off at Southampton. So Southampton 0, West Ham 0, but West Ham have had a man red carded. I'll let you know who that is in a minute. It was Rodriguez. Now the referee's got something to deal with here in the box. Milenkovic has gone down. He's talking with Radu Dragusin. By the way, Newcastle are 2-0 up. Newcastle are 2-0 up. But my app did tell me this last time, and it wasn't. But it is this time. Here's a corner kick for Nottingham Forest, though, in this game. And there's lots of pushing and shoving in the box. And the Newcastle goal, Alexander Isak with his 11th Premier League goal of the season. Good striker, Alexander Isak. He's finding form. Isn't it funny when he finds form, Newcastle find form? It's a corner for Nottingham Forest. Lots of pushing, shoving. Crosses come in, headed over the bar by Milenkovic, who got there in the end. No one had picked him up. And it's a goal kick to Tottenham Hotspur for 62 minutes gone. I definitely wouldn't take Ange at Celtic. I don't know anyone that would want Ange Postecoglou at their club. I just don't know anyone. Now, here's Tottenham. Can we break away? Here's Kulusevski. He's running down the channel. And it's a throw-in to Nottingham Forest. Kulu's saying it's Spurs. Nottingham Forest. And here's James Maddison and Bergvall with 28 minutes to go. Bergvall and Maddison coming on. Oh, dearie me, people. Dearie me. What has to happen for this manager to go? I don't understand it. This is the worst manager I've seen in the dugout of Spurs. Oh. Oh, please keep smashing that like button, people. There's lots of you in here. Only 381 likes. Come on, share the love. And please do keep subscribing. It really does mean a lot to me as we're closing in on, we're 230 away from 15K. Forest now flick the ball on down the line. Here's Morgan Gibbs-White. James Maddison, though, tackled him, but it's a throw-in to Nottingham Forest on the left-hand side. So Maddison and Bergvall on. Oh, the West Ham red card was overturned, was it? Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Thanks, Sean. Kulu goes back to Spence. West Forest have got us pinned in there. But it's a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. Newcastle off 3-0 up, I believe, against Newcastle, against Villa. The 10 men of Villa starting to pay. Bergvall's taken a knock there. I think that's going to be a yellow card for what has been the impressive Murillo. So Murillo on a yellow card there. Radin Dragosin's on a yellow card. I think Yates is on a yellow card. I think somebody else might have one, but I can't see at the moment. But 65 minutes gone. Absolutely, Rob. Absolutely. I think I deserve some Boxing Day love. Only 392 likes. We should have 500. Thank you. Anyway, long ball swept forward by Dragosin. It's starting to get very, very foggy there. So I'm having to really squint when the ball goes out to that our left-hand side. Here is Maddison. He dinks the ball over the top. And Milenkovic will come and clear that. Plays it out to Aina. Aina will take a touch. Plays it into Anderson, who plays a decent ball over the top. But Dragosin will deal with that instead of Chris Wood. And now Forster can clear the ball. Forster puts it down the line. Spurs win that one. There's a ball over the top. First time to Solanke. He's got Nico Williams. Nico Williams has taken the ball off him far too easily there. And now Anderson, who I think has been really good in midfield, can drive forward. No, the refs pulled it back for a free kick. Newcastle United, it wasn't a third goal. Apologies. I don't know where my app does that sometimes. So Newcastle United are 2-0 up as things stand in the Premier League. Just so you know, as things stand, it is Liverpool top with 39, Chelsea second 38, Forest third with 34, Arsenal in fourth with 33, a game in hand. Newcastle fifth with 29, Bournemouth sixth with 29, Man City 28, Villa 28, Brighton 25, Fulham 25, and Spurs in 11th on 23. So yes, it's all happening. Now here comes Tottenham again. We've lost the ball, but it's ricocheted to James Maddison. He lays it off nicely to, I think that's a Dogie. Sorry, it's very foggy there. A Dogie to Son, who is still on this pitch. Now Maddison dinks, takes a touch, and then his shot fired high. Yeah, I think so. So it's really foggy. It's really foggy. But Maddison got the ball, feinted one way. He did really well. He feinted, Cruyff turn, and then the left-footed finish was high and wide and not what he wanted. You deserve no love. Well, thanks for that. Okay. Cheers, mate. What a weird person. Comes into my chat. He's here for 3 hours and then starts saying, I deserve no love. What a weird person. Never mind. Here's Tottenham again on the halfway line. This time, lost the ball again, and Nottingham Forest can drive forward. There's the ball. Gibbs White's got loads of space. He plays it out wide to Adoy. He's one-on-one with Spence. Cuts in, loses the ball. There's the shot. It's fallen. Oh, I tell you what, we were lucky there. I tell you what, the ball deflected over the back. I didn't think there was any harm. It fell to the path of Aina. Let's see if he was offside. So Hudson-Odoi cut in, lost the ball. Then the ball deflected to Aina, and Aina, who had should have been a clean volley from 12 yards, miscued it, and we got lucky there. By the way, West Ham are winning at Southampton. That now means West Ham are level on points with Tottenham Hotspur. West Ham, as it stands, West Ham, who everyone wants their manager sacked, are level with Tottenham Hotspur. Now, we've got a superior goal difference, but West Ham, as it stands, will have 23 points. Jared Bowen with a goal and Fulkrug with the assist. So West Ham are level with Tottenham. Nottingham Forest saying that Forster handled the ball outside his box. The ref's having none of it. Wow. What more has to happen? When can we say goodbye to this guy? When can Daniel Levy do us all a favour and get rid of this fraud? He is a terrible manager. If anyone else was doing what we're doing now, any of those teams around us, we'd be going, God, ain't their manager shit? Big up, James Foley. Thank you for some love. Lucky Singh, can you stop spamming? I'll tell you what. Spurs have absolutely got away with one there. Fraser Forster was miles out of his box. Spurs have absolutely got away with one there. Wow. Here's Radu Dragashin. Gives the ball away, and it's a throw-in to Nottingham Forest. 20 minutes to go. Did anyone see that? How far out of his box was Fraser Forster? Thanks, Chloe. Love you too. All I want for Christmas is Ange. Oh. Yeah, yes, I truly believe they do, Ben. I honestly think we've got the worst manager in the league. I think he is dreadful. So Tottenham are level on points with West Ham and Brentford. And if Man United win their game, they'll go above us. This is getting embarrassing, isn't it? Absolutely embarrassing. 9 defeats as it stands. 9 defeats as it stands is atrocious. The corner kick to Spurs. So a corner kick, Sonny here to take a corner. Can he score like he did the other day? The corner kick's going to be whipped in from the left, right-footed, low, poor, cleared. And now Nottingham Forest have a break. James Maddison has tried to foul him, but Callum Hudson-Odoi is still going. And then the tackle in the end. I tell you what, we got away with one there. Again, on the counter-attacks. Now, can Spurs get their own counter-attack? His son. No, it just peters away. It's gone out to Spence, who's lost the ball, and now Anya can bring it away. There's just no oomph, is there? No oomph. Again, I mean, Hudson-Odoi there was through, but good defending in the end. Foxy, mate, listen, I never doubted you, man. I never doubted you. And there's Brennan Johnson, he's going to be booked for that. Surely going to be booked for that, isn't he? By the way, who came off? Bentancur and Sarr, was it? Was it Bentancur and Sarr? Sorry, I didn't even see. Let me just check. Yeah, Bentancur and Sarr for Maddison and so it was. Yeah, it's not Alanga is going off. I just don't know anymore, guys. I just don't know. Feels like everything people like myself and Danny and Stella have said has come true, but yet still people want to defend it. Big up to you, Simon. Hope you're well, my friend. Spurs give the ball away again. Here's Chris Wood. He's going to head it down, is he? Bergval's going to take it away from Forster. Chloe, taking a piss. Yeah. Oh. Mate, I don't know what this is. I just don't know. It's just all so meh. Kulu turns well this time, and then the ball is... I think he's been really poor today, Kulusevski. It's never his fault, though. It's never his fault. It's always Maddison's. I'm not blaming Kulu for anything, by the way. I'm just saying it's... Oh, Danny, maybe we can ring Celtic and see if they want to take Ange back. Yeah. So 15 minutes to go. Oh, I just can't deal with this. I think the thing is, where I've supported Spurs for so long, I'm just like, all those people making videos at the beginning of the season think we can challenge for the title, think we're going to finish third. Idiots, weren't they? All idiots, all of them. No offense. I'm sure some of them are very nice people, but what are these opinions? Oh, here's Dominic Solanke. He's dropping deep. Can he provide a bit of magic? No. Can he? He's still got it. He's luckily bounced back. His son lays it off. Here's Maddison. It's blocked. And Forrester defending brilliantly here. Dragusin into Spence, to Dragusin to Spence, to Dragoshin on that yellow card, remember as well. Here's Bergval. Goes out wide to Adogi. To Maddison. Nottingham Forest trying to clear the ball, but Brennan Johnson gives away the foul. Brennan Johnson gives away the foul. I think he's been absolutely horrendous, Brennan Johnson. Again, I think this is why he will never be a top player for me. Just lacks that yard, doesn't he? Good player, but just lacks that yard. I would swap managers, Scott, with Celtic right now. I would swap managers. I would swap managers with Plymouth. I would take Wayne Rooney over this. I genuinely think this is the worst manager I've seen. I mean, we won't get relegated. I can make that promise, yes. But we are bloody awful. Big up Simply Ace. Have Tottenham got anything in them? Maddison with a yellow card just being confirmed on screen. Have Tottenham got anything in them? in the last, what are we on, 12 and a half minutes of the game. Here's Nottingham Forest. We've got to watch out for the counter-attack. There's a ball spread wide to Hudson-Odoi. Hudson-Odoi brings the ball down. He's going down the left-hand side. Ball goes out wide to Anderson. Anderson plays it down the line to Morgan Gibbs-White. It goes back to Anderson. At the moment, they're reluctant to put the ball in the box, but they're keeping it well. Here is Nico Williams, goes to Hudson-Odoi, to Anderson, plays it well. They've worked it really well there, and then somebody gives it away. It was Gibbs-White, and now Tottenham. Can we go on the counter-attack? The ball over the top. Kulu's never going to get there. He just has not got the legs for that. Ryan, I could. I could, mate. I absolutely could. Big up to Karate. He said the players look lost and lack energy. Mate, wouldn't you look lost playing in this awful system? Big up to you, Karate. I really appreciate you. And then another super chat from Connor, who said, look back. I said 10 to 12. I can't stand. Look, it looks like you're going to be right. Thank you very much for the super chat, Connor. I really appreciate you. And everybody, please do smash the like button. And please be generous enough to smash the subscribe button, people. We're only 239 away from 15,000, which is a big target for me. Me? Not listening to me. See you later then, mate. If it's me you're talking about. Mr. Negative. I love it. It doesn't matter what happens. I'm negative. It doesn't matter that I've been absolutely spot on about everything. I'm Mr. Negative. Can you believe it? No, I don't know. My wife's pretty stubborn. Oh, important interception from Bergvall there as they tried to play Hudson-Odoi down the left-hand side. And here goes Udogie down the left. He goes back into Bergvall. Spurs have just over 10 minutes. Can we find an equaliser here? For me, a point is even a bad result. But at the moment, you'd take it, wouldn't you? Who would take a point right now if I offered it to you? Here's Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson pulls the ball across. And it's cleared high up in the air. Brennan Johnson brings it down. And then it's a goal kick. I don't know who anyone could. Best Christmas movie? God, I don't know. Home Alone. I'll just go with that. I know. Dan, forget that we've been right about everything. We're just toxic negative. It's so funny. All of these, you don't know Ange. Watch Ange in season 2. You don't know Ange. You don't understand Ange. Look at it. Look. Oh, I mean, can we, Dan, let me know. What's the score going to be? Are we going to find a goal? I mean, I predicted 7th this season. I mean, I'll stick with it. I think if we change manager, we can still finish in the top half. Oh my God. Timo is on. Timo and Porro have come on. Mate, I know it's madness. Honestly, that's even. It doesn't matter what I say. I'm negative. I agree. It's easy to say someone's negative if they don't like your opinion. These will be blocked. These will be blocked. These will be blocked if you do it again. Fake scores will be blocked. By the way, it looks like Fulham have equalised at Chelsea, I think. Fulham are a decent little team, aren't they? They've done really well. I'm not sure if the goal's going to stand at the moment. Someone let me know. I don't know. My app is telling me it's going to be 1-1. I don't know if it is. Can anyone confirm? It looks like it's Chelsea 1, Fulham 1. Yes, it is indeed. Chelsea 1, Fulham 1, unless VAR is going to get rid of something. Fulham 1-1. Listen, another manager I would take over this clown. Another manager I would take. So as it stands, I'll do the league table at the end. Yeah, Jimmy, when I said VAR, I can't see the game, by the way. It's just nowadays in football, you know what it's like. When you see a goal come on your app, you think, hang on, is it a goal? Because 2 minutes later, you normally get VAR. So I haven't seen it. I wasn't saying it was offside, mate. I don't know. I don't know anything. There's Timo Werner, tries to take his man on. Aina does well. Here's Madison, though, trying to dance through. Takes on one too many. And then, I mean, Forest have defended brilliantly, haven't they? Look how organised the team can be at the back compared to us. It's unbelievable. Here's Bergval battling in midfield, gives it to Jed Spence. Is there a goal in this for Spurs in the last 6.5 minutes? Is there a goal to save our blushes? Oh. Coming up to 84 minutes gone. Newcastle are 3-0 up at home to Villa. Villa going down to 10 men in the first half. And Newcastle are in good form, aren't they? Newcastle are in good form. This looks like this is going to be their 4th win on the bounce for Newcastle United. Can you imagine being in that sort of form? 4 wins on the bounce. Bruno Guimaraes with a goal. I'm going to say it. Tottenham Hotspur from top to bottom is rancid. I'm just going to say it. Absolutely rancid from top to bottom. I just don't know anymore what to. No, he's a clown. He's the worst manager I've seen at Tottenham. Sorry, Matt. Are you going to admit you were wrong? Are you going to admit you were wrong while defending your cult leader? Makes me laugh. These people, oh, don't say anything about, no, his management is clown-like. There you go. Does that make you sound better? Does that make you feel better? His management is so poor. His management is so poor. Does anyone identify with anything at this football club anymore? Anything at all? Mate, I've been Ange out for 14 months. I can't do this, manager. Oh, the Newcastle goal was disallowed. Spurs are in and it's cleared. The Spurs are in. Timo Werner down the left. 5 minutes to go, but Nikola Milenkovic, the impressive backline of Milenkovic and Murillo. Was he offside? He might have been offside if that had gone on to be a goal, but it's a corner kick. You tell me about it, Michelle. George, it is. It's like some people are now Radu Dragosin's going to go off injured, I think. I don't know. He's gone down hurt. Worst manager I've seen at Spurs. Worst manager I've seen at Spurs. 4 minutes plus injury time. And I can't imagine there's going to be a lot of injury time. I don't know what's happened. Hudson-Odoi and Wood are coming off. And Awoniyi and who else is coming on? Awoniyi and Sosa are coming on. Look at the players they're bringing on. If Spurs signed these players, we'd all say how bad he is. We'd all say how bad they are. How are Forest 11, as it stands, 11 points clear of us? Mate, Christian Gross had a disgusting squad. Right? Of course, Christian Gross was awful, but he had a terrible squad. Ange doesn't. Here's Yves Bissouma coming on for Tottenham. Tottenham have no subs left. Greg, completely agree. Absolutely. They love Ange, but they don't know our club. So there's a long ball by Nottingham Forest. It's gone all the way over everyone. It's bouncing through. He's in, is he? Here's Awoniyi. He's hit the side netting. Awoniyi's hit the side netting. The ball was bouncing. No one could kind of gain control from it. Awonyi was going against Gray and then Basuma, and then it sort of bounced to Awonyi, and he shot from a very tight angle into the side netting. Tottenham have 2.5 minutes to find a goal. Here's Basuma, who's now playing centre half with Archie Gray. Spurs have 2 minutes to find a goal. Yeah, for rivals, he is the best manager we've had in years, isn't he? That's the problem. For rivals, he is, mate. Here's Basuma. Spurs playing it across the back. Here's Gray into Maddison. Can we find a goal? Bergval into Spence. Can we find a goal to save our blushes? This will be 4 defeats in 5 Premier League games. Milenkovic away again. He's been brilliant. I thought Murillo was brilliant first half. Milenkovic has been superb second half. Between them, they look rock solid. Spurs have 1 minute and 15 seconds plus stoppage time. It's a corner kick to Tottenham. On the right-hand side, surely we can grab an equaliser. Can't agree more, Patrick. Can't agree more. Leave him in Nottingham. Send him back to Celtic. Can Spurs grab a last-minute equaliser? Corner kick comes in, headed away over everyone. And now Tottenham have got the ball back, though, through Basuma. Come on, get it in the box. Here's Porro. Get it in the box. Kulu plays it low into midfield to Spence. He goes all the way out to Werner. Werner into Spence. Lays it off to Maddison. He dinks it over everybody and headed clear by Murillo. And now Tottenham have got the ball again. Got to get that ball in the box. Here's Archie Gray out wide to Jed Spence, who's who's at the left back area. Here's Pedro Porro down the line to Johnson. He whips it in first time, and Forest again. Murillo has been a brick wall. There's another ball in by into Solanke, headed wide, and we are now into injury time. Tottenham Hotspur have 5 minutes of injury time to save our blushes. This is going to be, we are 5 minutes away from 4 defeats in 5 games, and only 2 clubs have lost more games than us this season. Wolves and Southampton. And what have they both got in common? That's right. They've both sacked their managers. 4.5 minutes to go. There's Nottingham Forest on the attack. Here's Awonyi. The ball swept wide. Not a good ball. And Tottenham can win it back. Can we now counter down the right? Pedro Porro with an aimless ball over the top. And now it's headed out for a throw into Tottenham. 4 minutes to go. Here's Bergval. Kate saying, I hope he's sacked tonight. I wanted him sacked a year ago. Here's Spence into Bergval, into Gray. We've got 3 minutes and 40 seconds of injury time to go. Here's Kulu on the edge of the box. Not a good game for Kulu today. Here's Porro, whips it in, headed out. And now can Kulu get there? No, he couldn't get a shot off Bergval. Here's Porro, plays it across. It's all Spurs. Forest with a backs to the wall. Here's Maddison. He's trying to get on the ball and make some things happen. Can he get the cross in? Here's Jed Spence. He's trying to go past his man. He can't. And Forest are going to clear this down the line. They've cleared it down the line, but only as far as Basuma. And Spurs have got 3 minutes. Spurs, can they get? And it's a free kick to Tottenham Hotspur. A free kick to Tottenham Hotspur. Let's see who's just sent me what. Now my TV thinks it's turning itself off. No, you're not. Spurs have 2.5 minutes of injury time left. This is going to be 9 defeats if we don't find an equaliser here. This is going to be 9 defeats from 18 games. This is utterly embarrassing. Can we salvage a point here? Maddison going to whip this free kick in. Come on. Maddison whips it in. Low, hard. It's fallen to Werner. He leaves it to Maddison, who's going to lay it off to the edge of the box. There's Kulu. He's going to try and dribble, and he's being dispossessed. He's been utterly awful today as Kulu, and it's going to be a Nottingham Forest free kick, and Jed Spence is going to get a yellow. Has he got a yellow card there? I think he's got a yellow card. Yeah, Jed Spence. So there's 1.5 minutes to go. This can't carry on, can it? I would. I don't think he will. I think Newcastle are 3-0 up now, by the way. Bournemouth 0, Palace 0. Bournemouth 0, Palace 0 is a full-time result. Newcastle 3-0 up. They are 3-0 up this time. The goal scorer was Joe Linton. So Newcastle have beaten Villa 3-0 today. It's a red card, sorry, for Spence. Spence has been red carded for a second yellow. It is going from bad to worse. Dragosine off injured. Spence red carded. What is going on at this shambles of a football club? Archie Gray heads it out. Nottingham Forest have 40 seconds to hold on to go 11. 11 points clear of Tottenham Hotspur. How embarrassing is this? Utterly embarrassing. This is the worst I've seen Tottenham for 30 years. The worst I've seen Tottenham for 30 years. Ben, absolutely, mate. My TV's trying to do me a favour. It's a free kick to Nottingham Forest. They've got 15 seconds left. It looks like Fulham have found the winner at Chelsea in the 95th minute. So it looks like Fulham are going to pull even further away from us as well. This is just we are embarrassing. Fulham are 2-1 up at Stamford Bridge, and it's going to be a corner to Nottingham Forest. We're into the 96th minute. Tottenham are an utter shambles. Utter shambles. The manager picks the wrong teams, the wrong tactics. This manager is absolutely shit. I'm not mincing my words. He is the worst I've ever seen. Nottingham Forest trying to hold the ball in the corner. The game is finished. Tottenham have lost again. Please, 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 if we all pray to the football gods together, can we get this man out of our football club? Utterly shambolic, embarrassing. Get this man out of our football club. Please, please, please. No excuses. No excuses. It's just dreadful. Game in, game out. But don't worry. We beat Southampton, who are bottom. We beat Southampton. That's all that matters. Sean, absolutely. Get this guy out. United and City being crap is taking the attention off Ange. This is madness. This is absolute madness at this football club. Chelsea Fulham is still going, I think. Hang on, let me see if I can find that game, if it's still going on Amazon. Where are we? It looks like it's still live. Let's see if we can get the last few minutes of that game. Guys, I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what to say. Chelsea won, Fulham 2. Bournemouth drew 0-0 with Palace. Newcastle have beaten Aston Villa 3-0. Southampton are about to lose at home to West Ham, who are now level on points with us. And we're only above them on goal difference. So I've just moved over for the last second of Chelsea. Here's Cole Palmer. Dinks the ball to the back post. Oh, it's a good save because Chelsea nearly equalised in the last minute. Guys and girls, 5-word answers. Sum up Tottenham Hotspur. Sum up Tottenham Hotspur. Today's game in general. Sum it up for me. 5 words. 9 losses and 7 wins this season is absolutely embarrassing. I am not going to hold back any longer. All of those people that made videos about me, that told me how great Ange is, I'm not a real Spurs fan. This is on them. They want this manager. They want this manager. They want this clown in charge of our football club. It is the worst I've seen it for 30 odd years. We are bottom half, level with Brentford and West Ham. We are level with the team in 13th. Brentford have a game in hand. Man, you have a game in hand. We could finish the weekend in 13th. Let that sink in. We can finish the weekend in 13th. And we've still got fans that think, give him more money. Give him more time. This is unbelievable. Where's Ben? Come on the show now, Ben. Where are you? Where are all those people who doubt me? Come on my show right now. All the people who doubt me. All those people who made those videos saying Savva's negative. I've been absolutely spot on about this club. Absolutely spot on. Where are the apologies? Right? We lost 12 games all of last season. We've lost 9. We've lost 9 games this season. It is utterly shambolic. Stel, 50% loss rate. We have lost 9 games. Right? I'm going to show everyone the league table in a minute, but Stel, talk to me about that second half.
Can Ben please come on and talk to us about your feelings? Can you please come on and talk to us about your gut instinct? Because I'd like to hear that one. And I'm talking about Ben, who came on Savva's show the other day, not Ben from We Are Tottenham TV or Ben Kaufman from Tottenham On Tour. Yeah, look, at 1-0 half time, I thought we're attacking. We can get a draw here. You never know, maybe nick a win. But Forest, they've always got that chance on the counter attack, and that second half was pretty much a repeat of the first half. Lots of possession, lots of going forward, no creativity, no spark, no killer pass. Brennan Johnson, son, why was he on the pitch for so long? Solanke offered us nothing again. Werner came on, absolute waste, a tragedy of a signing. All the fans that told me, Werner, good bit of business, you're all heads gone. Maddison came on. I mean, he didn't really do much. Why do we have to wait 20 minutes in the second half for Maddison to come on, make the changes at half time? And the real killer now is Dragusin's gone off injured and Spence picked up a red card, which means we go into the game against Wolves, a must-win game now, a must-win, or for me, Ange is gone. No Van der Ven, no Romero, no Davies, no Spence, no Dragusin. Good fucking luck. Because if you're Wolves now and you know that, you just go for the kill. Just go for the absolute jugular because they're there. We're there for the taking now. It turned out to be a lot of huff and puff and no blowing the house down, Savva. I mean, for all the possession and the attacking play, what did we actually do with it? Like, what did we actually, other than one really good save from their goalkeeper towards the end of the first half? I felt Forest were in control defending. I felt they were comfortable absorbing pressure and defending. Yeah, I think they wanted that. Solid. I think they wanted that game and they got it. And they looked a danger on the counter attack. But mate, see, this is what I mean about Ange Ball. Do I want to see us go 1-0 up and then kind of protect that and play counter attack for the rest of the game every single week? No, I don't. But are there games, are there moments where that works? Yes, it is. And today, Forest did that and it worked. Would Ange ever do that if needed? No. And this is why I want him gone. This is why I want him out. Because once in a while, that's needed. Arsenal, once in a while, they do that. Once in a while, Chelsea, they do that. Once in a while, different. Fulham did it against Arsenal. Fulham have been one of the most attacking teams this season. As soon as they played Arsenal, right, we're going to play different. Forest today, do you know what? That was a masterclass from Nuno. I don't have as good a players as you. I don't have the resources you have. But what I have is a method, a way, and the players that I bring in are going to work that way. And where we can be more attacking, we will. Where we need to be more defensive, I know we're set up for that as well. I think Nottingham Forest are a more balanced team than Spurs, and that's what won. And that comes down to the manager. Savva, listen, I think Ange is going to get sacked, man. I think he's in big trouble.
Still, can I tell you why I'm annoyed with you?
Go for it.
Because you said we have to wait till the Wolves game to sack this bloke. I want him sacked tonight, Estelle. This guy's got
I want him
tonight. He is a.
I want him gone now, but I think that's what it's going to take.
Still, I genuinely. By the way, there are 1,200 people in here. Before we do anything, 1,200 people, 450 likes. Shamelessly, please smash the like button. It's what helps YouTubers. And guys and girls, I'm going to be shameless. I know I'm not the biggest channel in the world, but that's where we are at the moment. 14,769. We're 231 away from the 15K. If 200 of you could smash that subscribe button, we will get there today. So please do subscribe. Subscribe to Stella as well. I'd really appreciate it. Still, I'm at the stage where the laughing is nervous laughing because it's like, I don't know what else I can say that will make some fans wake up to how shit this manager is. Like, I got people in the chat saying, you wanted to lose. What are you talking about? Whether I want Spurs to win or lose is irrelevant. I'd never want us to lose, by the way. This manager is making us a laughing stock. This is the worst I've seen us, Stell, for 25, 30 years. I'm trying to remember a worse time.
I pay £1,000 a year to have a season ticket. Why would I pay £1,000 a year to want us to lose? What kind of psychotic behavior is that? I actually have stopped going to Spurs games. I've been to hardly any this season because I'm fed up of it. I struggle to watch this shit. So I agree with what Savva's saying. So someone that agrees with what Savva's saying, why would I spend that money if I want to lose? See, this is what's happening now is the excuses were it takes time. The excuses were wait for him to get his players. Then it was project, plan, process, injuries. What's the excuse now for that? What's the excuse? Because there isn't any. When the excuses have run out, when the argument has been lost, there's three things you can do. One, admit that maybe you were wrong and you didn't quite see it. Two, go quiet. Or three, right, I've got to destroy these people. You wanted to lose. You're negative. Yeah. You're toxic. That's not your argument, buddy. Right? The excuses. Savva, what's the excuse for that today? It can't be we're down to 10 men because that was 5 minutes to go. It can't be the back line because they only scored one goal. What is the excuse for today, people? Everyone was fit today. I'm talking about players that actually start, except for Romero and Van der Ven. They're the only two players that would have been missing today. Bentancur was back. We had all our attackers. Richarlison I don't class as a starting player. Please don't put him in the equation. What's the excuse for today? I want to know what the genuine excuse is. If it's injuries, who specifically would have made the difference? Van der Ven. The two centre-backs were caught out regardless. Same as Liverpool. High up, caught out. It's the tactic where we've been caught out in the high line often. So which specific player, if fit today, means we win that game? I would like to know that, and I want it explained to me as well. Explain to me why.
Mate, they can't. Look, listen, I'm going to bring up the Premier League table, right? Just because that will cheer everyone up for a little bit, right? And again, when people keep telling me that I'm not using the Kane excuse anymore. We didn't replace Kane with the league's top goal scorers. I'm not going to use Kane as an excuse, right? Look at this. This is the Premier League table. Look at it. We are 10 points off fourth by at Christmas. We are 11 points off Nottingham Forest. Right? We are now 6 points behind Bournemouth. We're 5 points behind Fulham. Look at West Ham are level on points of Estelle. Everyone wants their manager sacked. They're level on points. And now let's look at the really embarrassing thing, shall we, mate? Fourth column as always, which is the defeats column. Look at that. Brighton have lost 4. We've lost 9. Yeah, look at that. We've lost more games than Brentford, West Ham, Man United, Everton, Palace. Same as Leicester, same as Ipswich. Only Wolves and Southampton still have lost more games of football than Ange. No one's going to blame this on injuries or tiredness. This is a shit manager. This is a dreadful, dreadful manager. And my question to you is, can you remember a worse period in the last 30 years?
No, the stats back it up as well. Listen. I think we're at that point now where a big decision needs to be made. Either the board come out and say, he's our man. This is a 5-year process. We're backing it to the end because that's what we set out to do. Or they come out and they say, this hasn't worked. We've got it wrong again. And we can't continue like this. And he goes, there has to be something has to give. If they're going to back it, then they need to tell us, because it's not fair on fans. Like this, there's a lot of fans that travel 2-3 hours today to go to that game in the cold weather, off the back of Christmas with the families that now got to travel back. What on earth were they watching? What on earth were those fans watching? Right? And they're loyal. They're there because they love the club. They will back the club through thick and thin. They deserve so much better than this, right? We as fans deserve better than this. And the club needs to make a decision now. Either they tell everyone, we're going to see this out 4 or 5 years, and then we just sit here for the next 4 or 5 years and say, right, well, we're just going to have to sit and wait then until then. Or every week when we get a bad result and they're becoming more and more and more, we as fans are going to call out this manager. We're going to call out the players he's signed. We're going to call out the recruitment. We're going to call out the chairman. And it's going to get more and more and more toxic to the point of where us fans are going to end up wanting to kill each other because we disagree on everything. So me, where I stand with this, I want him gone. I like the way he tries to attack. I like the fact that he's a humble human being, but his complete negligence towards defence, his naivety in terms of the players that he keeps on the pitch for too long and the players who deserve more minutes who don't get them, that's enough for me to say he's not the guy for Spurs. He might get us top 6 and thereabouts, who knows? But for a guy to take us forward to where we were kind of almost with Poch, to get us at least back to that, he's not the guy for me, people. He's not. And it's nothing against him personally, but I want Ange out. I want him gone. And I've been like this for a long time. This isn't knee-jerk. I've been saying this for a long time. I don't want Ange as the manager of this club. And it's not because I hate him. I just don't rate him as a manager. I don't rate him.
Yeah, look, I'll come to Dan in a second. Good afternoon, Dan. I just want to quickly do some super chats. But again, there's nearly 1,300 people in here and only 550 likes. This is shocking. Smash that like button, people. There is a poll as well, which would be great if everybody would vote. So far, 960 of you have voted for Ange in or out. Ange out 79%, Ange in 21%. I tell you what, I don't smoke. I would love to smoke whatever that 21% are smoking. Big up to a user who has said, only way these fans will learn is if we get relegated. A user, I think these people are so doubled down, quadrupled down, 10 times down on their Ange opinion. Even if we got relegated, they'd find an excuse. But big up to you, my man. I appreciate your support. As always, DMB forever. Appreciate your support. Much love, my man. Soul Boy. I said, Stel, Savva, Levy will not sack him. He protects Levy and the board. We'll talk about that in a minute with Dan. Big up to you, Soul Boy. Really appreciate that. Big up Tony. Thank you so much, who has gifted a Football Heritage TV membership. Whoever that went to, please say thank you to Tony. And Tony, thank you for your continued support, and Ange out as always. Nigel C has become a YouTube member. Big up to you. As I said, from January, I've got a lot of new stuff coming on my show. One of them will be a members only show once a month. Stella and I have got our own show coming on Tuesdays. Is it going to be Stella? Do we say Tuesdays? Where we're going to have a Ask Stella and Savva. You send in the questions before the show. and we'll answer them. Big up to you. And John Lee has said, no offense and no defense. I don't need entertainment. I need Ange sacked tonight. John Lee, I can't disagree with you at all. What I will say is I'm more than happy if anybody like Ben from the other night wants to come on right now and tell all three of us why Ange is a good manager and why Spurs are good and going in the right direction. Please feel free to let me know. Danny, happy Christmas to you and Beth.
You too. And you too.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas, Dan.
You too, mate.
That's 22 defeats in 42 games. We've lost 14 of the last 25. We've lost 4 of the last 5 Premier League games. Our only win in that time has been Southampton, who got their manager sacked. We have lost 9 games out of 18. We're rooted in the bottom half of the table. We're 5 points off 9th. We've lost more games than every other club other than Wolves, other than Southampton, who both sacked their managers. Other than that, can you give me a positive, please?
No, not on that one. Not at all. That was diabolical. Simple as that. I mean, no player looked like he had the passion in it. Everyone looked, here we go again, basically. Yeah, you can say a couple of them tried. But it looks like the team's broken in the aspect of, I don't think they're digging him anymore. And this man has got to go yesterday. We've been calling it out for a while. Did we want to be right? And I think I could vouch for you two and others on this. No, we want to be wrong. We want him to prove us wrong. We want him to get up there and challenge for the title and win things. This manager is not for me. He's not even Premier League standards for me. I said it ages ago. If he was to take a team on, a proper mid-table team as such, well, you can say we are, but it'd get him relegated with his tactics.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
He has not got a clue. And again, he just stands there. I mean, he doesn't start with Maddison. He's about the best playmaker we got. I'm sort of like half lost for words with it, and I very, very rarely am. It's just, I cannot see how anyone can keep supporting this manager. I get no one wants to start all this again, go get another manager and that. But like you said, and others have said, it doesn't mean the process has got to change if there is a bloody project or process.
Agreed.
We just need someone who can do the job properly.
Agreed.
And it's not him.
Agreed. I mean, look, Dan, you're spot on with all of that. I mean, still, look, let's talk then. We spoke before the game about the decision to leave out Maddison. We spoke at half time about it meant that Jed Spence and Destiny Udogie spent most of their game in the first half in the number 10 position. Is he getting anything right? Like, for me, the front three doesn't look right. The midfield never looks right. The fullbacks don't look right. Is he getting any aspect of this team right?
Yeah, I mean, we've won half of our games, so he's getting half of it.
Well, we haven't.
This season, we haven't won half our games?
No, we've won 7 and lost 9.
Right, so he's got 35% right. I'm trying to do what other people do and grab a positive.
Got all positive on us, Dan.
I'm trying to grab a positive.
Scrimping and scraping at straws, basically.
For me, I don't think Ange is atrocious as a manager. I don't. I just feel that he's not the level we want. He's not the level we need, which is top 4 minimum. He's not that guy. I don't buy into it in any way, shape, or form. So, in terms of trophies, do I think he'll win us a trophy? No, I don't. Because, you know, if you can't beat Forest, what are you going to do when you play Liverpool in the Cup? When you play Lazio and Real Sociedad and, you know, some good teams in Europe, what's going to happen then? So I don't buy into it. I've never bought. As soon as we re-signed Werner, I was done. I said, this is everything that was wrong with the previous managers. So, in terms of today, look, 1-0, you're still in the game. I'm looking for some substitutions at half time. Right, we've got to try something a bit different. No subs. I think the first sub was after 20 minutes of the second half. Look, you've just lost almost half of the second half. For what? You know, and then he he brought off Bentancur. Fair enough, he's tired, and he took off. Was it Sarr? And he brings on Bergvall and Maddison. I'm like, well, who's your holding player? Surely Basuma and Maddison. It doesn't make sense. And then, I mean, he brings on Werner. What's he scared of? Not bringing on Lancashire, the only other striker we've got in the club. Why have him on the bench then? And I knew we were going to get a red card because I could see that Forest were getting more physical and getting into us. And I actually thought Dragusin was going to get sent off on one of the corners where they were really rattling him. And lo and behold, we threw everything up top to try and grab an equaliser. And Spence took one for the team, but he was already on a yellow and now he's suspended. So I knew we were going to go down to 10 men. And in the WhatsApp groups that I'm in, I even said Dragusin's getting sent off. Because I could just sense that a red card was coming for us because of the way the game was going. So I'm not surprised we went down to at 10 men. At 10, yeah, it's frustration, Dan. And it's going to cost us because now we've got so many defenders. We've got Dragusin who went off injured and Spencer suspended, adding to the injury woes. Who's your back four now against Wolves? Porro, who's knackered, Badogi, who's playing shit, Gray, who's not a centre back. He's going to have to play Dorrington or Basuma or Sarr, which is disastrous. If one of them gets tired in the game, if one of them gets injured, we literally are up shit street now off the back of this game for the Wolves game, unless miraculously Romero or Van de Ven makes a return, remarkably. So,
but guys,
it's unreal. It's unreal, man.
I've got something positive I can bring to the table. I've got something positive. This is just for you, Danny.
You won the lottery? Scratch card came through?
I actually won £2 on Tuesday night. Yeah. You know when you get the email in the middle of the night that says you've won the lottery? You've won a prize. And I'm like, I put on a tenner to win £2.20 back or something. Would you like to hear something? This is just embarrassed. Like I find this funny at this stage because most of our fan base want this, by the way. That's why I find it funny, guys. Most of our fan base want this guy. So the starting 11 today cost around 265 million, excluding Son. Add the bench for 125 million, of which 100 million was used today. In total, close to 380 million. Ange is responsible for about 230 million of that. Now listen to this. Listen, this is mental, guys. The last 25 games, going back to March last season, right? The last 25, we've lost 14 and taken 29 points from 75. 29 points from 75. We're nearly at a 1 in 3 ratio of points. What more has to happen, Dan, for this guy to be on Sky Sports News tonight with this guy is sacked? This is dreadful.
The other thing as well, with people going on about conceding goals, scoring goals, I noticed something literally off the corner of my eye yesterday, just looking at the tables last season, this season. We're actually now level on goal difference to what we were this time last season. Yeah, I thought we was conceding less and scoring more. I thought we'd improved in defence and improved in attack. Our goal difference is exactly the same as it was this time last season. We have done nothing to improve since those first 10 games. And even after the first 5 or 6 games, you could see there was definitely some luck involved there. Every player, bar, like I say, 1 or 2, as they've come back on their selves player, basically. They're not as good as they were. They're being played in the wrong positions. They're being played to the wrong style. Again, bar 1 or 2 of them. How can anyone back this manager now, realistically? Now, I get if they want to back him from the heart, yeah, in the aspect of, I don't want to go through all this again. He's a nice fella, this and that. I get all that. But if you're using your brain, how can you back this manager? Unless you are happy with a bog standard mid-table team, that if we carry on like this, don't be surprised for a relegation fight.
I agree. I mean, look, Maz, welcome to the show.
You're right, mate.
You
Merry
probably
Christmas.
Merry
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Yay.
Hey, listen, That was so yesterday, all right? We're now in today,
True,
all right?
yeah.
We're back to Spurs, Maz, all right? The important things.
Savva, before you ask me a question, I'm going to ask you a question.
What?
Has Daniel Levy renamed the club yet?
No.
Ah.
What, to Shambles FC?
Just anything. I think, yeah, that's what I'm gunning for now. I'm going to say this every show I'm on now forever. Has he renamed it yet? Because I think that's what we need. We need a complete rename. We can all reset to zero, start again.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I'm embarrassed. I'm at the stage, Maz, where I'm embarrassed. I mean, look, I put the league table up just now. We're level on points with West Ham, who had a horrendous start to the season. We are 5 points off of 9th. We're 5 points off of 9th place. We're now not even talking about 5 points from the top 4 or 5, right? We are 4 defeats from the last 5. And I'm not, as you saw here, 29 points from the last 75 available. And I'm told that this is not on Ange. It's when's enough, Maz? When is enough?
I don't know when enough is enough. But like I said, I think the fan base has given up. So they're obviously being very entertained. I mean, did you hear has there been any talk of any boos or the fans remonstrating at the game today? No?
I haven't seen. I've been on here, mate. I've not seen anything.
Yeah, this is what I mean. I've not heard anything. I've not seen anything on social. So the fans are just accepting it. I just don't know what to say anymore. I think he's such a poor manager. It's the poorest manager I think I've ever seen at Spurs.
Yeah.
Considering the players he's got. I'll take Christian Gross now.
Mate, I'll take anyone. I'll take. I said during the show, Maz. I'll take Wayne Rooney from Plymouth. I don't care. Something, anything. I cannot deal with this man anymore. It's dreadful.
So onto the football, right? So when we started the game, I was like, well, I was surprised that Maddison wasn't playing. Bearing in mind he was one of the guys who scored the goal against Liverpool, at least, and he is our most creative player. And I would have thought that against a team like Nottingham Forest that will play a pragmatic style of football, look to hit us on the counter as they done today, that he would want someone to, be the locksmith and create something. But he was on the bench. So I felt that was a bad move. Not that any combination of midfield or forward attacking play really makes much difference to Spurs, because it doesn't really, but hey ho.
Yeah.
But tactics wise, I would have thought that Ange would be like, well, I know they're going to want to counter us. Let's change up the tactics a little bit. Let's not play such a high line, because that would disrupt their initial, their game plan against us. They would have to come out and press us a little bit. And that surely would open up a bit more space for us to operate in. But no, we never change, mate. Never change. Right, and it's who we are, mate, and all that sort of stuff. We played exactly the same ways, but we play every single game. It doesn't matter what the team is, we never ever change. And if that doesn't strike you as a manager that literally has no clue, because it's one thing saying that I believe in my tactics so much that I know it will work, but when it's not working, and you've carried it on for such a long period of time, surely then you change, right? I mean, I get it. There's an argument to say, I know my tactics work, and you've got to give it enough of a run to see if there's progression and changes. But there is no progression and change. We just keep losing. We don't play better. And another thing we've talked about a lot is this possession. Possession for possession's sake. Did we look in control today? Did we dominate them? I don't think so. I know the possession stat says we had most of the ball, but I can't remember any passage of play really or period where we were had them pinned in and we were just passing the ball around trying to lock them, unlock them. Not at all. Not for sustained periods, maybe for a minute or so. or 2 minutes until they cleared the ball away, and then our whole attack broke down and we had to sort of start again. It's bad, Sav. It's bad. It's really bad.
It's really bad. I mean, look, I feel like I'm at the point, guys, where every game we're saying the same thing. It's not like this is a new thing. It's not like this is what we're saying in the last 2 weeks, the last month, the last 3 months. I feel like we've been saying this, Dan, for 14 months now. Like we've been saying this for so long that I'm still struggling. Like, I'll be honest, I'm shocked, guys. In the poll in the chat, 1,200 people exactly have voted, and it was simple: Ange in or out. 22% are still Ange in. I need to know from that 22%, what is it you're seeing? What are we hanging on to here? And Dan, I know what you said about people don't want to go through it again, but you were bang on. Every time a club changes a manager, it doesn't need to be a project. Sometimes clubs bring in managers, you carry on, but with a new voice and a new message. It doesn't have to be a project. But what's it going to take to turn the rest of the people, Dan? What's it going to take?
I think there's going to be an amount of them that won't turn because they don't want to be wrong and can't admit when they're wrong. Whereas on our side, I've seen pretty much all of us admit when we're wrong, when we've been wrong at times. It's just sadly we haven't been much wrong. So there's not a lot to admit to. But some people just don't want to admit they're wrong. And I still think there's too many people thinking with their heart and not their head.
But what heart? What from
heart?
what? Yeah, like from. He's not endearing manager, is he? I don't think he's endearing. I think he's rude.
I think so.
I think
but a lot of people love him off. A lot of people like him. I mean, to an extent, I like his attitude in the aspect of, right, I'm going to do it this way. We're going to do it my way to an extent. I like the front he's got as a man to stand his back. But then it also takes more of a man, I think, to actually stand back and put your hands up and say, do you know what? I got that one wrong and we're going to have to try it a different way.
I get it, Dan. I mean, look, both of you. When I understand this, he's committed to his own tactic and this is his ideology. But at what point, Dan, does that go from being brave and empowering to delusional and damn right dumb? Like, do you know what I mean? There's got to be a fine line.
I agree.
You know when they say people are called crazy? What is it when they say people are called crazy until they're not? Do you know what I mean? Like, there's that that line. I don't know the exact saying, but like Maz said, we haven't even seen. Like, I always say this, right? Have we seen a little ray of light that you go, okay, it's getting worse and worse and worse, Dan. The points per game is pathetic. And any other manager gets sacked for this. Any other manager.
If Arsenal, Chelsea, look, if basically anyone in what we will call top 7 or 8 went and got a manager like that, we would be sitting here, Spurs fans as a whole, laughing at them and everything, saying, do keep this manager. Can't wait to play you. Please keep this manager. You're entertaining to watch. Yeah, it's all entertainment. Yeah, absolutely love it, is what we'd be doing if it was Chelsea, Arsenal. I won't say United because they've sort of already had it. And yeah, simple as that. We'd be ripping it out of everybody else. So why do we sit here and accept it?
Yeah, and the thing is as well is obviously the game was on Amazon Prime today, and you had O'Neill and Ferdinand, talking to him, and you can almost see that they almost didn't know what to ask him because they know the answer to the question, so they're trying to frame it in a nice way so he doesn't get pissed off with them because they know that he's never going to change his tactic, and Martin O'Neill alluded to it. And I think he's way past that point, Savva. I think he was past that point at the end of, the Man City game. It's like, you've been found out, mate. Everyone knows your tactic. You have been found out. You need to change. This is the Premier League. There's very good managers here. There's good players, right? Every team's going to adapt to your tactics. And he hasn't. And again, the makeup of his backroom staff, where he's got no one to go up to him and say, Gaffer, we need to change things up in the tactics or the coaching or whatever element is, because it's not working. He's surrounded himself by young, inexperienced yes men, really, hasn't he? And that's not good. Whereas if you look at someone like Harry Redknapp's team, where you had Joe Jordan there, at least he's got some guy with balls to say, Harry, it's not working, we need to do this, you know. And maybe Harry would listen because he respects him. But with Ange, it's his way or the highway. So it's even worse than, I think, Savva, you said initially. It's like he's even surrounding himself with weak people that won't challenge him.
He doesn't want people to challenge him, though, does he? It's like when he says, I don't want to get leaders in, I want to make them. And then I think it was only the last game that he was saying, basically, we need match winners in there. We need fighters, people who are up for the fight. Well, we haven't even got a single leader on that pitch, captain, and no one tell me Son is a good captain. He's not. This is going to sound harsh.
Oh, he's done what the fans have done. He's waved the white flag. He's no longer a player anymore.
I said he shouldn't be a player. I still think he can do his bit here and there, but he's not a 90-minute player anymore. He's someone who I'd bring off 20 minutes now. But I said it from day. I do not want him as a captain. We all know why he was put there. It works very nicely with a PR. This is going to sound harsh, but I rate Son as a captain as much as I rate Ange as a manager. I think he is a useless captain.
I agree.
But I'm not saying a poor player, but he is.
He's poor at the
moment. Maybe now he's poor though, Dan. I think we have to wake up to the fact that he's had his golden years. You know, look, he's forever going to go down in our history books as one of our best ever forwards, right? He's up there in the top 5, I think, of assists or whatever it is, or he beat Darren Anderson's record. He's up there in the goal front. He had the best ever Premier League partnership. He's cemented his legacy, even though he's not won anything for Spurs, right? So, and in 20 years' time, when we're all old, we'll be thinking, oh, yeah, Sonny was a good player, right, for us. But we've held on to him for far too long. He's in an awful team at the moment in terms of manager tactics, etc., and he's sinking with the ship, and it's sad. It's sad. We should have sold him when Ange came in. Goodbye, Sonny. Thank you very much, mate. Go with Harry Kane to win something in wherever you're going to. You know.
I think the thing I'm not looking forward to with Son is he keeps playing like this for the rest of the season. He's going to get remembered for it as well. We're all going to remember him for his good stuff, but there's also going to be that mud on the back that you never lose, where people are going to say, yeah, he was quality until the last season or two.
You know what I'm going to say, don't you, Dan? You know what my response is going to be, don't you?
I've got an idea. Go on.
Well, the fans have given up on the club, mate, so they won't remember anything. I'm being serious. I'm deadly serious about this. The fans have waved the white flag. They don't want Tottenham to win and challenge and stuff. For me, the fact that they didn't boo against Liverpool and cause at least be upset, you know, and like today, I haven't seen anything on socials yet in terms of any remonstrations against how poor we're doing, right? The fans have been, you know, they're on board now. You know, Tottenham Cowboys, Tottenham Spursy Rockets, you know, they're on the levy train. You know, they're full on. They're entertained. No, I'm being serious. I know it's joking.
No, you're right. I'm agreeing with you.
I believe
that's why I'm laughing at it.
So the fans won't remember Sonny. He's done. The history's gone. They don't care about our history.
Look, let's just quickly, let me go to a couple of super chats. Jamie Allen has said, Dragosine goes off with an injury and he brings on Biss instead of Dorrington. Just sums up Ange in a nutshell. Yeah, it's a youth project, right? But without the youth players. Shocking decisions and awful tactics. Shake my head. I think SMH is 4. I'm really old, but I think it means shake my head. Unless anyone can tell me of anything else it means. Big up Jamie. D-Trix, how you doing, bro? Has said, big up everyone except for Stell. Can we please talk about the worst captain in Prem history? We're currently talking about him now. And we'll continue to talk about him and a lot more for as long as the boys want to stay on. Big up to you, D-Trix. Really appreciate that. Tony and AC said, Clown sacked in the morning will be the best Christmas present ever. Yeah, Tony, I wonder if all those people that have told fans like me and Maz and Stell and Dan for nearly 2 years or 18 months that we don't know Ange and you don't understand his process and wait for see what he does in year 2. I wonder if any of those people will turn around now and say, you know what? Yeah, I got it wrong. And if they do, fair play to them, right? Not an I told you so, but fair play. Just admit it. You shot your load too early. All the people making those videos, we're going to finish third. So-and-so's perfect for Ange Ball. Spurs are scary. Spurs are scary, my ass. And this one wasn't a super chat, but Vince, I'm going to respectfully disagree with one of the notions here, right? Is Ange needs better wingers. Since Ange has come to this club, he spent something like 200 million quid on wingers. Like, he wanted Brennan Johnson. Everyone knows he wanted Odegaard. I know he wanted Neto, and then they went for Odegaard, who was going to come in anyway, by the way. Look, the bit that I disagree with is he needs a monster 6. Yes, he does. But the difference is, Vince, Ange doesn't play with a monster number 6. I keep hearing this saying, and I'll kick off on this. Maz, Dan, I'll not kick off in a rude way. I mean, like with you two and this question. I keep hearing that we're going to get a monster number 6. And I think we all agree that if anyone needs a number 6 in Premier League football, it's Tottenham. Ange doesn't play with a number 6. So for me, again, this is another one that can't be blamed on Levy. Ange, for me, doesn't want this type of player. So what do you make of that?
He doesn't play with wingers either. He plays with inverted forwards, inside forwards. He doesn't even play with wingers. I had this debate.
Have you ever seen a system? Sorry, Dan. Just on your winger point, have you ever seen a system that's so narrow as ours?
No.
How narrow are we?
Even when you play as an inverted winger, even when you go as an inverted winger, you still cross it in.
Dan, wingers don't go wide. Fullbacks don't go wide. So everyone gets it and they go inside. There's no underlapping. There's no overlapping. And yet, but we're the top goal scorers in the league.
Well, our goal difference is exactly the same as last season. It's exactly the same.
I call it inverting the revert. Just doesn't make any sense, does it?
Does anything off this club make any sense? And how anyone can want to keep this manager in there, whether you like him as a friend or whether you like him as a person, whatever, and that. But if you're not good enough, you're not good enough.
Look at this. Look at this. Spurs have 2 points out of 21 against Leicester, Brighton, Palace, Ipswich, Fulham, Bournemouth, and Forest. Now, you tell me, none of those clubs have got a stronger squad than us.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous.
What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 clubs. 7 clubs there. We should be finishing above all 7 of those.
Yep, agreed.
And how many of them are we above at the moment? Palace, Ipswich, and Leicester.
I derailed the conversation, Sav, because you asked a specific question and Dan went off and I jumped in. I'm a bit excitable. Sorry, Dan. What was the original question? It was in terms of I've forgotten it now.
Getting a 6 and we don't even use
it.
Basically.
That's it, a 6. That's
same as I said, we don't even use wingers. We play inside forwards. That's why nobody ever crosses the bloody ball in there. We've only got 2 players who can cross a ball, and that is Porro, who looks done at the moment, and Maddison. Son can't cross the ball on a regular basis, maybe 1 or 2 good ones. Kulusevski, so-so, but if he's playing on the right, he always has to cut in and he's red. Johnson, 1 in every 20 attempts he can cross a ball, and none of them can even pass properly either, again, except maybe Kulu and Maddison. We play inside forwards. It's jammed up in the bloody middle.
You know what's really odd about this? Why did we get rid of 2 6s in the summer? I'm not saying they're all the answer or they're all the best players, but why did we get rid of 2 6s? We had Skip, who is a defensive midfielder, and we had Højbjerg, who's a defensive midfielder. And what we've done is we've asked. I know Bentancur. You keep saying, Dan, that he played a lot of 6 in at Juventus, and I agree with you. When I saw him, he was in that role. But it is a different league as well. So, but
it was a different style. He played like a bit of a 6, a bit of a ball winner, and a deep line playmaker at the same time, wasn't it? Not an out-and-out anchor man.
he self-sabotaged his squad, and this is what I don't think I'm ever going to forget this. One, because I'm getting old and my brain power is very limited, right? And I only remember simple things. But that pre-season with Ange and Spurs was the most confusing, weird pre-season I've ever seen in my life, because he played a whole bunch of players that we had no intention of ever playing or breaking into our starting 11. He played Skip and Gray at centre back. I guess he knew that everyone was going to get injured by the time Christmas came around, so that's why he was trying that tactic out. He sent Phillips again out on loan. Right, he used the excuse that he didn't want to block players' paths to the first team, like he was going to be here for the next 5 years. And he didn't buy any further defenders. And you think, well, it doesn't, but it doesn't take a mathematician to figure out how light we were in terms of contingency planning for the back. You can't rely on bloody Ben Davies for another 10 years, but we are, for some reason. We are relying on him for another 10 years. And look, and he's even pulled a hamstring as well. Dragison's may be out, and we don't know what his long-term injury thing is. So who are we going to stick in the back? Sarr, Gray, Porro? Is he going to play Spence at centre-back or something? Or what's he going to do? Reguilon's going to have to come in.
Just quickly, Jimmy, I keep saying what facts don't back me up. What do I keep saying where the facts don't back me up? I'd love to know what you mean by that. Please put your next answer as that. I'm pretty sure I'm one of the people that loves coming on here and giving facts and stats, aren't I? So what have I not backed up? I'd love to know. By the way, guys, have you seen this? Would you like some more damning facts and stats that apparently I'm not giving? Look at this. This is shocking. I'll just let everyone read that.
Tottenham after 18 matches last season, 11 draws.
Awful. So
look at the state of that.
So bad. The state of it. Bloody hell.
Look at it. I mean, straight away, what I'm drawn
positive.
to.
I've got a positive. Savva, everyone would want us to say this, right?
We've scored 2 more.
Yeah, and we've is it this season? Oh no, we have conceded two more as well. So we scored 2 more, conceded 2 more. So it's equaled itself out.
That's what I was saying. Our goal difference is exactly the same as it was at this stage last season, except we're worse in the table. So where's the improvement? So just because we've scored more or conceded less either way, we're still level on goal difference. It makes it relative in that aspect to me.
The interesting thing for me is straight away, let's look at the obvious. So we're 4 wins worse off than this time last year. We're 1 draw worse off than this time last year. We're 5 defeats worse. 5 guys. 5 defeats worse off. 2 goals better. 2 more conceded. 14 points worse off than this time last season. That has to be the headline. 14 points. I mean, what's that? What's that? That's 5 wins, isn't it? Like, what are we? What's the hope? Like, when I know now, until we play Wolves, I know I'm going to have loads of people telling me I'm negative, telling me I wanted this, telling me I deserve this, blah, blah, blah. What hope can I go into with now as a Spurs fan that everything you see and read, everything that's been sent into me shows we are so much worse under this manager? What do we do, guys? I don't know what to say.
I haven't seen us play this bad in the aspect of, yeah, okay, we have moments in games, but moments don't win you leagues. Yeah, a moment can win you a cup. But this is some of the worst football I've seen. I mean, people didn't like Conte's style, fine, fair enough. But one thing I can definitely tell you is Conte's style has got more in the world of the football than Ange's style. The last time I saw Ange's style, which I said a while ago again, was Kevin Keegan with Newcastle, where he tried doing you score 3, we score 4, and that failed in the end as well. You cannot do this in the English Premier League. when people bring up, yeah, but he's won everywhere he's been. Yes, in Australia, Japan, and bloody Scotland, where any one of us could go up there and win with bloody Celtic. It's not that hard. The standards are a lot higher in this league, same as it is German, same as it is Spanish, Italian, and I won't go as far as the French league, but mainly them four. It's just not up to standards for this level of manager, I think. I think this league is out of it's above his weight, basically.
Just quickly, so somebody has just messaged me to come on my show. I think viewers are gonna like this or not like it. I can see he's absolutely seething. He's never asked me to come on my show before without me messaging him first. It's like a one-way relationship we've got. Tap in Tobes. Mate, how are you? Other than Spurs, first of all, happy Christmas to you and your family.
Happy Christmas to you, bro. Happy Christmas to you, bro.
Much love. Listen, Tobes, I saw a video of you losing your mind on DR Sports last week with Spurs 6-3. How are you feeling now? Talk to me about Spurs, about Ange, the floor is yours. I feel like you've got a lot to say. Just so away you go, my man.
No, the thing is, I'm fed up, right? And I think the warning signs have been there for a long time. Like, this isn't just we've got half our team missing. This is the driver behind the results. These results have been our results have been this bad the entire calendar year, right? And that was with Maddison coming back at the top of the year in January. That was with Van der Ven back in the team, with Romero back in the team, etc., etc. We've been losing a lot of football games. We've been dropping a lot of points, but I gave grace, I gave patience, because I liked the fact that we could still score goals, we could still create chances. It's his first season. He's not been given the perfect squad. And we all acknowledge that the summer window wasn't the window we expected. We only had one starter. We padded our team with kids. We got rid of the deadwood, but we didn't bring in the quality to really come out and fill the positions that the deadwood players were filling, right? So we all acknowledge that our squad, we were entering a season where our squad was still probably 5th or 6th best at best heading into the season. So we all knew that, right? We knew that this wasn't a squad that was built to compete across 4 different competitions. So when I say these things, I don't say it without acknowledging that there are bigger powers at play that hamper Tottenham Hotspur. But I don't want that to be an excuse for us to ignore the remit of a football coach. The remit of a football coach is to coach the team as well as possible, whether in defeat, whether in victory, whether in drawing. The remit of a coach is to coach the team as well as possible. And can we hand on heart say that Ange Postecoglou has coached this team as well as he could be? Nowhere near. Nowhere near. And he litters, he gives us, and my concern as to why I feel like it's self-inflicted is he gives us a glimmer of what he can do when he pieces it together. You see games like Man City, fantastic. You see games like Aston Villa or West Ham. When you put it together, where you can make some changes in game to try and change momentum, you see the benefit it gives Tottenham. But we have a manager who is consistently slow to make changes, whose initial game plan gives us so many problems to contend with. There's so many gaps in our team. If we're not getting done out on the flanks because our fullbacks are getting triple teamed, we're getting done through the middle of the park because we literally give every single Tom, Dick and Harry all the space in the world to just run through us. Like Dominic Szoboszlai, how poor has Dominic Szoboszlai been in a Liverpool shirt? And don't get me wrong, he's playing better in recent weeks, but Dominic Szoboszlai couldn't believe his luck on how much space he had against Tottenham. Jadon Sancho was a flop at Man United. He's against Tottenham. He looked like one of the best left wingers in the Prem. Again today, Elanga scored what? He scored what, 2 goals in 30-something games, one of which has come against Tottenham. We're giving teams life. We're breathing life into players who are woefully out of form because players and managers, they're just looking at how Ange sets up and say to themselves, yeah, you're not going to change anything. This is going to be easy for me. this is going to be easy for me.
Tobes, can I ask you a question? Just quickly. So before the show, Stella and I were talking, and I said that I've got a couple of mates who coach for Premier League football clubs. And when I messaged them in the week, they were saying, listen, forget what you think about the manager. Be more worried about the fact that every other football team looks at your club and goes, we've got Tottenham this week. We know what you're going to do. We know there's going to be no red herring. We know that, you know, when you start the game against Spurs, you know there's going to be no, oh, wow. Oh, they're playing three at the back, or, oh, they're playing too old in midfield. That's got to be the big worry, Tobes, right? Like you said, we're breathing belief into, like, I'm watching Wolves here, right? Wolves are what? Bottom three. Like, you know, their manager between now and the game when we play them is going to be going, guys, I know we've not been doing well. I know I'm new here, but this is how you beat Tottenham Hotspur, right? Yeah. Isn't that a worry? Everyone 100%. Knows what we do.
100%. I can only, what looked like a fantastic start to last year and people not giving him respect actually just looks like a flash in the pan. It looks like a Premier League, that didn't really understand what to make of this manager. So they didn't really like set up well enough to deal with the manager because they didn't really know what the manager was about. But the problem is this league is so unforgiving. Like you've got this is why I think like it's got to the point now where it's arrogance, because it's like, what makes you think that what you're doing is so special that it's going to trump a plethora of Premier League clubs who have expert coaches, who have expert technology, who have expert insight into data, who have everything at their disposal to work out how a team wants to play and then work out a plan on how to stop that team. Every single club does it, right? The only clubs that do it and we still can't, and we still can't, they can't overpower us is because they don't have the quality. Right, but in the end of the day, I just feel like with us under Ange Postecoglou, it doesn't matter who we're playing. It doesn't matter who's available from us to play. It just feels like we put ourselves in the same position over and over and over and over again. It really does, and it's frustrating. It's really, really frustrating because Savva, you know, I've tried to literally cling on to this manager.
I would also bring you to my side. I tried to. I said, Toes, here's a piece of rope. Come and join me, and you didn't want to join me, but now you're welcome in.
The reverse is also true, by the way, Toes. To add to your point, right, is that we also don't adapt to the teams that we're playing from an attacking perspective. We just attack the same way, regardless of the team, regardless of how good the defenders are. You know, we don't look at a team and think, right, we need to, I don't know, target their right back or target their left back, or you know, play on down the, you know, spread the width of the pitch, play down the bylines, or you know, we just don't change. We just don't change.
The biggest, sorry, mate. So I fully agree. By the way, the biggest indictment I can give him, on top of the fact that we are such a poor team defensively, is he exposes. It's like he exposes our players' vulnerabilities instead of hiding them. So like Brennan Johnson. You know that this guy is not a good touchline winger. So what do? You hang him out wide and you deploy him as a touchline winger. You know the same for Son. You do the same for Son. You know that Basuma needs a player next to him. You leave him high and dry in the six. You know that Dragusin can't play out from the back. You give him, you cater to a system that gives him ample touches in possession. Like, you know these things. You know that Destiny and Porro can't play inverted, yet you put them in inverted. Like, every single vulnerability that we have in our team, they are amplified with Ange, and that, for me, that's the opposite of what a coach is meant to be doing. A coach is meant to hide the flaws of players with his setup. He exposes them to teams, and they just pick us off. Whether it's
he's meant to adapt to it
defensively. Sorry, go on.
He's meant to adapt to it. It's like the phrase I use for it. It's like playing poker. You can have tactics to it and everything. I've played it enough, but at the end of the day, you got to play with the cards you got. And if he ain't got the cards to play 100% his way, if he wants results, he's then got to adapt to their side of it, and then take its time before he can get the players in for his side. The question is he too stubborn to adapt, or is it too stubborn and arrogant that he plays one way, or is it just he actually hasn't got a clue how to do it the other way? And I think he hasn't got
the former. Because I'm sorry, I don't think I don't think he's dumb. It's stubbornness. It's arrogance, bro.
No,
Sorry,
I
go
think
on,
he
Steve.
doesn't know another way. I honestly don't think the man understands another way on how to do football because
Well,
he's never had to do it in another league.
Dan, I want to add on to your point as well. I think one of the reasons why he doesn't know what to do is when you looked at Conte, where he got his brother involved to do all of the analysis of the teams that we were playing, so he knew exactly how to set up his team tactically against each individual each individual team and competition we were playing. Who were relying on our side to do that? Ryan Mason. I mean, who's his backroom staff that's going to look at the other team and say, right, boss, these are the weaknesses, these are their strengths, because we never change. So that means we're not doing that, or if we are doing it, we're executing it so badly, right? That, as Tobe said, we'll just expose our own players' weaknesses because they can't execute what we're about and what we want to do.
Well, look, I guess the question is, guys, look, I don't make any of you wrong from what we said, but I guess the question is this. How long until Levy pulls the trigger? And I know the Levy conversation is always very, very volatile, but at the end of the day, this is the man that makes the decisions. This is the guy that has to do what's best for the football club. And it doesn't matter whether or not you Levy in, Levy out. What's best for this football club right now, surely, is not Ange Postecoglou losing game after game after game and not trying to change it. Because in no other walk of life, gentlemen, in no other walk of life, I couldn't go to work, right? None of you could go to your day jobs, turn up, keep doing badly, keep going into your boss and going, yeah, I'm going to do the same next week. Yeah, no, I don't want you to do the same. I need you to do better. No, I'm going to do the same.
Savva,
It's got to work this way round. So when does Levy pull that trigger? What's the excuse now for him being our manager?
It's tough.
Savva, can I just say something here on this whole subject, right? Because I feel so frustrated as a Spurs fan on YouTube, right? And Tobes, you're one person that's frustrated me as well, along with many. I'm not digging you out. It's the opinion that I'm going to raise. So many Spurs fans last season, when Ange came, was so quick to jump on the excitement of Ange because, as Dan said, all he had to do was kick the ball forwards and most fans were on board. Whereas channels like mine with Maz, we said, do you know what? We're going to regret not standing by Conte, not because of whether you like the football or not. We've actually got a manager that can win something. And we as a fan should have all turned against Levy and demanded more. That never happened. Fine, it's in the past. We've now got this guy who we don't really know much about. And everyone got really excited because of the first 10 games. I enjoyed that period. I'm not going to pretend I didn't. But then that Chelsea game was the biggest red flag ever. That 4-1, where we put everyone on the halfway line. That's when the first time a lot of fans, not all, were, hold on a minute. What did you just do?
That was crazy. That was crazy.
Right. As the season went on, it was up and down, up and down. We ended that season disastrously. But we said, okay, he's lost Harry Kane, give him a season. I was one of the only people that said, if this guy signs Werner again, I'm out and out. Because if you sign Werner or you accept him, you are accepting the same problems every other manager's had, which is to accept a Danjuma, a Rodon, these kinds of clowns, NGs. If you accept that, then you are saying to the board, it's okay to buy average players or not have good transfer windows. And this is where Maz came in and said, he's culpable. This manager's culpable now. Everything that we said 6 months ago has happened now. And it frustrates me that we as a fan base, out of desperation, I think it is, we so badly wanted it to work for Ange that we just blinded ourselves from what was really going on. That this guy refuses to coach or focus on the defensive side of the game. He's negligible. His negligence to developing Porro, Udogie, Romero, Dragusin as individuals have all gone backwards. The one-on-one coaching is non-existent at this club for the defenders. Yeah. You could say some of the attackers have improved, like Kulu, but the defenders have regressed. And as a unit, we are so exposed, and we talk about it every week. This all began when we re-signed Werner. And here we are now as fans, and we're saying, this guy's got to go. I agree, Ange has to go. Right? Even if he gets it together, we'll get to a cup final, we'll get to a semi-final, and he'll do this madness, and one team will pick it off, and we'll sit there going, how did we just get knocked out or lose that final? And it'll be his tactics. So he has to go. But the focus should be, if Levy goes, Savva, if Ange goes, if this fan base doesn't turn on Levy, I'm talking mass boycotts, mass protests. If this fan base does not put everything it's got into forcing some kind of change at the top, then I agree with what Maz said last week. The club is gone. We as fans have waved the white flag. Doesn't matter who we bring in next. Another manager will come in and get us top 4. Another manager will come in and get us to a cup final.
Agreed.
But even they will fail again because they're not going to get those extra players to get it over the line. So another manager does better than Ange, 100%. But in 2 years' time, we'll be here again because the fans have given up, man. Our fan base has given up, and I don't know why. I don't know why we're like this.
The thing is on the fan base, right? Like I sympathize. I actually sympathize with a lot of fans because it's like you're fighting up against a strong current that looks unbeatable at this moment in time. Like we talk about fans protesting and stuff. There's been protests. I remember in the Conte season, there was I think a large majority of people boycotted the Man United game, the game that we drew 2-2. Like there's been attempts. They've been not the best attempts, but there have been attempts. But the problem is when you see someone who is so entrenched in Tottenham Hotspur right now, and he sees something that's working for him, not for the club, for him, it's not going to bow to fan pressure.
Yeah,
now, that doesn't mean that we should stop. That doesn't mean that we should stop.
No, I know. Toes, my point to all of this, right, is when forget about Levy, right, for a moment. Just forget about Levy. And let's even just forget about Ange. When your team is getting pumped 5-1 and their recourse to that is to sing the manager's name as opposed to be unhappy with the display on the pitch. What top team in our lifetime, and you can name any in any league, has ever done that? None. There isn't a team that's done that, right? There isn't a team that's done that, right? At the end of that's during the game. At the end of the game, fans weren't even booing. There was no Levy out chance. There was no Ange out chance. There was nothing. You just want something. You want a little bit of emotion to show, right?
Agree.
They weren't even booing. And when I saw that, it's the first time I've ever seen that as a fan, especially for Spurs, not to boo. I mean, I've season ticket holder. I've been to years and years and years of Spurs games, right? When you see the fans not even boo, to me at that point in time, the club, almost the soul of the club was gone. The fans almost said, you know what? Thank you very much, Daniel Levy. You've won, right? And what confirmed that to me was when I started seeing fans saying, I'm entertained. And I'm thinking, yeah, but where's your sporting pride? We're not even talking about whether you like Levy or not, or the manager or not. It's where's the pride for your team? Where's you know, the angst that you've lost the game, and not only lost it badly, right? And for me, now that's gone. I mean, like even today, I haven't heard any remonstrations from the fans, and we'll see in the next few hours what comes out. But I haven't heard any remonstrations. The fight is gone, Tobes. It's gone, mate. They've given up. So I disagree with Savva, by the way. Sorry, I disagree with not Savva. I disagree with Stell. Right.
Not all of us
When
Greek
Ange
people are
goes-
the same, Maz. You can't
I
do
know,
that.
I know,
We're
I'm
not
so
all the same.
judgmental.
All right.
Oh no.
I disagree as well. And
But with Stell, like when Ange goes, right, and Ange is saying, oh, if the fans don't, no, Stell, listen to me. They've given up. It's finished. That's why I'm saying the club. I hope now Daniel Levy renames the club. I really mean this. If he renamed the club, right, for me, that's the end of the line. It's done. Right. And I really mean it. And I'm not going to change my opinion on that.
You go over Facebook and everything and everywhere else, X and everywhere, the amount of people that are just like, yeah, well, I'd rather lose and be entertained and play proper football than scrimp and scrape a result.
Unfortunately, that doesn't represent the majority of Spurs fans. That represents
but when you're only seeing
a growing
stats on
minority.
X, you can only go by what you see. Yeah, you can only go by what you see. And a lot that I see on YouTube as a whole, and what I see on X and Facebook and everything else, there's a majority more who fights for Levy in and fights for Ange's style of play than, say, winning a game dirty, scrimping and scraping it 1-0. I see a lot more of it the other way. I
don't think I agree with YouTube. Maybe with X, maybe with Facebook, because I don't use Facebook. With X, I think it's shed. The point I wanted to make is this, though. I think with this whole Ange Levy situation, I do actually think that a lot of people, the fight has actually been beaten out of them, man. Like there's only so. Listen, we all watch football. We're never going to stop watching football. We've got the hunger, like, so we're going to use our platforms to speak out about it, right? But my thing is, there's a difference between fans who have given up, right? Fans who have given up because they see the problem, they've tried to resolve the problem, they can't see themselves resolving the problem because Spurs won't unite, versus you don't even think the problem exists and you're actually happy to keep going as things are today. I think those are two separate things. And I think I see more of the former than the latter. Not saying that the latter doesn't exist. The latter absolutely does exist, but I see more of the former, right? I see a chairman who is he's comfy. He's comfy. He knows no matter what he does, he's still going to earn his P. He's still going to be in a position where Tottenham are in the black season in, season out.
And just totally covered him as well, isn't he, with the stuff he said.
So yeah, for me,
it's a business. You guys aren't a football club anymore. I hate to say it, and I come in peace.
I agree.
Big up to you,
no,
boys.
we say it as well, bro.
You come in peace with your 3 points, do you?
Yeah.
Well, I've got to say, what Tobe said is exactly what I said to you about my brother when you asked me about him, Savva, at the start of the day. He's broken on Spurs. It's like he's just hitting his head against a brick wall. It's not going to change. That's not going to get Ange sacked because of the League Cup. Because this whole narrative that Spurs haven't won a trophy in since 2008, you still have a chance for a trophy.
Levy doesn't want the League Cup, man. He doesn't care.
No, but I'm talking about the fans now. I'm talking about the fans. The fans have responsibility.
Right, yeah. Okay,
the fans have responsibility on this. Because that narrative still is, if we get a cup, well, we need silverware and what have you. That is not going to progress you. Look what Man U did with Ten Hag. Oh, they won an FA Cup. They won a League Cup. They were still crap. And eventually they had to get rid of him. This is on the fans now. The movement isn't there from the fans. That was so easy for Forest today. Just annulled your attack completely with our defense. And it almost looked like you gave up. I was saying to my brother, I was like, at one stage, you had no recognized centre-back on that pitch when he brought Basuma on. There is no by the book centre-back was on that pitch when he took the Romanian guy off.
That's not his
Which is just mind-blowing. It's absolutely mind-blowing. The tactics Ange has. You guys, it's worse than I thought it was.
Just quickly, first of all, Wolfie, fair play to you lot. I think everything we talked about before happened. We said we'd have 65, 70% of the ball. We did nothing with it. You guys looked absolutely rock solid as a back four. Funnily enough, it's amazing what happens. It's the C word, isn't it? When you're coached, a back four that's coached to actually be a defense. And Murillo, I'll tell you what, if I was Daniel Levy, if I had anything about me, I would be going all out to Nottingham Forest and saying, how much for your centre-back partnership? But not with Ange as manager, because he would destroy them. Just quickly, guys, I've got a couple of comments I need to get to, and then I'll kick off something else that will stir some debate. Big up to Arya, who just sent in a super sticker. So thank you very much, Arya. Really appreciate that. Nigel C has said, hi, Savva. Still 23% Ange in. Can one of them come on and explain why? It's madness. Yeah, so far in the poll, I've got 1,460 votes and 24% still want the man. I have no idea what that 24% is.
I voted in. I'm not going to lie, mate.
I'm sure I reckon it's going to be a lot of Arsenal and rival fans. Big up to you, Nigel. I really appreciate that. My guy, dude, bro, right? I'm sorry, I'm going to pick this apart. This is the worst thing I keep hearing as a Spurs fan. What we are seeing now, in no shape or form, is anything a Tottenham way. Please stop confusing gung-ho tactics with no regard for defence as attacking football. We have to stop doing that, right? Please stop saying that Spurs fans asked for this. We didn't 100%. Ask for this. stop this. This is ridiculous. Attacking football is what Liverpool do. A team who transition from defense into midfield into attack.
100%.
Do you know what I mean? Attacking football, even when Arsenal did it, not so much this year, but the last couple of years where they've been rock solid at the back, built through the middle and used their wide men. Yeah. This isn't attacking football. This is gung-ho.
Can I just
go on?
Can I just add on this, Savva? Yep. This is one of the things that pisses me off so much, right? Whenever a manager turns sour, it's point scoring. It's point scoring. Oh, you complained about this manager in the past, so now you must be happy with this, that, and third. And now the latest shtick is, oh, you complained about Conte. You asked for this football because of Conte. No. Conte
careful what you wish for, types. Yeah.
No, it's not about careful what you. It's not about careful what you wish for, because people need to just use common sense and nuance to the conversation. Conte was absolutely shambolic in his second season and deserved to be sacked. Conte also dealt with the same issues that Ange has had in terms of
he was still in fourth
with an owner like Daniel Levy. However, right, saying with Ange, it's about sustainability, right? Of course, you want to see more attractive football, absolutely, but you don't want to see more attractive football at the expense of Spurs conceding 4, 5, 6 most weeks. You don't want to see us with defensive gaps in our team week in, week out. There's a balance to be struck. And that's the one thing that we're struggling to find with the managers that we've hired. There's no balance. There's no balance. And for whatever reason, that's spreading to some of our fans as well. If you call out Ange's Postecoglou's gaps, that means you want to play park the bus football. No. We had a manager in Pochettino who, again, I'm sure many people have different opinions on, right? But I'm only using Poch as an example just to talk about the football only. We had a manager in Pochettino where the football was balanced. You had a prioritization towards defensive stability as well as hurting teams offensively. And it's not just Pochettino. We see managers in the Premier League that do it. We see Marco Silva do it at Fulham. We see Iraola do it at Bournemouth. Like, we see managers supposedly on the same level or supposedly inferior or superior to Ange Postecoglou do these things. Why does attacking football mean that we need to literally leave our centre backs 2v4? Why does attacking football mean that we need to leave our fullbacks 2v1 every single time they're defending? Like, this doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be one or the other, and that's what drives me crazy with some Spurs fans. They're looking at two extremes. If you don't like Ange Postecoglou's football, you want to be ultra negative, put 10 bodies behind the ball. If you do like Ange Postecoglou's football, you want to be all positive. Oh my God, you have no care for defense. Why can't we just be in the middle? Why can't we just be in the middle?
If Conte was shambolic, if Conte was shambolic, he left us in 4th place. Then what the hell is Ange?
Well, can I show you all something?
Sorry. Conte's nowhere near as bad as.
Can I come back on that? Because Phil mentioned this as well. Can we stop with the Conte thing, please? Because Conte had played more games than teams around us, right? You say he left us in 4th. And this is coming from a big Conte fan. Everyone, just go on my channel, big Conte fan. Conte was terrible. The football was dire. Spurs were dropping points left, right, and centre. Players were out of form.
Still better than what they are now.
Atrocious. Cup exits were atrocious. He was terrible.
And he had a worse
one
team.
wrong doesn't make the other right. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, but there's a big difference.
Should we agree to disagree on our thoughts on Conte? Should we just agree to disagree on it? Because half of us like Conte, half don't, and we just
going back to Conte. Look, we can debate. There's different ways to look at it. I kind of.
We'll do 2 hours on Conte terms. Otherwise, we'll do 2 hours on it.
I kind of get it. I said at the time that, for me, I think Conte did leave us in 4th, but the results for the 2 months before that were heading downwards. But the problem for me with to wrap up on Conte was, as I said to you earlier, Stel, for me, Conte, when he signed an 18-month contract to begin with, that told me everything I need to know about what's the manager doing here. Because in 18 months, and you're giving him people like Richarlison
we agreed, Savva. We were all saying that. We were all saying that the only reason he's done that is he's protecting himself against Levy and getting Levy.
Of course. He's not a stupid man, but just quickly, I just want a couple of comments. Guys and girls, there's still over 900 of you in here. Shamelessly, my channel is 200 exactly away from 15K. So if anyone hasn't subscribed, please do subscribe to all the gentlemen here, Tapping Toads, Tottenham Away, Forest Fan TV, and to the Hotspur Hood for Danny. That would be much appreciated. Proximo, I know you are Ange's biggest defender, but you can only judge Ange in normal circumstances. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. This season has been injury prone, not having depth. I'm sorry, but Brighton beat us with 7 first-team players out, so I'm not hearing that. And when we beat Man City with injuries, you were telling me that this is Ange ball. So I'm not hearing that.
Without our starting midfielder, Danilo and Sangare have been injured all season. Every team has injuries. This injury excuse is.
I know.
We talked about it earlier. It's just.
I get it. Hang on, let me just get a few things out of the way. EdX.
I need to cut Savva.
Tobes, thanks, bro. Much love as always.
See you, Tobes.
See you.
Keep smiling, Tobes.
By the way.
You'll be all right.
Peace.
See you, man. EdX has said Brennan Johnson jogging on the pitch all game, even with his father in the stands. We'll talk about Brennan Johnson in 1 minute. I'm going to come back to this super chat, Ed. I'm not ignoring it. Guys, I know Maz always has a little smile when I do this. Who would like some more facts and stats from Savva? Oh, I thought I was going to get a bit more of a fanfare there. Yay!
We're going to get him anyway.
We had earlier, didn't we? We had earlier that we've taken 29 points from 75 points available, which is absolutely disgusting. We had these facts, didn't we, which showed how bad we were compared to last season. And here's a gem. Here's an absolute gem for all of you at home. Look how fucking atrocious this is. Hang on, let me move that. I'll come back to that super chat. 1 second. Look at this. Right, hang on, let me move my banner. Look at that. Look at that. Look at it. I mean, I don't know what to say. 1.28 point per game average. Look
That's
at
relegation standards, isn't it? Is that relegation standards?
That gives you 48.6 points over the course of the season, which will keep you up.
Bearing in mind, Pochettino,
Pochettino,
Pochettino, who's the only one near red, I think you would say he's dark orange there. Pochettino, that was at the end of 6 years after not being backed, and we'd seen 4 really good years from him. This is meant to be the second year, guys, when Ange Postecoglou, you don't know what Ange Postecoglou does in the second season. His teams improve. 1.28. Nuno was sacked with a 1.50 average, right? AVB, I know he's not on this list. AVB pissed all over these numbers, by the way, and everyone hated him. Look at the state. I'm sorry. I don't. What, guys, what do you say to that? What do we... Look at it.
Just confirms everything we've been saying. Ange's stats have been abysmal after that initial 10 games that he had in charge. After that, the stats are off the chart. This season, they're abysmal. Yes, injuries have played a part. Yes, we've lost certain games because of injuries. But, you know, when you have injuries, you adapt to try and nullify the weakness you're under. And he exposes us equally with or without the players that he wants. The space we leave him behind, the fullbacks being pushed up, pointless possession without any end product at times. That is all a consistent whenever we lose. And it's his inability to say, right, this isn't working. What do I change? You don't start your most creative goal contributing player on the bench and you don't even bring him on at half time. Everything we said that we were concerned about this game happened. Literally everything we said. We said, like, Elliot Anderson, he looks like a really good midfielder. We need to double up on him. The boy Ball today, I thought, other than the yellow card, I thought he was excellent today. Their centre-backs dominated us. Did Solanke put up the fight? Did Kulu? Did Werner? No. Johnson? No. So you look at it and you think, well, the things we kind of spoke about, which us football fans can see, our manager, this qualified 25-year experienced God, why can't he see it? Why is his answer to it is, well, it's about entertainment. You know, I'm not going to change. Mate, Forest deserved the win. Spurs had a lot of possession, a lot of pinning Forest back. But I think a lot of that was also by design. Nuno, I felt, was happy to do that For him,
That's what you
the
two
game I'm
said at
happy
the
to
start
have.
on the show, wasn't it? That's what you two said they were going to do: sit back,
Yeah.
take it, and counter us, and that's what they
Yeah.
did. Their
So-
defense
Can
as
we
well.
talk?
So
Guys,
that's why
I
those
think-
stats. That's why those stats are so bad. Is Levy partly to blame? Yeah, he brought in Ange. Yeah, Levy sanctions a lot of the signings that are shit. But your job as a manager is get the best out of what you've got. If we were challenging for top 4 this year and no more, I don't think any Spurs fan can complain with the players we've got. We'd say, do you know what? You're doing a decent job.
Exactly.
You've actually improved us. But when you are where we are, and every week it's, but we've got injuries, but this player's fatigued, but this player hasn't been rotated, but this player is out of form. But at what point do we say, are we allowed to put any of this on Ange? Is Ange
Still,
culpable for
I'm
anything at Spurs?
disappointed. I still can't believe it that the journalists are going so soft on him. I've never seen anything like it. With
What we said
Conte-
earlier, Savva. It's what we said.
think-
Because
I
he
think he's
gives
paid.
them the column inches and the sound bites, he is gold to them. That's why. That's why.
The thing is, I would love for them, because ultimately he's had 18 months and 350 odd million or whatever the figure is, but a lot more money than all the his previous managers to shape and build this squad. And the fact that a majority of the players that he's brought in, right, aren't doing it, tells you everything.
The thing that really gets me most about this one, that I find most frustrating, I mean, I got questioned about it when I first said it, and I think a few more people agree with me now. Giving the best team that we can ever name of every the best player on the planet there's ever been. Okay, he might get us 4th place, but he'll never win a league. Not with this tactics. You can't do it. Not in a top league. You cannot do it. And I think more people will agree with that now. It is the tactics.
Dan, you've always said it. You've always said it. If Ange left Tottenham right now and went to a club like an Everton, like a Palace, clubs below us that are fighting to stay up, he would get them relegated with these tactics.
Too right. Yeah.
He would get them relegated because he can't ground out wins. And by the way, Dan, I just want to point out, Fulham today went to Stamford Bridge and won 2-1. And they were missing Sander Berg, Reece Nelson, Harry Reid.
Fulham won.
Emil Smith
last
Rowe.
minute.
Oh my
Kenny
God.
Tete, Smith Rowe, Reid, Nelson, and Berg.
Wait,
They
Savva,
were-
I'm
they were-
confused.
But people
Wait,
will
Are
use
you
that in
saying
Ange's
that other
defence.
clubs get injuries. It's not just Spurs.
This is my point. If I go on to all the games today and look at Chelsea had 8 first-team players missing today. Fulham had 6 first-team players missing today. If I look at, I don't know, who else can I look at? If I look at Newcastle v Aston Villa today, if I look at those 2 clubs, right? Newcastle had Wilson, Pope, Lascelles, Kraft, Botman, all injured, right? This is not it's not only Tottenham that have injuries. This excuse that we keep running to that, oh, we're missing Ben Davis, Richarlison, Mikey Moore, Odegaard. I get it with Van der Ven and Romero, I get it. But guys, you're not telling me you put Van der Ven and Romero in today and suddenly anything today changed. We didn't lose today because of Dragusin and Gray. That's not
They're
why
going
we
to
lost
use
that
this
game.
Fulham one as an excuse, though, Savva. They're going to say, oh, yeah, but look, there's different results going on elsewhere. Fulham got a win against Chelsea, this and that. Some fans are going to use it as an excuse, like to try and protect Ange, if you get where I'm coming from.
No, I get it. But my point is that all clubs, right, have injuries. All clubs have injuries. And at the end of the day, we're only really missing 3. If we're gonna be really honest about this, guys, we're only really missing Vicario, Van der Ven, and Romero. And Romero was having a stinker of a season anyway. Van der Ven for me wasn't having a good year, right? I just think this is I just think that it's too many excuses. I want to ask you for the last, we're going to go for another 7 minutes. I want to ask you this, guys. By the way, it's 0-0 at half time between Man United and Wolves. Wolves and Man United. If Man United find the win, by the way, guys, Tottenham will drop down into 12th if Man United win today. At the moment, they're level on points with us.
Come on, Wolves, man. I want Man U relegated. I'd love it. I'd love it.
No, we've got Wolves next. We don't.
Yeah, listen,
We got the
Wolves
game
will lose
after.
today, and then they'll beat Spurs at
Newcastle.
White Lane. Guys, I want to talk for
Is
a lot.
Cunha suspended yet? Does anyone know? I know. I'm sorry, it's completely off topic. Is he
Cunha?
playing in that game? Yeah.
Cunha is playing today, yeah, and playing very well. So, just quickly, guys, for the last 6 minutes or so, I want to talk about Brennan Johnson's son and Solanke. I want to start with Brennan Johnson. I don't care if this guy gets 100 tap-ins a season. This guy is one of the worst footballers I've seen play. Debate.
He was all right today.
Oh,
You're being harsh.
What, Wolfie?
Mate,
What
at
did
least
Brennan
he
Johnson
created
do
your best
today?
chance. He created your
How?
best. He should have scored. He should have scored. Let's be honest.
Son,
He had
then
your
so
best
should
2
Son.
chances. He
No,
had your best 2 chances.
one of them I'll agree with. Another one, I think Son should have put it in the back of the net. But I see
Oh,
where you're
Son's
coming
one.
from.
That was a poor shot, mate.
Yeah, but
Poor
hang
shot.
on,
I'll give him
Wolfie,
Johnson a bit of backup.
I'm not talking about does Brennan Johnson get in some good goal scoring positions. As a footballer, he is shit. His touch,
agree.
Yeah. I mean,
his
I told you
dribbling.
he's a push and run merchant, and you play too high for him. Therefore, he is completely annulled in your team. I told
Yeah,
you that before
but
you signed him.
He can't
You
run
need
with the
space
ball.
to
He
run.
can't pass the ball. He can't cross. No, but even when he can't even overlap his man without getting knocked out the way.
He can't
There's
track
nothing
back
of
either.
it.
He can't track
No,
back.
he can't. When I've said that before, yeah, I agree. And others said it. You want someone to track back and help, you got to stick Kulu on the right because he's the one who's got the muscle to do it. Johnson, I gave him a bit of credit because he was getting a lot of stick, some of it uncalled for because it was personal, but all the stick he was getting for the football, he should have got more for it, basically. And then he goes and scores some goals consistently for a little bit. I said, you know what? Fair play. You had a lot of stick on your back. You've gone and scored a few goals, whether they're tap-ins or not, they're goals. But apart from that, I do rate him as a very poor player. He's shit. He can't cross. He can't pass. He can't dribble. He can't get past his man. If anything, Werner is better on the ball than Johnson.
Do you know what? With Johnson, right? The Forest fans that I know and the Spurs fans that I know that watched Forest previously, they all said to me, the Johnson at Forest is better than the Johnson at Spurs. So part of me thinks, okay, maybe the pressure's not as big at Forest, but then Johnson scored quite a few goals this year. It says, well, it's not the pressure. So what is it about Johnson that Forest fans think was better and Spurs fans say, you know what, he was more productive there? And then I look at the system, and then what I see is this.
Yes.
When you play a front three, those forward, left and right players, if we're thinking the top level, when we saw a top front three, Mane, Firmino, Salah, where they're inverting as well, which is similar to us, you need them to be technical magicians. They've got to be able to do something extraordinary, something special. Johnson is not that player. Johnson is far from that player. Johnson is what Wolfie said, push and run. Let me just get into space, sprint.
Yep.
And he scored a lot of goals this season because he gets into that position, the ball comes across, tapping. He scored 1 or 2 goals where you could say, actually, that was a good finish. It weren't a tap-in. But they're very few and far between. Every player's got that in his locker to some degree, I think. Johnson is a system player. When our system clicks, when it's in full flow and the opposition can't get into their game and we're 3-0, 4-0 up, Johnson kind of does well for us. But when it doesn't, and you need that magician, and I spoke about this before, Savva, when you want a Berbatov, a Kane, an Eriksson, someone with actual class, Johnson's a disaster of a player. He's a horrendous player for this system. So for me, Johnson works for Spurs when Spurs work for Ange. When Spurs aren't working for Ange, Johnson might as well be in the dressing room. He's an absolute...
Because all he ever does is tap it in and disappear anyway, even when he's working with Ange as such.
So I personally don't like players like Johnson. I don't, because for me, and maybe I'm a bit spoiled as a Spurs fan, I'm used to actually having some... The one thing I've had under Spurs, other than never winning anything and all the disasters, is we've often had good attacking players at the club. We've got a history of good attackers. When I look at the current attack, a washed-up Son, a bang-average Solanke, a god-awful Werner and Johnson, this is the worst attacking lineup I've seen at Spurs in 2 decades. And the only reason we've scored the amount of goals we've had is because when the system clicks, we put 5 or 4 past teams, and that just boosts up the goal tally. But when it doesn't work for 60, 70% of the season, it's redundant. We've got one of the worst attacking lineups I've seen at Spurs in years, and Johnson's a part of that. I don't like him as a player. I really don't.
Still, you're right in what you say to an extent, but he will never work in an Ange system unless Ange goes to a mid block or a low block. If you don't give Johnson space to run in, you might as well not play him. He is a good finisher. The only thing I'd say on his finishing,
he's our top scorer though.
Yeah, but he always shoots across goal. He doesn't spice it up, or he taps it in if he's in at the far post. But it's always across goal. If you saw today, it's always across goal. He's not a skillful player, and he can't cross the ball with any height. I don't know if he's like that at Spurs, but for us, all his crosses were low grass cutters. Always low grass cutters.
He can't take a man on either.
Would I swap him for Elanga? Johnson was still working a Forest system. It's still working a Forest system. Elanga and Johnson are not.
Didn't answer my question.
Dissimilar.
Would you take him back over Elanga?
I don't know, because Elanga's. I've not been happy with Elanga this season.
You're crazy.
I'll be honest with you. Elanga's only come into form these last 3 games. Rest of the season, Elanga's been crap. He's been crap. I would take Jono back, but he doesn't get in. The only reason I would take Jono back is because we would give him space in the opposition half. That's why.
Savva, can I ask Wolfie a question? You say that Elanga's only come into form the last couple of games. So, because I don't watch you guys week in, week out.
Yeah.
For you to be third in the league with this many wins and so few losses, who's been the wide player then that's been doing so well for you if Elanga's not been doing well? Who has been doing it?
No, they've done it in spits and starts. So at the start of the season, Callum Hudson-Odoi was on fire. Then Jota Silva Sosa had a couple of games. Then Elanga's now come into form. The problem is, or not the problem, the reason we're so good is our defense, bro. It's like you build your team from the back. This is what I don't get with Ange's philosophy.
I 100% agree.
Yeah, you can see it.
Build it from the back. The rest comes. The chances. Every team will create a chance or two in a game. But if you have that confidence in your back line, and Dan, shout out to you. You've talked about Milenkovic forever. This is the player that's changed Forest. Forget Elanga. Forget Jono.
Murillo looks good as well, though. That Murillo looked good.
Oh, Murilla's on another planet, man. But he's better now because of Milenkovic. He's the flair one. He's the headliner.
He bullied Solanke. Like any time the ball went into Solanke, Murillo just power-wise, positional sense, he bodied him every time.
I thought that was Solanke's strong point.
Exactly. I do as well. Solanke's someone I want to move on to. My chance of finishing it half past are gone. We'll carry on. Right. Solanke's someone I want to move. We've been going for 5.5 hours. I might as well. I'll tell you what, we'll do a 24-hour. Solanke and Son. Right. Now, again, I'll go back to this. There were videos being made at the beginning of this year how this front three of Solanke and Johnson and Son, Ange ball, why they're perfect for it, blah, blah, blah. I'm watching Solanke, and every now and then he scores a good goal. I'm not going to knock it, guys, right? I can't. He's got 6 Premier League goals. It's not the worst. It's not the best. I think it is what it is. It's what I would have expected at halfway in the season because I said I reckon he finishes on 13 or 14 for the year. I think he's that type of player. I think his all-round game is dreadful, though. His link-up, his hold-up, his touch. He gets bullied off the ball by any decent centre-half. Dominic Solanke, guys, what are we saying?
It's spot on for where we are in the league.
Yeah.
He's a mid-tier striker.
Yep.
And also on Johnson, by the way, I was gonna just add in off that. He's the only thing I can add over and above what everyone else has said. He's the slowest fast player I've ever seen. I've never seen someone move his arms and legs so fast and not go anywhere, not accelerate, not.
Yeah,
I don't know why people say he's fast because he's to me he's not fast at all.
Bro, he's lightning. I know I've got a soft spot for him. He's lightning. He's not very strong.
No, he's not. No,
he's not.
He is.
Wolfie, he must have left that superpower in Nottingham because
maybe he got a new boot sponsor at Spurs or something, mate.
Mate, I've never seen this supposed pace from him. Listen, Today, how many
you
times
don't
he got
leave
the
him
ball?
the space. That's my point. I can't underline how
He's had that
will not
opportunity
work
many
without
He's had
glass
that
in front of
opportunity,
him.
Wolfie. No, he's had it in
He
games.
has.
Today, he had a number of chances where he got the ball on the right. Every time he gets it, he controls it with his right foot, takes a touch inside, lays it back 5 yards to the right back or the centre mid. He's got.
Yes.
I know you like him. I know he's a Forest lad. But
Sorry, Wolves just scored. Sorry.
are you doing that thing?
Oh,
How
have I
is
done it again, Tim?
your prime so far in front of mine?
Last
I don't know. Watching yours earlier, I was about a minute ahead.
We're
of you as
losing to
well.
Wolves, aren't we? We're losing to Wolves, aren't we? It's coming, isn't it?
wouldn't.
At
It wouldn't
White Hart Lane.
surprise me.
Hang on, Bruno Fernandes has been sent off for Man U.
Oh, did it? I didn't see that. Oh,
No,
he's
do you know
offside,
what?
man.
Oh,
He's
how funny would
offside.
it be if Spurs and Man United get relegated? That'd be so
No,
funny.
just Man U. Just Man U.
Knowing us, we'll go down. Man
Oh, he's
United
offside.
and someone like Leeds would finish first and second, and we'd have to go into the playoffs of the
Yeah.
championship. We couldn't
It's
even win the
offside.
championship. It's
offside,
offside.
it's
It was
offside.
Wolves, guys. I'm watching Wolves here. They are getting in down the sides. This will sound reminiscent. They're getting in down the sides of Man United with their wing play, and Cunha is ripping them apart. Just letting you know what to expect for.
He'll
whenever
be
we play them.
suspended, mate. He's got that suspension pending.
Savva, I think by the time we play Wolves, Ange will adapt. I think he'll adapt.
Right, guys. See you tonight.
Yes, see you, mate.
See you
Guys,
soon.
listen,
I'll just go as well, Savva, because I've got.
hang on, I'm going to end the show. I'm going to end the
Okay.
show. Yeah, guys. Listen, thanks everyone. I'm knackered. I'll join you later, Stel.
Yeah.
They're still checking this goal. But guys, girls, everyone in the chat, thank you so much. Big up EdFX. Hopefully we talked enough about Brendan Johnson for your super chat. Really appreciate you. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for everyone that subscribed. We've had over 100 subscribers today, so that's been absolutely amazing. And we're edging closer to the 15K. Listen, join Stel Tottenham away. I'll be on it later. I'm sure Dan will as well. 9 p.m. on Tottenham away. Guys, girls, another defeat. And let me just remind you, 29 points from the last 75. And the big one. Look at the state of that. Ange out. Tottenham, do the right thing. Daniel Levy, I'll give you a reprieve for a month if you sack Ange tonight. You'll be my favourite person. Thanks, Wolfie. Please subscribe to Forest Fan TV. Take care, everyone. And as always, come on, you Spurs.